Gizmos and Gadgets North American Regional Finals is coming up shortly, and one of the most talked about players headed into the event is Spicy Appies, our Innovation Cup champion. To get here, he piloted a very innovative board in the 4th game of the finals of Innovation Cup. I'm Casanova, and I'm here to break down that board. Jumping in on the 1-4 combat phase, we see that Appies has already selected Celestial Blessing. This was the only flexible option that he was given out of the 3 choices. In the last minion round, Appies gets an orb that drops a Zac and a Morgana. Since these are very powerful 3 costs, he keeps them and levels to 4, trying to play the strongest board possible. At 2-2, he gets a Senna, and at 2-3, he gets another Zac, creating the first time this game that he plays a board purely of 3 costs. Now on 2-5, we can see Appy has pre-leveled and has hit a double Gnar shot. He decides to hold on to them due to the strength of Gnar currently in the state of TFT, and this is the beginning of how Appies ends up creating his board. So far, the game has given him a ton of 3 costs, but no upgraded 1 or 2 costs. Right before Krugs, Appies ends up fighting Trick, who is at 100 HP with a 4 win streak, and he actually wins. This is telling us that currently the board is not bad, but the weakness of the board is in the early game 3 costs have almost 0 potential for upgrades, even though we're sitting on a Zac and Gnar pair. We will see in just a moment that for all of stage 3, Appies is going to be bleeding out while holding on to expensive units on his bench, and while other players are going to upgrade their 1 and 2 costs, which creates a stronger board for less money. Appies is able to pick up a Tome of Traits and a Negatron Cloak off of Krugs. Appies is known for playing for tempo, and he pops the Tome immediately, whereas other players may have waited to use the item into their composition is more well known. He takes the Chemtech emblem, places it on Gnar, and continues to not craft a full item because he's not happy with where these components place him. He also picks up a Singe to be ready to play Chemtech as soon as he hits level 6. Appies has taken a fair bit of damage, so he wants to roll for upgrades. He finds a Zac, he finds a Tryndamere, and a Draven, and he opts to play these units. The board is still weak, and he is still very, very broke. For the 3-3 augment decision, Appies is offered First Aid Kit, Celestial Blessing, and Challenger Unity. Challenger Unity allows us to carry Gnar because now it is a Challenger and a Chemtech. Here we're going to jump forward a little bit. Appies was unable to upgrade his 3 costs and due to this had a weak board. He lost streak throughout the entire stage, going on a 5 loss streak. But now on 4-1, this is where Appies swings his tempo around. He levels to 7 and rolls, and you'll see he is able to upgrade Gnar and Tryndamere, resulting in him finally having a fully itemized and upgraded carry. You don't see blue buff Gnar in your games often, but this item is actually crucial to Appies' win condition. It puts Gnar into Mega Gnar form very quickly thanks to the extra 50 starting mana, and allows him to abuse his high base stats to kill armor light backliners, as he has no real AD boosting items on him, just the Bloodthirster for healing and protection. Alongside this, by going into Mega Gnar form quickly, it synergizes very well with Chemtech, giving that percent health regen once this Gnar loses a certain amount of HP. He is now very strong and wins all of stage 4 except for 4-6. Skipping ahead to the 4-6 augment decision. For this final augment round, Appies decides to take Cybernetic Uplink. Cybernetic Uplink is going to help Kai'Sa spread Morellos once we can move it there from the Seraphine, and Gnar is going to throw plenty more rocks. So, after losing the last fight, this is the round where Appies has to make his decision, and he decides to go for Gnar 3. He has an Aurelia pair along with getting a Nico from Raptors. He could pivot to Aurelia, but if you take a look at his HP and Econ, going to 8 and playing 4 and 5 costs is not a very reliable strategy, because with the cash we have, we're likely just going to have a 2-star Aurelia with the same frontline and supporting units, along with items that don't support her as well as they'll support Gnar. At 5-1, it's time to roll down. Appies rolls down for his Gnar 3, but the only upgrade we get is Seraphine 2. He whiffs on Gnar 3. This results in him taking a huge loss to Trick. If he whiffs on Gnar 3 the next turn, he's likely going to die soon. He rolls once, and with a final double Gnar shop, he gets his Gnar 3. This is his board. From here, it's all about positioning the Shroud and econing back up to level to 8 later. He loses a fight to Goobums and goes down to 4 HP, but he's able to win the next 3, proving that this board is relatively strong. Now we're going to skip to 6-1. And as you watch the fight, you can see why this board was able to work so well. Gnar is able to consistently clean up the fights by tossing rocks at backliners were getting chunked out from Kaisa, spreading the anti-heal and damage over time from Morello to the entire enemy team. Seraphine is positioned to not only chunk the enemy team with the death cap, but is also healing and buffing Gnar in each fight as well. And after winning this fight against Trick, 3 players die, leaving Appies in a 1v1 against Hana. In the 1v1, Appies is able to win both 6-2 and 6-3, and it seems like his comp is really good and set up to take the first. But at the 6-4 carousel, Hana grabs a Seraphine with a dead spatula for a Seraphine 2. And then off the next shop, he's able to find a Jace. The last fight is now a lot different for many reasons. Hana has the upgraded Seraphine. He has the Jace, who's buffing the entire backline with the gate. And meanwhile, Appies actually mispositions his front line here, resulting in Jhin taking his team down faster than the previous fights. So, in the end, Hana takes the game over Appies in the final fight. But the result is much more than anything Appies could have asked for. He turned a 7th into a 2nd, or an 8th into a 2nd. And there are 2 key takeaways from this game. The first, experiment in your games and learn from it. Even in tournaments, Appies had said that he never used Challenger Unity before this game, but he created a very strong scenario for it to do well. He also had prior knowledge of Gnar 3 having great base AD from experimenting with it on ladder. The second is to learn what your optimal outs are based on your current board state. Appies was bleeding out this game while sacking his economy since the early game, and at one point he had the option to try and level to 8 and play some Aurelia flex comp. But instead he knew that rolling at 7 for the strongest board he could make was probably going to be a better out than playing another Aurelia comp. And these are just some of the reasons that Appies has been so exciting to watch and is one of the people that you really should have your eyes out for in North American TFT.
I think I just peaked, no cap. I'm almost positive I just peaked.
Hello everybody and welcome to the Gizmos and Gadgets NA Regional Finals. My name is Nekkra and I will be your desk host this weekend alongside an incredible team of casters to walk you through all of the TFT action. Let's check out what's in store for you this weekend. We've got 3 days of action that we're kicking off today with day number 1, where we have gathered 24 of North America's finest to compete over the course of 6 games today, and we will continue to whittle down the competition until we get to one final lobby on day number 3, where the top 3 will qualify to the World Championship, and the finalist with the highest average placement across all 3 days will also qualify to the Gizmos and Gadgets Championship. The remaining top 2 finalists will qualify to the Last Chance qualifier, which will be our final pit stop before we get to the World Championships. But our 24 players today have all qualified to be here through different paths to get to the NA Regional Finals. You can see the roadmap of what our tournaments have looked like over Set 6, kicking things off with the Piltover Cup and Zon Cup. We also had the Set 6 Challenger Series, all leading up to the mid-set finale. And after the mid-set, we had the Innovation Cup, the Set 6.5 Challenger Series, and now we are here at the NA Regional Finals. But joining those players, we also have players that qualified through qualifier points from their placement in the tournaments, the Set 6 leaderboard, and the Set 6.5 leaderboard snapshot. So all of these players will be competing over this weekend. But besides the World's invites, we also have a $25,000 prize pool that will be split up amongst the top 16. But I feel like everybody is definitely looking at those World's invites as well as a chance to participate in the Last Chance qualifier. Joining me on the broadcast, I am so excited to invite up Bryce and Frodan to join me for the very first game of the day. Bryce, how's it going?
The wait is over, Nekkra. I'm so excited to be here. This is the one event. I mean, throughout, TFT players have a lot of excuses that they make over the course of a set. I wasn't informed then. I wasn't trying for that one. I didn't really prepare for that one. Not this time. It's put up or shut up time, baby. This is the one event. This is where it's all about. Qualify, represent North America in a regional. Starts today. So excited to get into the action.
Dan, what about you?
This is what it all comes down to. The past 6 months since the launch of Gizmos and Gadgets, when we released Arcane and got to see the Power Fantasy translate over to TFT, it was such a special time, and everyone said, well, who's going to have the last laugh in North America, a region that's notorious for trash talk, for the banter, for the bragging rights. And just like Bryce said, there's no more excuses. Every other tournament said, okay, we have something else we can play for. I already have my spot reserved. Regionals is what it really matters the most. And here we are. I can't believe we're finally here. I just want to get the game started and see what's going to happen.
I know, there's so much action to look forward to for this weekend, but we've got to talk about some of the players a little bit more in depth. So I've got one for everybody. I want to talk about Robin. Liquid Robin did qualify to play in the NA Regional Finals through points from the different tournaments that have happened in Set 6. And as you can see from this, you know, Robin Songs has been consistent at being able to play in these tournaments, but hasn't really been able to come out with a top finish in any of these. So I'm really hoping that, you know, for the finals here, Robin will definitely be able to step it up a little bit, and who can forget the 1-1-1-1 lag 1 that happened in the last NA Regional Finals to make Robin our reigning North American champion? I had to count all of those just to make sure I got it right. But Bryce, kind of in stark contrast to Robin, who has had several tournament appearances, what about Newbowl?
Yeah, let's talk about Newbowl for a second. This is a man who virtually disappeared for the entirety of the set. We see a lot of NAs. He was not really playing much. He played a lot of Set 6 on mobile, not entering into the big tournaments. He's someone that we knew very well as a ladder warrior, one of, if not the best ladder players in Set 4 and Set 5. But he has come back with a vengeance for Set 6.5. He climbed up the ladder very quickly, which is what we expect him to do, but then he dominates the final Challenger Series in order to qualify for this event. And if you ask this field of 24 players who are they most afraid of going into this event, something like 20 of them are going to start that conversation with Nubal. He is terrifying. Most of the pros in the ladder think he is the best player on the server right now. Can he finally put up on the big stage in a tournament? And the stakes have never been higher because this might actually be Nubal's last tournament. He is likely retiring from competitive TFT after this set, so I would love to see him go out with a bang.
Yeah, I think we're all looking at Nubal right now to see if they can continue to put on some good performances after that incredible placement in set 6.5 Challenger Series. But there's also another player that we have to talk about, Frodan, and that's Ramblin'.
Yeah, Ramblin' has the inverse of Nubal's resume. Ramblin' had such a dominant start to the beginning of set 6 that really lived up to some of the potential that people have believed in him. And if this is the first time you're hearing about Ramblin', he's a player that's always just narrowly missed out. Back in set 4 during the Fates Finals for North America, Ramblin' was the 5th highest player, aka 1 spot away from going to the World Championship. In set 5, he was constantly just 1 spot away from even going to the regional finals, despite performing extremely well because of his late start into the set. Coming to Gizmos and Gadgets in particular, a lot of people were hyping him up. And what was even more impressive is Ramblin' lived up to that potential, getting that 3rd at the mid-set finale and being able to take a nice break leading up into Neon Nights, and here we are in the North American Regional. So yes, he doesn't have results for Innovation Cup and Challenger Series, but he is absolutely one of the top players to be looking out for on top of Nubal and Robin.
Yeah, I think all 3 players that we've highlighted here are just a sliver of what this competition is really going to offer across the entire board. You can see our lobbies set up for our very first 2 games of the day before we do reseed them for games 3 and for game 5 and onward. But this is going to be an absolutely stacked competition. And Bryce, when you get a chance to look at all of these lobbies, I'm sure there are some other players that jump out at you that are competing this weekend.
Oh, of course. There are so many players that are jumping out at us, right? We have some of the other defending qualifiers from last set in Milk and in Spencer, neither of which seems to be in the best form right now, but both very capable of making deep runs. Sox, who missed playing in World Championship last set for the first time. He had made back-to-back World Championships before, is starting to come into form right now. He's starting to look like Scary Sox, and man, Scary Sox is about as scary as any TFT player in the world. He is that good. So there are so many big names to keep our eyes on, as well as some of the up-and-coming names. I have my eyes on Spicy Appies. I think probably the most underrated player in this field. Excited to see him pop off against some of these names that are essentially household TFT names at this point.
Yeah, Dan, what about you? Are there any other players that you want to briefly highlight before we think about getting into our first game?
Yeah, we mentioned 3 of them already, which is Spicy Appies that Bryce just mentioned, a really strong breakout player from Gizmos and Gadgets in particular. We talked about Ramblin' and Nubal. The 4th player I want to call to attention is Setsuko. This player has never given up and relented, while everybody else took time to travel to vacation, to be able to create content, or even just play other games to get their minds off of TFT because it can be pretty overwhelming when you're grinding so much. This man never stopped grinding, and he was permanently at rank 1 for almost the entirety of the set and is constantly in threat of every tournament that he was being able to appear at. And now he's finally starting to get some of that recognition. And so I'm going to go out on a limb and say we're going to have 4 brand new first-time players who's going to qualify. If those 3 players I mentioned are the leading candidates plus Setsuko, keep your eye out for him, because Setsuko, in my opinion, is a player who's finally going to live up to the reputation of him being a ladder god and translate that to tournament results.
Yeah, from all those players that you mentioned, I noticed that a lot of them are in that lobby A, so I think I'd be a little bit nervous to be in that lobby to kick things off for today. But hey, follow along the broadcast on fantasytft.com, thanks to our partners at Ball Street. Think you know TFT? I'm sure you do, because you're here watching this stream right now. So go check it out, predict the winners and the losers of today's games on Fantasy TFT. And if you're right, then you can potentially win some rare little legend eggs. So go to fantasytft.com and get signed up so that you can follow along with all of the action today as that stock market opens, and you can get into the market just a little bit early. But you know, I've seen some player rankings kind of going around into the social universe, Bryce. And so I know that you and Dan just talked about some of those players on those lobbies, just kind of looking at the whole board. But is there anybody else that you feel like maybe is a bit underrated going into the tournament this weekend?
I'm going to give a weird underrated answer, which is K3 Soju. This is a player that is, the most popular influencer in TFT, but he's been working so hard in the preparation for this event. Regional is the only time you get to see Soju actually playing his best team fight tactics, and I'm so excited to see what he's going to be capable of doing this weekend.
All right, well, I just got the cue that we're ready to go into our very first game of the NA Regional Finals, day number 1. Dan and Bryce, take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, good humans around the world who are focusing on North American Regional Finals, welcome to the big show. It's day 1, game 1, Lobby A here of a 3-day weekend of festivities. We've gathered 24 of North America's finest, and we're going to kick it off with one of them, Cloud9's K3 Soju, a player that you heard in the pre-show could possibly be underrated, by many fans are claiming to be overrated. Which version of Soju will show up this weekend, Bryce?
Yeah, that's the fun thing about this is, right, he's probably overrated by the people who don't follow competitive TFT really deeply, because he's the person that everyone knows. If you play TFT, if you ever watch TFT streams, you know about Soju. But in the competitive circles, it's very rare to see Soju taking tournaments seriously and showing up to play his best TFT. But when he does, it can be special. He is one of the best. He has some of the best game awareness of anyone. He has some of the best micro of anyone in the game. He is, open enough to be resilient to low rolls while being still kind of close enough to have a consistent game plan that he can execute against. So look, when he's not always in peak form, but when he is in peak form, it is scary, and I think we might be looking at peak form Soju.
All right, well, we're slammed with our first augment choice at stage 1-4. Some pretty decent tempo options in the Cyber Shell, which give you some stats, some really powerful ones early game. You get some synergy with Scrap, which also is a really flexible way you can play around this augment, stay open. And then Treasure Trove, which is a lot more economic-based. You can get gold, you can get some powerful 3-cost champions to start off. You might even be able to get some extra item components to help give you that boost of power in that mid-game.
Yeah, these are 3 really good options. Treasure Trove, not the best option later on, but very good early because it can snowball your economy and your advantage. He chooses to go with that, gets a few extra gold and another item component. So Soju, with these components, very much capable of potentially slamming 2 full items. If he gets another item drop here, I would not be surprised to see him slam Frozen Heart. It is a generically very powerful defensive utility item. And then he gets a Rod here, not the best for Soju, who tends to play a lot more AD than AP, so maybe he actually chooses to kill this Rod by slamming Locket instead. What would you do if you were in Soju's spot?
Oh dear, he even just picked up a 4th copy of Twitch, has a pair of Ezreal and Warwick. A lot of people are going to be immediately eyeing, can I reroll Twitch to be a 3-star carry and also aim for a bunch of 1-cost 3-stars like Singed, Ezreal, Camille, play those innovators and tech up. But his items are a little bit interesting for it. Could end up trying to commit to a Locket to keep his tempo high, and that's exactly what he does. No Frozen Heart. Looks like Soju isn't going to hard commit to that reroll just yet, Bryce.
Yeah, I think this makes a lot of sense because he does prefer to play within the AD tree, and so this way he can kill a Rod, which is a lot more difficult to get rid of than is this tier. This tier can become Hand of Justice, it can become a Redemption, so there's a lot of different outs for him here. It also, because he does pick up the 4 Twitches along with the 2 Ezreals, he has to at least be considering Twitch reroll from here if he finds more Twitches. So we'll have to check back in and see what direction he goes, but I like his decisions to, stay open to the Twitch reroll and then maybe have other options as well. Hopping on board with Nico, a lesser-known player, had a very, very strong performance in the Innovation Cup. I think that was some of the best TFT we had seen Nico playing in a while. A little bit off form lately. How are you feeling about Nico going into this event?
Yeah, the one thing about Iniko is that people say it depends on which version of him shows up. He is more than capable of winning tournaments. We've seen him do that in set 5 during the Reckoning Championship circuit, where he was winning things like the Dawnbringer Cup, and he of course did very well in set 6 tournaments. What version of Iniko is going to appear this weekend? Is it the one that we know can be very flexible and dominant, or is it the one that feels like he struggles to even keep himself mentally in the game? And I think it's heavily predicated on these first couple of games. You can see that he has a pretty decent start, has a Zyra 2, But is this going to be enough? Because he doesn't exactly have a very powerful, easy smattering of synergies early, but he's got some high-quality units, and most importantly, he's got some yordles going on, which I believe, many people believe, is one of the ideal ways to start off your games.
Yeah, absolutely. Yorl's such a powerful synergy right now, still producing a lot of econ for your game. Also, Corki, one of the best item holders in the game, especially at 2-star. This unit will just do so much work. So, Nico slamming a blue buff, an item that historically we think of as an AP-oriented item, and it definitely leans him that way, but there are a number of different ways you can play this within the AD tree as well. We've seen blue buff Kha'Zix, we've certainly seen blue buff Jason. Heck, I've even seen things like blue buff Jhin from time to time. So, Nico, like you said, one of those flexible players. I expect him to be very open from this position.
All right, going up against Soju, does still have a bunch of units collected onto his bench, but now starting to pick up things like Malzahar and staying open. And with this sword slammed onto the Corki, I do wonder if Iniko wants to just commit to the AP tree. For example, he does have the 2-star Zyra, could try to commit to a Hextech Gunblade off the Carousel, and then maybe lean into an Ahri tree. Ahri, one of the main ability power champion carries that we've been seeing really emerge in 12.5 in particular, as she is one of the really strong APs that you can lean into that techs all the way up to Victor, and you can even complement her with other Arcanists if you choose.
Absolutely, and Ahri is a carrier that a lot of players in this field are shying away from right now. I think a ton of players are more AD focused, and even when they're within the AP tree, they're feeling more comfortable rerolling around 3 costs as opposed to playing around the 4 costs like Ahri and Renata. But Nico is not one of those players. He has played a lot of Ahri, very capable of playing it in this game, so I think that's a great call out. If he can get this rod and slam this Gunblade, I think that it is exactly what he's looking for. Such an important power spike for his board, and really sets up not just his stage 2, but the rest of his game.
Right, and it really depends on how the rest of his mid-game is going to be played. I think right now, if you ask a lot of players, mid-game is where you really start to see how people's late games are going to shape up, largely due to how much HP they're able to preserve while maintaining their economy, which is why Corki is really effective. Let's take a look at Setsuko's board. We'll see if Iniko can hit the twin shots, for example, and play around that Corki carry. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and talk about Setsuko. In the pre-show, I mentioned that Setsuko is one of the players to watch. When you look at Setsuko, what really defines his style, and how does he stand out versus some of the other players that are known and more famous than he is?
He's just so consistent in his play. He is really, really comfortable playing from ahead or from behind. He's very tempo-oriented, so he's very capable of like picking up the momentum of a game when he needs to. He constantly slams items, but is open to the widest possible set of outs from within what he has slammed. So how I would think about Setsuko is he's a variance reduction player. There are certain people in this field that are going to be more focused on a certain narrow set of outs and trying to like get the BIS for those outs and play to the stuff that they really know, whereas Setsuko is very capable of playing whatever it is that Mortdog throws his way and making it work.
Yep, that's right. There's Setsuko to look around and see what's happening in different fights. And this is something that you're going to be noticing. A mark of a good player isn't just about what you're doing, but what other people are also attempting to do. Interesting to note as well is that Setsuko has 6 out of 20 on his EXP bar, indicating that he also leveled to 5 before the carousel and lost. So this is actually quite a disruption. Setsuko's a player that likes to be in a win streak position, so he's actually not in the most comfortable spot that he ideally liked to be. That being said, this board's a little bit cool. It's a mishmash of a bunch of champions that you don't necessarily see paired together. You don't often play like a Quinn, Camille with Hextech Bruisers. But he's just trying to do whatever he can, going up against Robovan Kenob, who has that Knife's Edge slammed and a Quicksilver on Warwick. And I do wonder if we're going to see some woo played this game, as Warwick 3 is definitely one of the 2-cost rerolls of choice for most players.
Yeah, absolutely. Warwick 3 is such a powerful unit in the game right now, and a unit that historically we think of as doing a little bit more magic damage than physical. Knife's Edge is actually one of the best performing augments, for, at tier 1 level, especially for Warwick reroll. It does a surprising amount of physical damage, so yeah, definitely a good spot for Robovan there. Taking broader stock of the lobby, we have 2 win streakers. Spicy Appy's at 100 HP, and Nico loses his first fight and then wins 4 in a row, and then we've got one full loss streaker, it looks like, in Spencer. Spencer, a player we haven't looked at yet, but that is no surprise. He is very, very used to playing from behind. In fact, it is his preferred game state. Someone who likes to trade HP for econ early in the game and then find the right moment to kind of flip the switch and make the magic happen.
It's quite surprising given that Spencer took Irresistible Charm as his first augment, which gives you a Leona, tends to make you quite stable in the early game, but we know that Spencer loves to pick the ideal items. That is the trade-off that you get for loose streaking. You get more consistency in building your economy with gold, and that loose streak, you also have the ability to pick those proper items. Let's see what people are going to do. 2-star for Setsuko. Spicy Appies and Nico are both streaking. How do people respond to that as we take a look at Robovan Kenob, a player that we don't know too much about going to set 6 and then slowly but surely has put on very consistent performances, culminating in a qualification for regionals in the mid-set finale. And now a lot of people don't know where to rank him because he kind of took most of 6.5 Neon Knights off. Where do you put Robovan Kenob? Is he a threat to the tournament, or do you think people are right to underestimate him?
I think people are, generally speaking, right to underestimate him. I don't think that he has the pedigree, nor does his gameplay pass the eye test for me of someone that, like, I think of as a strong threat to win this tournament. With that said, we should not be ignoring how consistent his tournament results were throughout set 6. So, you know, he hasn't played a ton of set 6.5, but if he has been able to kind of go into the hyperbolic time chamber and figure out lines that work for his style of gameplay, he is certainly capable of being competitive at this event. The reality of this event is, even for the players that are underestimated or that are maybe ranked a little bit lower on people's tier lists, it is regionals, baby. Everyone at this event is a really impressive player of teamfight tactics and is capable of qualifying for Worlds if things go their way this weekend.
That's a good point. Let's go ahead and take a look at this 3-2 roll down Robovan Kenob. He needs to stabilize a double Warwick shop, which is really nice to help stabilize his mid game. Plays a Renata. And I'm wondering if he wants to explore playing 5 Chemtech. If he's rolling down, he is. No Tryndamere appears in the shops. Does have his Nikos and a couple of tiered items, but it's a little bit awkward because all of these components want something else to really make it pop. You probably will want, for example, the Rod to have a bow so he can make a Rage Blade. Wants to make this vest into a Titan's Resolve. It's a very awkward situation. As a result, doesn't slam anything, and this is always so painful when you roll down on 3-2 and you still continue your lose streak.
Yeah, it is so painful, but the nice thing for Robovan is that if you lose again on 3-2, it's not a disaster. What's a true disaster is when you win on 3-2 and then you lose on 3-3. You need to get your economy snowballing when you're playing from behind because you need the extra gold to get strong, and he gets offered featherweights, such a big deal. He's, you know, thinking about potentially committing into Warwick, and this is one of the absolute strongest augments that you can get in the game if you're playing low-cost reroll. There's just so much additional stat value. Hopping on board with, I believe this is this a Nico's perspective?
This is Ramblin'.
It's Ramblin's perspective. Thank you. We haven't gotten a chance to take a deep look at Ramblin's board. He does tend to lead towards the AP tree, which means Runic Shield could be a decent option, but it looks like he's playing, you know, a much more kind of horizontal version, opts into it. So not a bad spot for Ramblin. He is at 88 HP. He's got a blue buff and a Morello slammed on this VIP brand. And you know what? Brand is often underestimated as an item holder in the AP tree. He can carry this unit, especially the VIP version, all the way through stage 4. So I think Ramblin's game is very well set up for success.
Very gold efficient too. You can see that he's playing a lot of 1 cost and 2 costs that aren't 2-star, and yet he's this healthy. Ramblin knows that it's going to be hard to contest. 3 people are streaking. One of them is Spicy Appies at level 7.
He has a
who
Victor!
Hit blue battery and has an Ari and an Arc in his heart. Spicy Appies is on fire and is applying a ton of pressure to the rest of the lobby. This is a 6-unit victory. Potentially, unless the brand's able to kill 1 more unit.
He has a
So at least
Victor!
Ramblin preserves a little bit of HP, but what a start for both of the AP specialists.
What on earth is Spicy Appies doing? He goes to level 7. He has 6 Arcanists. He has an Ari, and he has a Victor in stage 3. Are you kidding me, Dan?
And it's also something that Ramblin keeps in the back of his mind, particularly why Runic Shield is a really bit difficult. As Spicy Appers actually hit a Victor on 3-3 as well. We missed that note, which Victor is the top end carry of choice for any Arcanist build. It just lets you go for a big board wipe and makes you less reliant on Ari hitting the right targets, and of course Malzahar's single target burn damage. But that also means that Spicy Appies does already have a way to scale up. That's something that you always worry about as you try to go for this streak. Ramblin has hit Gunblade.
Yeah.
Gunblade is considered to be the best in slot trio package that you could put on any AP carry in the current meta price.
Yeah, that is a very, very important hit for Ramblin. I know I was just talking about how his game was set up for success. Let's not overrate that fight loss, people. I know it was a bad loss, but he played an over-leveled board that had 6 Arcanists online, has a 3-3 victor. So I'm not in panic mode if I'm Ramblin. He has such a strong item holder in this brand with the very best items. Going up against a Nico, the other win-streaking player, let's see if he's able to get his job done here.
All right, well, Iniko does have stat Corky 2. Still trying to see if he can preserve as much HP. Does end up killing a couple of the units in the front, but you can see how the combination of having Cassin and a very tanky Scholar able to withstand the damage.
Oh.
The Zyra Vines does end up missing the brand, but the Syndra able to use her force of will and stall out. Ramblin takes another loss. Go ahead and catch up with Spencer, the player that was in the lose streak position. Does have a 2-star setup. And a very generic setup for AD with Infinity Edge, Last Whisper, a classic combination of offensive AD items. Why can you really make magic here? Do we know what Spencer prefers to play? Clearly, it wants to be some kind of Draven build. Usually when you have Backfoot and Debonair synergies, you aim for that. But I think a lot of people are also curious, Bryce, why are we building things like Last Whisper if we think we want to play for Draven?
I think Last Whisper is a totally functional item on Draven. First of all, if you don't get the VIP version, then it's only 25% armor shred from innate in Draven's kit, and Last Whisper still adds a lot of value, particularly in a more bodyguard-heavy frontline meta. And even if you wind up with the VIP Draven, it's not like Last Whisper feels awful. You wind up basically ignoring entirety of your opponent's armor, and that's really good for cutting through frontline and getting access to the backline. So I really agree with the decision to kind of go with more tempo-oriented slams here. I also think that people are really sleeping on the VIP version of Leona. She can go so far as a super tank, so having these item slams creates a little bit more versatility to an otherwise relatively narrow game plan, right? These normally with these kind of items you say, okay, well, look, you can play maybe an Aurelia carry, for example, you could play a Draven carry, but like, Backfoot feels really bad for both of those, so your only other out really becomes Sivir, which would mean you have to ignore that irresistible charm. So let's say Spencer is heavily weighted towards playing Draven in this game with maybe a Sivir out if he just can't find the Draven, and I do not at all feel bad about this spot if he's able to find the units he's looking for. Unfortunately, doesn't have any of them yet. Hopping on board with Noster, who's in a pretty bad spot, lowest in the lobby, 36 HP. He's rolling down. He's got a Rage Blade and a Shiv Slam, which certainly suggests Sivir to me. He's finding the Aurelias, but not the Sivers so far.
Rolling for twin shots as well as a potential stabilization points. Finds a Swain. But does he even play the Swain too? He has to go kind of quickly. He has 3 seconds left. Hits an Aurelia 2. Gets her in. He can slam all of his items right here, right now. Going up against Ramblin, who didn't roll at all. He's at 50 gold at level 7 because Ramblin wants to go to 8 and get access to those powerful 4 and 5 costs. This Kaisa with the Rage Blade and the Shiv can still do a meaningful amount of damage, but you need stall. And that's exactly what the Hextech and that Locket is trying to do. The second Monsoon tickles the rest of the army. I just don't think Kaisa is the force that she was in Gizmos and Gadgets, but this third cast does deal a significant amount of damage, not enough to wipe the field, and Noster rolls all the way down and loses pretty handily to a player that didn't roll a single time.
God, that feels so bad when you're looking at someone who has literally 50 more gold than you and a more powerful board state. Noster is just in salvage mode here. He desperately needs to find a Sivir that makes this will get this board a lot more online, much better holder of these items. Sivir 1 is very capable of outputting consistent DPS if you have enough frontline, and there is enough frontline here. You've got a Locket, you've got 3 upgraded bruisers plus this Vi, so he just desperately needs to find the Sivir. He's trying to duct tape it together in the meantime. Such a tough way to start your tournament if you're Noster, but hey, all you can do is try to stay in it and figure out where you can, how can you turn this 8th place into a 6th place, get as many points as you can, get out. You got a lot of games left to play.
Yeah, it's a fantastic point. I think top 4 is off the table currently in Noster's mind. It's about making sure that he can at least scrap for points, even if he feels like he's going to go 8th, going for a 7th could be a small victory, although still a little bit of a gut punch. Taking a look at what's happening on the lobby does be Setsuka, who's also lower in HP than he preferred at 38. And Soju also at 33 as we take a look at his fight up against what looks like to be Robovan. Or rather, it's Ramblin. And Ramblin able to still stay very healthy. Noster needs something miraculous, and I just can't help but notice that he has a 2-star Aurelia completely unitemized, which just feels so bad. Aurelia already has gotten a patch this week about fixing some of the ways she interacts with Socialite and her mana generation. And this just makes me feel like this Aurelia 2 is very heavy and not actually contributing that much, Bryce.
Yeah, that's true. It's a lot of gold into the Aurelia. Aurelia without items is not going to do that much work, as we see a last-second reposition from Noster, who gets this Zephyr. Will it hit the... Okay, it does hit the Echo. That Frozen Heart is out of play for a little while. It's a big deal. This is two of our lowest. This is our two lowest players in HP in the lobby. This is a really big deal. We've got a Gnar 2 here from Soju with 3 items on it. Solid item holder, but this Kaisa is starting to ramp up and doing a little bit of damage. Are there enough units left alive from Soju? Because this Kaisa is going to focus all of that damage onto the Gnar in the very end and get that fight win. Soju down to 11 HP. Noster taking 2 back-to-back wins. Such big wins for Noster, just trying to salvage as many points as he can get out of this game. And now it is the danger zone for Soju, who is not in a good spot. He is low on health, he is low on economy, and he does not seem to have very many good outs for this game. He's able to pick up a Sivir there with a bow. Can that be the difference for Soju's board?
It's looking really bad right now for Cloud9's K3 Soju. Taking a look at the other end of things, want to point out that Spicy Appies has yet to drop a single fight. He's at 100 HP still, infinitely streaking. It feels like all the momentum is on his side.
Yeah, Spicy Appies has a Victor 2 on 4-5, so, you know, if we're talking about Noster not finding any of the droids he's looking for, then Appies is in exactly the opposite case, which is just sometimes it's going to be like that, I guess, in TFT, as we see Soju going to level 8, and he just does not have very much to work with, unfortunately. He's able to get the Sivir in. The 4-striker is a meaningful spike. There's so much AD onto this Gnar carry, plus the Socialite boost in damage. So this Gnar will be able to do a lot of work, but he needs to go up against some of the, let's say, more middling boards here in order to kind of preserve what is hopefully 2 lives left for Soju, going up against Robovan, who is not playing Warwick reroll, actually. It looks like trying to play a Kha'Zix carry with that Kha'Zix pair on the bench, and a quick QSS BT slammed onto this Warwick for the time being.
That's right, utilizing Renata, a carry that has not been surfacing very much in the metagame, but this was the day 1 release builds, and Soju takes another loss, now down to his absolute last life. No matter what, he cannot lose. Let's take a look at the third and final augment of this game. Where did it go so wrong for Soju? His board doesn't even look that bad. It's mostly upgraded, except for a couple of 4 costs, which is completely unreasonable to be expected to be upgraded.
Oh, we're going for the open sell of the Gnar. He just thinks that the board is not good enough, and he's just going to try to get as much gold as he can. He puts the Zeeks onto the Sivir, so it looks like he's going to put the IE and the BT on the Aurelia. I'm surprised to see him commit those items before doing this roll down, although it's not like he has that much gold to work with or that high of a prospect of potentially 2-starring one of these carries. We're in desperation mode, Dan. Is there anyone we've seen that we think he can beat at this stage?
I don't think so. I thought the only person that might have a chance to avoid 8th is Noster. It's a race to the bottom, and they've already played. And I worry that Soju still has Spicy Appies in his pool, which with Victor 2 already, Spicy Appies, it's his game to lose. It's really going to be who Soju ends up fighting.
Oh, God.
He goes up against what looks like to be Enik, who has Tiny Titans at 99 HP. And he has rolled down, but I'm not entirely sure how strong Eniko's board is. It's a little bit difficult to tell with just a Renata 1.
Yeah, second Renata carry, not something we had on our bingo board. Multiple people carrying Renata in stage 4, and that Renata gets evaporated by Soju's board. Just not enough tankiness on this level 1 Renata, and she gets basically insta-popped by this 4-striker board. Too much AD, even at 1-star, so a reprieve for Soju fans. First of all, he lives to fight another day and see his final item. Second of all, Noster goes out in 8th place, so at the very least, it is not an 8th for Soju, and can he find his way into potentially 2-starring one of those carries? If so, this board could be good enough to maybe salvage, I don't know, a 5th place. There's a pretty large HP gap between our top 4 and our bottom 4 at this stage, so, you know, a lot of work left to do for Soju and a meaningful amount for Setsuko and Spencer as well. Appies, on the other hand, is just an embarrassment of riches, still at 100 HP, a disgusting amount of economy and board strength for Spicy Appies, so it's basically his game to lose at this point.
I really wonder, is Spicy Appies going to be able to become one of the first players, as far as my memory goes, to have 100 HP victory in a competitive tournament and the highest stakes tournament in this set so far. As we take a look at Setsuko and catch up with him. He does have 2-star Sivir, really good items, also dual carrying with Malzahar, which is a very unusual combination. No mutant active, just wants to get Malzahar 2 with these 2 specific items. As he does end up backlining everything, slamming just whatever he can, committing to that Sunfire Keep, going up against Soju, and it's an opportunity to eliminate the fan favorite.
Yeah, this is a really good fight draw for Setsuko. You know, he's trying to fight his way into a top 4 and going up against Soju's board that has still 2 1-star carries, but will those 1-star carries be able to get through the front line of Setsuko? This Aurelia is starting to pop off, but just doesn't have enough damage at 1-star. The Sivir bounce damage is coming through from Soju, but it's not going to be enough. The Sivir 2 for Setsuko, basically untouched in the back line, and gets a fight win, so Soju goes out in 7th place. Such a tough game for him, but he has really strong mental and an opportunity to bounce back. I do want to return to the point you were making before this fight started. I really like the way in which Setsuko has built this board. When you're playing a 4-striker Sivir carry board, not a lot of people are even willing to buy Malzahars at all, but Setsuko says, look, I have a Morello and a blue buff. I need good holders of those items in order for this board to work. Those are really important items, and Malzahar is a unit that without synergies can get a lot of work done, so he says, I can put it there for now, and I will wind up with better holders later in the game. He finds a Jace, so he's got the opportunity to transition that the blue buff onto the Jace, and now he's got double anti-heal opportunities. It'll be interesting to see what he does with these. Does he put them both onto the Vi? Does he maybe spread them out? Not great item usage, but it is what it is, going up against Spicy Appies, who has a 3-item Victor 2, Dan. This is such a strong board for Appies. The lasers come out and evaporate Setsuko's team.
Oh my god, this is such an incredible high roll from Spicy Appies. To be quite honest, I just don't see anybody taking down his board whatsoever with incredible augments, and now has incredible items and all the gold in the world. Can anybody stop him? Definitely not going to be Setsuko. It's definitely not going to be Spencer's. He goes out in 6th place. We have 5 players remaining in this lobby as we can take a look at Robovan Kanob. Player that is also just being very creative, has a Chemtech emblem that he was able to pick up off the 3rd augment and putting it on the Kha'Zix. This is such an unusual circumstance. He's not even playing full bruisers. A lot of times people aim for, when they play these Renata Chemtech boards, try to go for deep bruisers to really give Renata the stall. And so I'm loving what I'm seeing here, Bryce. Some real creative boards coming out game 1.
Yeah, really creative boards, and this is exactly what we're talking about. Don't count any player in this field out, whether or not he gets a top 4 or just goes out in 5th place. This is a really nice play from Robovan. He is stuck at level 7. He's forced to play a bunch of units that a lot of people are not very interested in at all, and you know what? He's making it work. He's just playing good team fight tactics, Dan, and you love to see it. He takes a fight loss against Rambling here, so it's a tough spot. I think it's very likely a fit for Robovan because I just haven't seen a board on the lobby that he's capable of beating, but you know what? In TFT, there's such a thing as, if Appies gets a first in this game, did he play well? Sure, but he also high rolled like crazy. If sometimes there's just a good 5th, and this could be a really good 5th for Robovan, so I really like what I'm seeing out of him so far. As we're rapidly approaching solidifying of this top 4, you've still got 100 HP for Appies. The dream is alive, and Nico hovering nice at 66 HP, and Ramblin has been able to pick up a win streak at 46 HP. So at this point, it's just a race to Spicy Appies' board strength as he goes to level 9. We take a look, 30 gold, level 9, 5-5. Not a bad spot at all to be.
Yeah, so for Spicy Appies, who's playing a handful of 1-star units, by the way, because again, he's not trying to roll. He's still not rolling here at level 9 either. He's trying to evaluate, how can I make sure I lock up this first? He's not necessarily trying to just go for the achievement, going for the 100 HP victory. That's why he's not rolling, saying, I need to evaluate what Ramblin and Iniko are doing, because these are the likely players that are fighting me for first place, and go from there. And here's one of them. Ramblin does have that 2-star Renata and that 1-star Victor, but in terms of pound for pound, the carry's strength, it's just really hard to imagine this Victor 2 going down the Chaos Rays. Destroy everything in the back line. Ramblin takes big damage. Robovan Kenobi is out in 5th place, as you predicted, Bryce. We have our top 4 going to the end of stage 5. Who gets the right to fight Spicy Appies for top 2?
Yeah, everyone's just like trying to find their way into second place, and Nico probably feeling very, very good for his HP advantage here, having 20 HP more than Ramblin. We did see that Ramblin was basically out of gold, so not a lot of opportunity to go and full cap out his board from here. God, we see Appy's even rolling a little bit in this position. You were just highlighting that, hey, you don't need to go for the style points here. You don't need a 100 HP win. A first is a first. It scores you the exact same number of points in the tournament. Appy says, you know what, screw it, I'm going for it. A last second reposition here from Appy's. He had had that Victor in the corner for the whole time, and he sees that Zephyr coming from a mile away. Swatsuko misses the Zephyr, and this Victor is about to do its cast. Will it be able to one-shot the Sivir? And it does. Setsuko takes almost lethal damage, down to 3 HP, and let's see who's able to win that last fight between Nico and Ramblin.
Oh, Ramblin takes another loss as Victor 1 with no items. Just seems like it can't really hold up. So far, the leading candidate is Nico. Let's take a look to see. Oh, big power spike. Ziggs 2 has entered the battlefield. Can anybody stop this man? Total sarcasm, by the way.
It's a Ziggs diff. Ziggs is really making this board. I think we can all agree.
It's really not doing anything. The question becomes whether or not Appy's wants to go higher in the Arcanist synergy or wants to start buying a bunch of 4 and 5 costs to wrap up his board. You know, he has the option of saying, hey, look, I understand that 8 Arcanist is really powerful, but also 2-star legendaries are really strong. So if I'm able to pair Silco 2 with a Zeri 2 and a Kaisa 2, you know, when you start stacking them up, they all become very difficult and overwhelming, even if you have a super carry on the other end. So I'm curious what SYCAP is going to do to cap out his board.
Yeah, I would expect him to go horizontal and play a whole bunch of golden units. Those legendary units are legendary for a reason. They're just so powerful. And, you know, Appy's is someone that's very capable of building creative boards. But if he's able to find that brand, it's a 1-cost level 9. It's not the easiest thing in the world. The 8 Arcanist power spike is very, very real. So, you know, have to see. I think Appy's is figuring out a bunch of different opportunities and ways that he can go after this first place. We get to see him go up against a Nico, the player at 50 HP. And Nico, it looks like he did find the brand, by the way. So it is 8 Arcanist Victor. When this thing casts, it is going to evaporate everything.
Whew. Yeah, just bye-bye backline. Sayonara frontline. Iniko takes big damage. Does Ramblin get the elimination on Setsuko, or does Setsuko get the reversal?
Oh,
Ramblin down to 6 HP. I thought Ramblin was top 3 guaranteed, and now look at who is charging for that top 3 spot. It is Setsuko.
Yeah, Setsuko is finding a way to make it work, transitions over to that, you know, gets off of that Malzahar onto the J, still playing the 4, actually goes to 4 Enforcer, which can be such a powerful trait in the late game. It might have paid dividends in his fight against Ramblin. And Nico, you know, this is also not a board that we typically would expect to see in the top 2. I think Nico is being fundamentally advantaged by just how much Appy's high rolled in this game, because he was able to preserve enough HP that he can theoretically, like, limp his way into a second place. Not bad going up against Setsuko. The Sivir is in a really nice position. It's going to be able to wail away on this front line. It's going to get relatively early access to Renata, but the Renata actually casts across the Sivir as well, so there's a little bit of anti-heal on that Sivir. But wow, look at this bounce damage. This Sivir build does so much work. The innate AD that you get out of the Striker tree, plus the Last Whisper and the Infinity Edge, there's just so much damage coming out from Setsuko, giving some thumbs up to his friend Iniko, as Ramblin unfortunately draws the spicy Appy's matchup and goes out in 4th place. If you're Setsuko, you're saying, listen, I can't beat Appy's, but I can beat this Nico character all day. Let me just keep fighting him.
That's right, and it could come down to a double kill potentially if Spicy Appy overwhelmingly crushes Iniko and Setsuko ends up losing at the same time. But Iniko was waiting for this opportunity. He has saved up his gold. Tiny Titans gave him a lot of time. Can he make anything happen at level 9? To take a look at Spicy Appy's board, a switch at the last second, including the Zephyr.
Oh,
gets the Sivir in the corner, and he's going for the throat. And he does miss the Zephyr on the other side. Victor does get enforced, but when he wakes up and is able to cast his Chaos Rays, there's going to be absolute destruction onto this board. And there's no way that Setsuko survives. Big damage. And what happens on the other side? Iniko is still trying to play for his own fate and secures the win versus the Ghost. So we're going to have a fight for the top 2, but first, the carousel pick.
Yeah, first a carousel pick, and I am pretty sure that Nico could pick up literally every item on this carousel. I'm down to give him all of them, and he's still not able to beat Spicy Appy's board. Spicy Appy's is a level 9 capped 8 Arcanist board. He hits a Silco 2 as well, because why not? This is a disgusting high roll from Appy's in the first game of the North American Regionals, and I don't know what to say here, Dan. Normally in this spot, we would be analyzing the win conditions for the boards and how, what is Nico trying to do in order to find his way to beat Appy's. I don't want to sell it that way, though. I'm not sure there's anything Nico can do to beat Appy's board. I think Appy's is destined for the first 100 HP that I have seen in the history of North American Regionals.
And it'll come down to this. The story has come down to whether or not Spicy Appy's is able to land that 100 HP victory. A nice Zephyr onto the Orianna, but misses the Zeri. And the Zeri's Lightning Crash is trying to make a lot of work. The Chaos Ray is able to get the damage, and I think he's done it. The first time that we've ever seen a 100 HP victory is on the precipice of happening. Iniko is down to just 5 HP. And I think if that Zeri 2 can't get it done, then what can?
Yeah, and in fairness, there was a little bit of a positioning diff here. So Nico spikes the Zeri 2, a really big hit, great user of the Gunblade and the Morello, but Zeri targets the furthest unit, and because of the angling, Zeri on the slightly left side of middle actually wound up spending all of its time casting and doing all this damage across to the Ziggs and the Zyra. So if Nico's going to find a way to win a fight, he needs to get the damage onto the Victor, and he also needs the Zeri to be dashing around, and somehow for Victor to miss all of these Chaos Rays. There's so much damage on this 3-item 8 Arcanist Victor. It basically only needs to land 2 of them, and just for fun, he lands the Zephyr onto the Zeri, and the only hope that Nico really had in order to be able to win this fight, I think, is gone. We are looking at a 100 HP win for Spicy Appy's. What a statement.
How do you like them apples? Welcome to your first regional, Spicy Appy's.
Wow, what a game. What a game. I don't even know what to say after that one. He goes to 7 off cadence on 3-3. He hits a Victor on 3-3 with 6 Arcanists. He winds up with a Victor 2 on 4-5. He winds up going to level 9 and 2-starring the whole board. Hits the Brand for 8 Arcanists because, when Mortdog has blessed your undertaking, he's going to do it from start to finish. 100 HP for Spicy Appy's, and what a way to start this tournament.
That definitely feels like history. In just the course of TFT tournaments, at least for the past 2.5 sets, I don't think I've ever seen a player be able to just have a perfect game, ever. That's absolutely bonkers. And, I know you were talking about high rolling, but Dan, what was it about that comp specifically? I know all the pieces had to fit into the puzzle, but when you're looking at an 8 Arcanist board, why is that really, really strong with all the pieces that Appy's put together?
I mean, there's just such thing as overwhelming strength in numbers, and when you start stacking a lot of ability power, it just means that every unit is doing ungodly amounts of damage when you start scaling it. And Victor is one of the most powerful carries in the late stage of the game because he should be hitting every champion, although sometimes, depending on where champions are dashing on the screen, it's not always the case. But no one's really playing, the Aurelia versus him late game. They're all just standing still, and even Zeri with her Lightning Crash dodging around couldn't really avoid it. And so Spicy Appy's, he was able to get a historic 100 HP victory in the North American Regionals, but also it's a nod to some of the other players that get 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. I think the moment Spicy Appy's was hitting Victor on stage 3, I think everyone knew Spicy Appy's was going to win the lobby if you are a high-level player. But who is able to scrap together the 2nd to 4th positions, I think, is also impressive. So in a lot of players' minds, they might look at this game and say, hey, Spicy Appy's, is he the new god of TFT? Is he the new hope of North America? And that could very well be the truth. We also want to give a nod to players like Iniko, Setsuko, and Ramblin', because in some ways, they may have even played better.
Yeah, also, when you guys were talking about just how even Robovan Kanob was in that game, Bryce, you were talking about that was going to be a 5th, but he did such a good job of piecing together everything that he was able to get and to be able to make a composition that even got him to that 5th place. I do want to take a look at the overall lobby winners. So we did follow lobby A, but we also have results from lobby B and lobby C.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so Solus and Robin right now. Bryce, I hear the reaction. Give me your thoughts.
Solus is the god of teamfight tactics. It has to be said. This man has basically not played this game for the last several months. He tunes back into TFT about 48 hours ago. He's probably played like, I don't know how many games, 10, 15 games of TFT. And he comes out, first game of regionals. Everyone basically puts him 24 out of 24 in their power rankings. And he wins the opening lobby with an Aurelia 3-4 striker board. I mean, I can't. What a legendary opening for this tournament for Solus. He is, the thing about Solus is, even though he comes in without this much, prep work for this event specifically, he's historically been a very strong North American tournament player, very creative player, and so, no one should be counting this man out. He was actually my last pick of my fantasy draft that we did last night, so I love to see it at the very least. What a start to the tournament.
Awesome to see that win for Solus in game number 1, and that win for Robin as well. Another 8 Arcanist board, but this time with an RE3 carry. I think it's really great to get a chance to see all of these players just come out of the gate with a really strong performance in this very first game. But let's also take a look at where everybody else fell in these 3 lobbies. You can see, unfortunately for Noster, they did get that 8th in lobby A, but this is where everybody else stands. And Dan, what do you kind of make of just the first game?
I'm not ready to move on from the fact that Solus had Mercenary Heart, and that's exactly where he is comfortable with. I mean, the man was a mercenary one-trick, effectively, in Gizmos and Gadgets, so if he's able to get Mercenaries every game, but yeah, Solus is going to be the world champion. But I'm not sold yet. I'm not convinced. I'm pretty sure every player in this field is capable of piloting a Mercs game if the stars align, where he's getting Aurelia 3 at stage 4, the very beginning of stage 4. So again, in some ways, I want to give a shout out to Goobums and Nubal was able to get 2nd and 3rd in that lobby, because when some people had hit that Aurelia 3 that early in the game, it's really about crisis management. Also, shout out to Robin Songs, picking up exactly where he left off in terms of his win streak. He currently, in the past 7 games of North American Regional, this man has only not gotten first place 1 time. However, again, Robin even self-admittedly said that was the luckiest streak of TFT games he's ever had in his life. But the streak still stands. So, scoreboard check for the rest of NA.
Yeah, I definitely think that obviously this is just the first game. Who knows how many stars had to align in those particular lobbies in order for the placements to be where they were. And we still have 5 more games to play out, so I'm sure things are going to get shaken up as we continue to look at the future lobbies. But I'm curious if any of you have checked out fantasytft.com. And if you got any of the predictions right for that very first game, did you have Solus? Did you have Robin on the cards for taking firsts? Well, you might want to go check that out during the break. We are going to take a short one, and when we come back, we will have more NA Regional Finals on your screens. We're back from our break to bring you more action of the NA Regional Finals. We've also swapped our casters, so we are welcoming in Admirable and Doa to the desk. Admirable, how you doing tonight? And what are you looking forward to this weekend?
Wow, I mean, I'm looking forward to the games that we just saw in #1, like across the board. My gosh, like what a way to kick things off here. At the NA Regionals here with Spicy Appies, one of the up-and-comers, and just absolutely showing exactly why we think he's one of the up-and-comers. And I know that Doa has been talking about Spicy Appies for pretty much the entire season, Doa. I mean, what a way to start things.
Yeah, I've been saying, I think, since the start of Set 6, like, Appies plays the game I dream, the way I dream of playing it someday. I've become a stylistic disciple of Spicy Appies and his great AP play. And this is, I think, a very good patch for him, too. We saw Arcanist take 2 out of the 3 lobbies. I think with all the other re-rolling options makes some of that a little bit easier to do. There's a couple different ways to play Arcanist right now. There's multiple different carries. So for a player like Appies, I feel like he's probably going to feel in his element, but we'll see. That was only one game. There's a lot of games left, but he is one of I have my NA to Worlds dream team, and he's on the list.
There's so many good players, and I think from what I've heard in between the breaks, you both have some really, really good players that you think are going to make it all the way. But I got to talk more about that game #1, because, Doa, I know you were watching this as it happened. Solus ended up taking a first after being in such a dire situation. Can you walk us through what happened after that Merc cash out?
You know, Admirable and I were watching this kind of on the side monitors, and we were like, oh, Solus, he's just going for Mercs. It's like, it looked like a very lifeless game from Solus, like 11 HP on 4-1, and he finally cashes out. And the dude gets Aurelias, he gets 4 Nikos, he gets a bunch of gold and all that kind of stuff. He's able to then make an Aurelia 3 on 4-2, and then it's just win streaking, because he also happens to have like amazing items. He has IE Bloodthirster QSS for his Aurelia 3 suddenly. And so, you know, that was one of the biggest cash out swings I've ever seen in Mercs in Set 6, and who else would do that than Solus? Like, that was peak Solus gameplay right there. But I don't know if that's something you can really rely on. I'm not, honestly, like, I don't think he's going to be one of our players to get the Worlds, if I'm going to be honest, but like, it's fun to watch games like that, no doubt.
Wait, hang on. You can't rely on Aurelia 3 on 4-2 with Bloodthirster and Infinity Edge?
Believe it or not.
Oh,
yeah, I don't think you can.
That makes sense to me.
Guess you can't rely on Victor 2 on 4-5 either. You know, it's just kind of how it goes sometimes in some of these games. But, you know, jumping into game #2 very shortly, Admirable, we have seen a new patch come through for TFT pretty recently. And so when we take a look at Arcanist winning 2 out of the 3 lobbies, is that something that you expected?
It's not something I expected necessarily, but it's definitely not something that surprises me. When we kicked off this patch, it definitely felt like the AP was in kind of a really tough spot, and it took a bit for that meta to really develop. But as players started to understand exactly what was driving that force, you started to see players like Spicy Appies, like Ramblin, really start to take their form because they prefer those AP spots, and as a result, they started crushing.
Oh, well, would you look at that? A golden spatula carousel to kick off this game, too. I'm just going to let you both take it away.
All right, thanks, Nekkra. Here we go, Admirable Game 2. We are in Lobby B for our second broadcasted game of the Teamfight Tactics, Gizmos, and Gadgets Neon Knights NA Regional Finals. The longest tournament name in the history of esports, but happy to be here. It's going to be a sick set of games. Obviously, it already was a sick one game, but yeah, talking about Arcanist, like, you know me, I've always thought that like the AP style was truly at the end of the day the biggest brain way to play Teamfight Tactics. It's easy to make, you know, put swords on people and have them hit things. That's not hard, you know. What's hard is creating the immaculately perfected position board that destroys the enemy with all sorts of manners of, you know, fire and ice and lightning and that sort of thing. You know, that's where the huge intellect lies, clearly.
Yeah, you know, that is easily the least bias point of analysis I have ever heard.
I thought so.
For that aspect as well. And so kind of kicking things off here with our previous lobby winner on Solus' side, Bryce pretty much summed this up really spot on for Solus, where he has not had a ton of attention on 6.5. But frankly, I think last game demonstrated the strength of Solus, and it just really took form for him on that previous one, where he just is a lost streak player. A lost streak thing is a very real thing that you can play in this one, but honestly, when you don't have a ton of practice, what that means is when you're in a position more to play from the tempo and play from the win, that's where I feel like Solus can really struggle. And I think that a spatula opener is definitely one of those try to win streak the boards kind of openings.
Yeah, one does wonder, because you think about spatula options, Assassin is a big one, of course. Striker is another popular spatula option right now. There's a few others that pop up here and there. Obviously, Arcanist is a very popular one at the moment. But we'll see what he decides to go with. I mean, the thing is out of all these players in this tournament, Solus is probably one of the ones that's been around the TFT tournament scene the longest. There's a few others that equal him, but man, he has been around for a long time, so he's not going to get ruffled, And I think that's a big standpoint. And that is also a Talon 2 at 2-1. You're going to be happy with that whenever you see it.
You talk about like an opening that is basically an augment. Like Talon is just it. Like, even if you're losing your games, this Talon is going to make sure that you're taking about as little damage as possible on this one. Now, granted, he's got a belt and a spatula for his opening, so no items here.
Sure.
So no clear direction that you're going for on this one. And I do kind of want to clarify my earlier statement that you don't necessarily want to play for a win streak with the spatula opening, because sometimes the spatula is going to be on that first carousel. But this one, this is kind of like the style of opening I'm talking about where Solus may struggle, though, is because he's used to playing from the lost streak perspective. When you have a Talon 2, you probably are not going to have that.
Yeah, I mean, you can be fairly confident that you can at least win out through Carousel, unless you run into a very, very strong board. But, we'll see. Obviously, taking the win against Asa early on. Asa, I believe, did bot 4 in game number 1, so looking to pick it up a little bit points-wise as well. Yeah, he ended up... Where was it? He
Sixth,
ended up in... yes, 6th. That is correct, yep. So we'll see if he can turn that one around as well. But as the game just starts, we're going to swap over to Pawn Up. See what he's up to. He took a 7th in his first game, so not exactly the result he was looking for. Looking at the augments across the board. All right. Oh, Milk Guy. Some possible socialite action there.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely some strong-looking ones over on the side there. Feels like Asa and Solus, I would say, have like two of the weaker aspects of it. I do think that second wind can be very good, but it's pretty inconsistent on its strength. And then I saw the Voidson with the Trove at the start as well. I feel like that's one of the only spots in the game where that Trove can be truly valuable, is at the very start, trying to snowball that econ advantage that you can get from it.
Yeah, it can be. Kivix with the featherweights as well. In a Warwick reroll meta, that might end up being an augment that comes in handy. But check this out right now for Pawn Up. He's actually got 5 Hextech at the moment, because he has a Hextech emblem that he made with the spatula, I believe, and then he got Hextech Heart from his first augment. And now let's be clear that Hextech is definitely not at the strength level it was earlier in 6.5. At the same time, it's definitely going to be something that that can be strong for a lot of the early and mid game if you get it online.
Voidson gets Mercenaries online as well. Love to see that coming up. Lets us know what to expect. Like if players are having big loss streaks and we can't quite check on their board just yet, we'll know exactly what's going to be there.
Very true.
Love to see that. Yeah, from Pawn Up side, it definitely the Hextechs are not as strong as they used to be. However, this early, it does feel like they still might have a very similar style of strength with 6 of them. And that's where the heart, this is one of the few spots where the heart is actually better than the emblem you can get from the gold one too, is because it's like propelling the 6 Hextech here.
Yeah. And 6 Hex is going to be able to carry you for quite a while, it seems like. So.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be something you're probably going to want to switch away from. But I'm really curious about this because I can't remember the last time I've seen a player take 6 Hextech. So it's something that you do have some options with. It's fairly versatile as far as like the items you can end up incorporating with it. Again, like the big reason it fell off is because the magic damage from the on hit isn't as high as it used to be. So it can't quite carry the way it used to do with all those Sivir comps. But it's certainly going to be something to give you a smooth path to maybe a quick 8 and something else a little bit stronger.
Yeah, I will say that from this week, like on the side of Pawn Up, that he definitely has been, I think, struggling a bit on some of the in-house effects. However, a lot of his strong performances in the in-house have been wins, like straightforward. And I think that this is one of those examples of something where Pawn Up actually understands pretty strongly what is happening in his spot. It's like he's got this very unusual opener, and it can be very strong. I'm expecting him to be able to take strong advantage of this. I think Pawnup is in a great spot to be able to find himself in one of these top 2, top 3 positions here, just because, 8 Hex Tech is an option on the menu for him right now.
Yep, true enough. That'd be cool. I'd love to see something like that, because again, it's just something we haven't seen a whole lot of. Meanwhile, checking out Milk's board right now, going for the Chemtech angle at the moment. He's got the double spotlight augment, which we saw a little bit. I think it's called Duet, if I remember right. I'm terrible with augment names. I'm gonna be honest.
Don't worry, everyone's terrible with the augment.
I know what they do, but looking at them, but I always forget the names. Anyway, obviously the Warwick trend has been a pretty strong comp that's popped up this patch, or at least gotten a little bit stronger this patch anyway. And so he's got the pieces of it online anyway, just looking for some of those 2-stars. But you can see with the 2 socialite hexes, this could be kind of a extra strong version of it once the pieces come together.
Yeah,
it's not too contested.
Quite an interesting spot that Milk is in from this spot. I will say that the Senna 2 is a massive strength to where this board I would expect to normally be in a spot like this. And now a pair of Sejuani's getting found with an option for a pair of Warwicks, and that means that I think this Brawn may be set up for retirement in the spot. But here's the thing about this particular window right now is that you want to get up to 20 gold because you're right before Krugs. And so I think a lot of what Milk decides to do here is going to be whether or not he wins or loses this round. This is a very unusual spot.
Yeah, it feels like you at least want to grab the Warwick because Warwick 2 is such a big hit, and you have other players like Nubal that already have a Warwick 2. We saw him hit that on the sidebar a little bit earlier. So, if you're going to want to count on the strength of this, you do want to try to 2-star some of your core units as fast as possible. Going up against Goobums right now, and doing pretty well. The Trinimir got on the back on the brand, so that's going to be able to take out the majority of the damage, and so it's going to be a grind, but Milk should be able to take this round as well and keep the win streak going into Krug. So he did buy the Warwick like I thought, sold the rest. I think that's a great way to do it. You don't need the Sejuani 2 as badly as you need the Warwick 2. That seems like a good compromise.
Indeed. Taking a look now at Kivix's board, and this is looking... Wow, is this looking strong right now. This is a stacked board at the moment with that Assassin spatula that's been made and the featherweights here. Like, this is going to be a tough one to disrupt, I think, in a very permanent style of fashion here from Kivix's side.
Right. Now, Kivix had kind of a rough game 1, actually. He was win streaking for a long time, and then just around stage 4, fell off really hard. I didn't get a chance to see exactly what his board was, but he ended up in 8th, actually, after a very strong early game. So, definitely looking to try to have a bit better result this time around. Again, we've got 6 games for all the players to play today, so plenty of time to come back, but a little bit of a rough start. 2 bows, a tier, and a cloak, and a Nico are the item options right now. I mean, Shiv seems solid. A little bit of a roll down going on here, it looks like. Little bit of one. Is he going to stick with 30?
I think this is definitely one of the spots where you can justify going deeper just because you have some strong stuff that's going on here. More Twitches getting found as well. I mean, this is starting to really feel like this is the Assassin kind of opener.
Yeah, he's got 6 of them, or 5 of them, rather. I can't count, apparently. He's got 5. Oh, no, a caster trying to count. It's disastrous. Yeah, 5 and a Runins. All right. All right, so, we'll call it a soft commitment to the Twitch comp for now.
Yeah, this does feel like that this could be a heavy commitment, but that it is really relying, I think, on a couple of these finds that he's going to have. This round is going to be a loss here because he stayed on 4 and he didn't really spike in this aspect. And so the question now is going to be, how does this really pan out and make a difference here? You saw the Innovators on the bench, but they were all 1-star at that point. You want those Innovators to be 2-star just so you have that tank.
Ooh.
And Goobums here going for the 3-2 roll.
Yeah, what's the
Not
mutant
stopping.
trade? Did you catch the mutant trade? I cannot remember.
I haven't caught it just yet. I'm hoping it's going to come up pretty soon here. But wow, this is a big spike on Goobums' side. Holy smokes. Rek'Sai 2, the Corki 2, and the Zac 2.
Yeah, that's huge, especially with the front line. It's going to give his Corki and his Misfortune plenty of time to shoot. And so, the 4 Bruiser is going to be one of the more stable ways to get started. That said, those Assassins are going to get in the back. And we'll see how fast they can tear through the Bruisers here. MF going to help a lot, though. Yep, that's kind of what you expect with a 4 Bruiser start. Just too durable for Kivix to get through.
Yeah, and Kivix rolled down to 10 gold. You saw there too. He's got 3 more Twitches until he caps up, and then One single Nocturne away from hitting that spot. Goobums now with some very interesting augments as well. Do you want to take the back foot and try to propel those back casts, some of that back damage you're going to have? I'd say that very often that Goobums is leaning towards the AP perspective, or do you want to double trouble here and really stack up something that maybe you're going to look to try and 3-star?
If you are going for some 2-cost 3-stars, which I don't necessarily believe that he is, but if he's thinking about it now, Double Trouble is an augment that can produce some very strong boards, but it's very picky. It's very particular.
Very
So I don't know.
tough spot. Archangels isn't bad either. If an MF gets off 2 casts with,
we
with
went for
Archangels
it.
in play, it's
All
very
right.
strong. But I do like the Double Trouble here. I think Double Trouble is just a strong augment. It's going to give you so much stuff. Even for just as a stepping stone. Like, you can treat this as a tempo augment. It doesn't have to be a permanent commitment.
Yeah, but if it's not, then you're just going to go into the late game like 1 augment down. So if you treat it like that, then you're kind of saying, all right, well, I'm content with like trying to go for like a 3rd or a 4th, right?
Yeah.
If he decides to reroll though and stack the 3-star 2-cost with the extra 2-star that you get from the Double Trouble augment when you complete the 3-star, that could be a bit different. And the thing is other people are going to be re-rolling things like the Warwick in this lobby. So if you can find like a creative way to do it with like the Corki and the MF, it's not more power to you, man. I mean, that might not be a bad idea.
Yeah, I think the Corki may be a little bit out of the perspective. I think that that Goobums is definitely going to be looking at MF as the primary one here. And occasionally, you'll stack a Zaka at 3 as well. Some cool stuff will happen there. But for Goobums, he does like to commit around this spot, I'd say, of the game and really have something happen here. But that's a second spatula now. And Void Sin started with Mercenaries in this game, so it's very unlikely that I think he has consumed the spatula that he had on his end. So this is a huge spike for Void Sin. If he's just on the Mercenary Lost Streak trait, we're talking 2 extra units could get into play next round.
Yeah, Keepers 2 as well. I want to call attention to Asa picking Spellblade, actually. That is an augment that we don't see picked too often. But with the power of Arcanist that we see right now, I am really excited to see how that's going to go. Let's take a look at Void Sin's board for the moment.
Oh, boy.
That's an 8 loss streak. All right. And with Keepers, that's going to be a much more durable board than it was a moment ago. Finds the Zeri. Interesting.
Yeah. You do want the Mercenaries in play, but that Zeri can definitely carry those items that MF is holding.
Yeah. Certainly can. And you talk about the Nico as well, right? So when this cash out happens, if he gets another Nico or maybe even gets another Zeri, and a Zeri 2 shows up that early. It's not the strongest 5 cost in the set for sure, but it can definitely be devastating at this point in the game. Good items,
strong
too.
board from the other side, but Kivix has the Jarvan get Enforcered right at the start, and then just
This is
overwhelmed on the assassin spot. This is so good for Void Sin and so bad for the rest of the lobby. Look out.
All right. Let's see what it's going to be. Cash out time for Void Sins. It was an 8 loss streak. Already has a Nico. And a Tactician's Crown. Like,
oh boy.
It's going pretty well. Like, Solus is looking over at that board. He's like, looks kind of nice. It's the kind of board I liked. All right, what's it going to be? Finds a couple 4 costs just naturally, too.
Yeah, wants to clean up the board. If you've taken note of what's going to be there, too, like sometimes opening these in a particular order is going to be pretty big. A lot of gold got found in that one.
Yeah,
that's a ton.
I mean, some of that, too, was that his board was full, so some of that might have been intended to be more champions, but because the board is full, it just kind of turns into gold. Just a chain vest for item components, from what I could see there. But yeah, a really fast path to like a 4-1 level 8, it looks like. And that could lead to a pretty strong board. So maybe not the 2-star Zeri or another 5 cost that you're looking for, but should be fairly stable.
I mean, this is 3-6, level 7, 50 gold, full bench, a Zeri with great items, and a Nico and a Tactician's Crown. This is feeling like a very high potential for first from Void Sin. However, when you scroll up to the top of that, you remember that you had mentioned, wanting to see the Hextech outcome and what was going to happen. Pawn up at 94 since that Hextech opening, and Milk sitting at 94 as well. Just lost their win streak. Milk was at 100 HP coming into 3-6. Like, this is some major stacks at the top that Voidson is going to have to compete with. And so, by the time that Voidson is going to start really losing rounds, we're talking the damage is going to be very high. So Voidson has to find himself on a big win streak here and really take advantage of that from here on out if he wants this to really be exactly what it's representing.
Yeah, like 4-1 is... Nico. Oh, there's another Nico! Okay.
What?
All right. So the force is with Voidson today. Is he going to go ahead and make the Zeri 2 right away? I don't know if you need to. I think you can roll a little bit first. See if you can roll the 4% Zeri, save one of those Nikos, you know, maybe get another 2-star 4 cost. So you got to play this one out a little bit cautiously. Nocturne 3 for Kivix, by the way, on the sidebar there. All right. Renata 2 there in the shop decides to pass it by. There's a Sivir 2. There's a Vi 2.
Wow.
And he is finding some great stuff already. And, like, I think at this point you can go ahead and Nico that Zeri. That said, maybe you do just save it, actually. Because at this point, you're kind of thinking of a striker board, I think, more than you're thinking of Zeri carry long term.
I think that the Zeri carry, even still, I think I would want to keep this in play for quite a bit. And that to me is exactly what you said is where my head is at. But at the same time, when you have these two Nico, I think that he has time to do it just because it's still so early. If this was 4-5, I'd say the Nikos get spent. It's 4-1, so I think you have time. You're also just your prime pick on the carousel positioning because of all that lost streak commitment.
Meanwhile, Asa, 70 gold at 4-2. Yeah, I'd say it's time to go to 8. He's got a little bit of room to roll. 8 Arcanists, or not 8 Arcanists, 6 Arcanists online. Can put in another, well, I guess probably... I mean, nothing's really going to give him a trade aside from, like, Socialite maybe. But a Braum just by himself is going to give you that crowd control if it lives. Another Braum in the shop there. Not really a ton of damage aside from what 6 Arcanist gives you here. So you can see he's down at 37 HP. So the situation does still feel a little bit dire.
Yeah, it's a pretty tough spot, I think, that Ace is in just due to the lack of items that have been presented on Ace's side. I feel like it's a huge commitment to why this has potentially been such a big struggle. But getting up to 8 here with 6 Arcanists, I do feel like this is a spot where you can make something happen. So
that was
barely
so close.
wins in this spot versus Pawnup. Pawnup sitting on 7 with 50 gold still. That's looking like a 4-5 spot from Pawnup's side. And for Asa here, he does have a spot where he gets to make a Titans for Vex if that situation comes up. But for right now, he's not exactly having the best rolls on what he's had here. This has just been very aggressive play from Asa style, and frankly, I think it's very justified for that aggressive play.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's going to be an opportunity to swap the Poppy out. Yeah, I was going to say, as I talk about doing this, I feel like that's where we're at now. Yeah, Scholar I like a little bit better. I think ideally you'd want a Lulu in there because she does a good job of giving a lot of survivability to this team, and also provides Enchanter as well, a little bit later in the game. But for now, it's going to be the Zyra to be sort of the synergy bot at the moment with that Arcanist spat.
That Talon is still on Solis' side of the board and just ate through the damage that Asa has on his side. However, that Malzahar with the blue buff still got off a lot of casts, and this is 6 Arcanist. So a lot of damage gets sent over to Solis' side, who's still on 6, re-rolling for that Talon that's over on that side. So Asa, I think, looking in a much better spot, and just, a couple finds from Asa's spot is going to make it very powerful as we go into the 4-4 carousel.
Yeah, I'm still slightly concerned about the amount of damage. I mean, that round was kind of convincing, and you can definitely see the power of 6 Arcanists, but, will that be something that helps him survive long enough with 37 HP? Like, there's not a ton of room for error there. So we'll see. See what the items off the carousel end up being for him. Milk goes with the Tom Kench for the belt. Okay, that's just kind of nice in general. Wonder if he's going to be able to incorporate that into his board, or if that's just going to be 5 gold. All right, Milk, we're going to take a look at him anyway. There's a TK. You could play it. You could. You don't need to, but you could.
This board is looking pretty strong from Milk's side here. Like, having the Striker spatula here, finding a Jace here in this spot as well. Another Socialite.
3 Socialite, definitely what you want when you're playing Duet.
Where is the Aurelia?
Not in that role, at least.
And what do you do here with the Tom? Doesn't feed the Tom in this spot, so it seems to me like he doesn't intend to keep this.
Yeah, either that or just, didn't have time. He does go ahead and build the Warmogs on it. Obviously, you can transfer those items a little bit later. I kind of like the Tom Kench if you're going to do this. 4 Bruiser, 4 Striker is a pretty common combination at the end, and Tom Kench is a great Bruiser to include in there. It's still not going to be able to hold up against this board from Asa. Now you've got the Giant Slayer on that Malzahar. So against the Bruisers in particular, that's going to be pretty good. So now, all right, now that's when it gets started. Whoa! Oh, are we going to go 5 Socialite here? All right. I think that's exactly what we're going to do. Yeah. pretty cool.
Nubal, meanwhile, as we hop over to their side of the board, gets the mega future sight here, where you find the Radiant Zephyr. So you get an additional 20% attack speed across your board. You know exactly who you're playing against next round. And Warwick 3 has already been found. And he's in position to have a QSS for this. But Nubal really needs a glove off of this final creep round that's coming up.
Yeah, it definitely seems that way. Meanwhile, check out the right side there. Solus down at 7 HP. About to kind of get knocked out in 8th after taking first in game number 1. And that's again like stylistically what you can kind of expect from time to time. When you play that high risk, high reward style, sometimes you're definitely going to have games that are just all high risk, right?
Yeah, it's the feast or it's the famine, and this game's looking like the famine so far. And again,
11 HP, plenty to work with. 7 HP, nah, it's not enough. Sorry.
It's just not the style from Solus either. Like, having that early talent, you want to play win streak. Another one on Ace's side as well, with the Prismatic Future Sight. And that's another thing that's bad for Solus in this one too, is when you're playing those rerolls for 2s, and it's not Warwick, the Prismatic Augment really launches players into just a very strong position. Asa here taking a loss from this Warwick. Very tough for Arcanist, I think, to handle that Warwick in that spot.
Totally. I really think this is one of the boards you want to run into least if you're the Arcanist player. That Warwick 3, especially when you get the Titans on it, tends to just not die. It tends to be able to just live through the damage that's coming in, because it's ticking damage, right, for the most part with this, if you're relying on the Malzahar. So the Warwick able to just kind of like heal through that with his ability, and then you get into situations like that. So, I think he's going to have to hope somebody else takes out Nubal, but for the moment, Nubal 6 Challenger Warwick in a pretty good spot. If you can maybe, do you do the Bloodthirster on the Tryndamere?
I think if you can't find the QSS, that is definitely something that you don't mind doing. Tryndamere really likes to have like the Infinity Edge Bloodthirster kind of aspect.
Oh,
QSS gets found.
Never mind.
Wow.
It's a little bit awkward because Hextech Gunblade isn't exactly fantastic for Tryndamere either. But still, I think that you make that sacrifice, you QSS, and then you just use the item components.
I'll agree with that. Kivix here, meanwhile, a pretty strong looking board.
Yo, that's a Tryndamere 3
wow.
by the way.
It's just such a big find. And Kivix here really just trying to focus on the positioning aspect, really taking away the ability for other players to look. So he's going to be paying attention to what his opponents are doing and then positioning at the last second. And in this case, it looked like he just let it all launch into play.
It's kind of cool. I actually don't mind that. I mean, it makes it hard to predict if you are going up against a person with the Zephyr, right? So
yeah,
that ended up
assassins. So
yeah, it also ended up Zephyring the Innovator bug. So that's probably best case scenario there, right? Is it enough though? That Warwick is just unkillable,
so good.
And Kivix takes another bit of damage. Soulless out in 8th. So from the first to the last is the path of Soulless in the first couple games. And, I think we're going to see a lot of that all day from him. A lot of either really insane-looking boards or kind of sad-looking boards.
It's just kind of an interesting little thing to watch here with the way this board positioning is working. The one thing I will say is that from Kivix's side is I feel like I would like to see the Singed move back just a little bit, because you want the other board to walk forward, not to stay up front. And so that is the one thing I'm looking at is this Singed staying in the front line, or is it moving back? I'd like to see it move back a little bit.
You could say yes, but at the same time, then that means Singed throws a little bit later in the fight, and so ideally you'd want to be throwing into where your assassins are like that, so you could CC and give the assassins more time to hit. So I see why you've got him in the front line too, but I think there's reasons to think about it both ways. Either way, that's enough to knock out Asa in 7th. Ouch. And it's kind of what we were talking about with that board, where it just seemed like it was a board that didn't have a lot of damage, and honestly, it didn't really have a lot of front line either. There wasn't a big tanky Vex or anything like that. And it's 6 Arcanists is great, but you need to make sure that the items are there to support it too.
And look at this from Voidson, up to 9, and this was we're at 5-3 right now. 10 units in play. Keepers is one of your augments. You have a Radiant Banshees on your front line just to again create more of that support. Everyone's getting the shield. If I recall this item correctly.
That is correct. Yep.
Oh my gosh! Just how on earth is Voidson supposed to lose this one? 9 win streak since that cash out.
A big part of it too, using the Silco to make the Zeri cast early and just really apply the Morellos and the Shiv to everything. Look at all that damage. Wow. And even the assassins can't stand up, and Kivix out in 6th. So interesting decision for Kivix to go for the low-cost assassin reroll board. Manages to take a 6 with it. Now we have to think about Milk's position. Milk in 5th right now with only 3 HP remaining. He took a 4th last game, so 4th and a 5th the first 2 is not the end of the world, but obviously not like the best result ever. See if we can maybe pull it into a top 4 above pawn up.
Void's gonna go for the Scholar pickup here. Quite rare that you see a Scholar emblem actually get picked up. This has just been one of the least helpful ones. A lot of times when you have Scholars in play, you naturally want to play other Scholars because they kind of synergize really well together. Right. So pretty unusual one there. And so taking a look at Milk's board now, I feel like Milk just didn't find exactly what they were looking for. Like, this is the first Aurelia that's hitting play right now. That cannot be what he was looking for. And finally, a Tahm Kench gets found in the spot. This is a Jace 2 that's standing on a 5 Socialite spot, but is this enough? Like, the boards around the horn are just so strong, Doa.
Yeah, very true. But at the same time, now that you've got a Tahm Kench 2 with some pretty great items on a 5 Socialite square, and you've got the Jace 2 on a 5 Socialite square, maybe Zephyr. This is where it turns around. The Zephyr looks like it hits the, hits the Aurelia is one of them. So just 2 Zephyrs.
Every hex getting shrouded here on Milk's side as well. But look at this Tahm, it's just taken everything!
Yep. And look at how much it's healing, too. That's the power of 5 Socialite there. That Tahm Kench is going to be basically unstoppable, and that's going to be a lot of extra golden item components for Milk as well. In fact, he wins. Pawn Up and Nubal will both lose their rounds, so Milk may be a path into 4th place here. Or even higher, who knows?
More items getting churned as well. This is one of the big things about Tahm Kench, and I think why it's just such a strong unit, is if you keep lasting longer and longer, your board keeps getting stronger and stronger. Inevitably, it's just natural scaling from the Tahm Kench side.
Right. Yep, just got to keep feeding him. I want to draw attention to Goobums as well. Currently top in the lobby with 34 HP, I guess tied to the Voidsins, but he's the player that picked Double Trouble 2 earlier for his second augment, so I'm very curious to see what that board ends up looking like. I guess there we go. 2 Kazakhs. All right, got the Zephyr in there, delivering the Frozen Art to the back line as well. Could be a good amount of damage. The 2 Kazakhs is kind of crazy.
2 Kazakhs delivering so much damage. This Jace is managing to live through it, though. Wow. And look at that burst that just happened.
I mean, that's just... All right, wait for it. There we go. There's only... Oh, he gets a spatula, too. What can you make out of that? Let's see.
You have Mutant, you have Chemtech, you have Assassin right now. So nothing super useful off the start of this.
Yeah, we'll see if maybe like the next carousel has like a spatula on it or something like that. You do see that every once in a while, but... for now, I mean, you just start loading up probably the Aurelia as you try to 2-star it. But this Duet 5 Socialite board with 2-star 5 costs is looking pretty great for Milk. And this is fun because it's one of those boards that you just only see very rarely, right? The augments came together, the drops came together, and Milk knows how to do it because Milk is just frankly one of the smartest players out there.
Wow, Milk moving up to 8 instantly finds Silco. I don't know if Silco is actually good for this board or not, though, because of the fact that it can hit your Warwick. And that can be an absolute disaster at times. Now, I'm saying that mostly out of instinct in this spot, because I don't actually think I've ever seen anyone put a Silco into play with a Warwick 3.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to stick around. I mean, I don't think you'd put it on the Warwick, at least. Nubal really trying to avoid the Zephyrs here. A lot of Zephyrs in this game, by the way. Oh, we actually got the Jace. Okay. So Milk's Jace gets Zephyred. Radiant Zephyred, by the way, so it's not going to be in the fight for a while. The Warwick down, though. The Tahm Kench just eating everybody. Now the Jace comes down, and there's no one to really contest him. The Trinimir gets to the back line, gets lit up immediately, and Tahm Kench just chilling, man. He's just like, yeah, whatever, Zillion, just bomb me all day. I'll just eat things. Give another tier to Milk. They're really... It's actually very appropriate that the tears came out of Nubal there, because I'm sure they were in every sense of the word. Phrase. I don't know where I was going with that. It sounded great in my head. You get the idea.
Tears. That's what you have after seeing that loss.
He's making him shed tears, all right? That's the gist of what I was trying to say.
I mean, I got it totally on that spot. It's just like,
thanks.
Look what happened to the board. Like, you have a Warwick 3, Trin 3 with a Silco, 6 Challenger, Radiant Zephyr, and you lost the fight? Like, my gosh, what a stacked lobby.
You don't often run up against the double 5 cost carry, double Socialite boards. Speaking of double 5 cost carry, this Zarya and the Tom Kench for Voidson's now trying to do it again. And that Warwick getting hit with the Morellos is devastating, actually. And that is going to be an extremely one-sided victory for Voidson. That is going to send Nubal out in 4th. Goobum, Milkai both at 3rd. Who is going to take 2nd? Who is going to take 3rd in this lobby? I don't think anyone is going to drop below Nubal. The Jace fires Goobums out in 3rd. And so Milk using the Socialite board to climb back up from a very low HP deficit. And this is going to be a pretty epic conflict here. That's 3 Zephyrs on Milk's side too. I think that may just tip the scales right there.
I mean, what an excellent use of the items from Milk's side as well. Like, you know that you're going to be taking frontline from this Tom Kench. And so what do you do when you're getting all these belts and you're getting all these cloaks? Bunch of Zephyrs. That's a great way to keep scaling that board too. Now you have extra time for what you're trying to do. So Voidson here has a huge amount of stuff that they're going to have to overcome in this spot.
I mean, Voidson had keepers as well, so he's kind of obligated to keep everything together. And honestly, maybe the keeper shield isn't the biggest deal right now. A lot of stuff gets Zephyred there.
The Zeri, though.
Oh, that
My
Jace.
gosh!
All right, never mind. The Jace basically got bounced around until that, and that is going to be a win for Voidson in Game 2, Lobby B. Found that Zeri early, or that was pretty crazy. That's another Merc cash-out victory. That's what happens. We're going to swap things over to Lobby A here as we check out Ramblin's board. It looks like we've got a good amount of game left here. To start things off, as Admirable and I kind of take in all of this at the same time all of you out there are, Ramblin clearly very far ahead in this lobby with a 5 mutant board. Got the Enforcer Heart earlier, it looks like. Not bad. Win streak at 62 health, but it looks like he might lose that one now. Yep. Okay, win streak over.
It's an Enforcer Heart with an Enforcer emblem that Ramblin has in this spot as well. So that's a 4 Enforcer 5 mutant that's in play at the moment. And an Assassin emblem gets found, which I'm not certain is actually a strong thing for the board here. But I'll tell you what, Ramblin is so good at scouting around and making sure that he's got the right position, that he's got the right idea. All of his thoughts, they're not necessarily like the quickest micro actions in the world, but they're all very deliberate and very well thought out. Ramblin, I think, very rarely is having to make a decision based off of a guess or an intuition.
I want to see an Assassin Shogath leaping to the back line, eating carries. I'm telling you, man, it's a thing.
I think the Assassin
thing I invented right now.
Real because it's holding a Frozen Heart.
I mean, yeah, that's a more logical thing to do, of course, but I
think if this is a big 2-star Cho'Gath, I think you have an argument there, a very real one. If nothing else, again, still for the sake of entertainment. I think the entertainment is a great tiebreaker, at least.
You know me, spot. Right? I mean, the Vi is a smarter move. The Vi is a smarter move, but either way, it looks like it's going to be Soju, the other person kind of contesting him here. We have Robivan, Kenob, and Spencer, and Iniko still alive. Nico, though, with 2 HP. So that is Ghost board on the other side.
Big Cho'Gath on the other side. 3-star with a Frozen Heart. So everything has to gather around that and take way more time because of that Frozen Heart. Ramblin here take another big hit, but you'll notice that Ramblin's going to 9. He hasn't been rolling here on 8 and trying to strengthen this board. He's trying to, again, find an additional capping point for this board and make it even stronger at the end.
You know, without even seeing the mutant trait, I've got a feeling it's Synaptic Web. I mean, just looking at the multiple Malzahars we've seen across the board, the multiple mutant players in what is probably going to be the top 4, I'm kind of feeling Synaptic Web here, although I don't know for sure.
Yeah,
the one way this one.
I'm glad that you pointed that out. In my head, it's a little bit of assumed knowledge that I was having here. When you see a Malzahar with a blue buff and he's got full mana with no other mana items, that's a Synaptic Web because it cuts into that mana enough. That's the one way that I know.
It's going to be very strong. Jace too. All right, we'll take that. Yeah.
5 Enforcer, Doa.
Why not? Like, just get mega enforced, apparently. Randuin's on the Tom Kench. Yep, giving a little bit of that. Jace does get Zephyred, but that's probably one of the least important Jace targets from Robivan Kenob's side of things anyway.
Look at this Malzahar just chaining so much damage. And what happens is that first unit dies, and then just everything evaporates.
Mm-hmm. And that's it. Robivan Kenob gonna get knocked out. Oh, Soju actually was knocked out as well. We're gonna have like 3 people die, I think, here.
Wow.
2. Soju in 4th. He does sneak into the top 4s. Robivan Kenob took a big 19 HP loss, or even more than that. Ended up at -19. He's gonna go out, I guess, at 21. He's gonna go out in 5th. All right, so we got our top three, Iniko, Spencer, and Ramblin'.
Yeah, Ramblin' had a top 4 in the first game. He finished at 4th. Roby Van Kenobi, it's back-to-back 5th places on their end, and Soju now sneaking into the top 4 after a 7th place finish in game number 1. Spencer also climbing their way back up as well. Spencer finished 6th in the first game, and now at least in the top 3. Iniko, back-to-back top 3s have been made now.
All right, Shroud comes through. That's going to be a little bit of a concern. It's not going to slow the Malzahar down too much. It's really all about if the Kazakhs can jump onto the Malzahar, which he never really does. Sometimes you jump onto the Malz and then you jump away right away at that Kazakh, so you can be a little bit unreliable sometimes. A little bit of scouting being done by Ramblin'. We are just watching his POV as we try to catch the end of Lobby A here.
Wow.
In case you're curious. And all right, a little bit more damage done.
Whew.
Spencer drops in 3rd this game. And it's just Iniko at 2 HP in a dream versus Ramblin' here in what could be the last round coming up after this carousel.
Yeah, we see Spicy Appy's finished in 6th after the perfect win in game number 1. And for here, Ramblin' and Iniko in the top 2. Again, it's 2 of the AP players in this lobby are absolutely in a prime spot here. And when Synaptic Web pops up, I will say that, this is a very imbalanced trait at the moment. But you have to know how to take advantage of it. It's not just as fortunate as, oh, well, it's Synaptic Web popped up. I got a little bit lucky. You have to know how to capitalize on that luck as well.
Oh, there it is.
And that's exactly what these
Double
players
feed.
are doing.
Yep. Just a single feed before the Tom Kench 2 gets made. And that's going to add a little bit of strength here.
Is this 7 Kazakhs on the side here for Ramblin' as well?
Yeah, it is. Yep.
Big Shroud on that back corner. Iniko very strong on the scouting spot, but is this going to be strong enough? Because right now that Malzahar is completely unchecked. And when that's unchecked with Synaptic Web, that is a bad spot to be in. In Doha, I think Iniko is going to find themselves with back-to-back second places here, which is a fantastic kickoff to the day. But Ramblin' is going to win this lobby with 34 HP left, taking complete advantage of the Synaptic Web.
Yep, from a 4th place in game 1 to a 1st place in game 2, Ramblin', a person a lot of people had on the top of their power rankings coming into this one. 2 top 4 finishes, doesn't really get much better of a start, does it, Nekkra?
No, it really doesn't, especially when you're looking at the fact that your placement over the course of the 3 days does, in fact, matter in terms of whether or not you could potentially be making it to the World Championship. So I think that having that consistency in the top 4 for day number 1, definitely a fantastic start for them. I mean, admirable. Let's just talk about Ramblin' a little bit more as a player as well. Like, give me some more reasons why Ramblin' is at the top of so many people's power rankings going into the NA regional finals.
Honestly, for me personally, I had a list also that I shared with Dan just to compare it with the list that him and Bryce made yesterday for their show that they hosted. And for me, one of the reasons I hold Ramblin' so strong is just because he's been such a consistent player, and his practice has just been high quality practice. He spends a lot of time actually studying things. He doesn't just play game after game after game after game and rely on the experience part of it. He is actively thinking out all of these decisions he's making. So he's not the fastest in terms of making all these decisions, but they're all deliberate. He has a reason for every single one of them. And when he makes that mistake, he just accepts the mistake and tries to fix it and then moves on. And it's just consistently gotten stronger over the course of all of this time. You look at his tournament performance all the way from the start till now, it's always been strong. And frankly, I don't think it's slowing down anytime soon.
Yeah, Ramblin's kind of like the ancient martial arts master, where he's like clearly like 80 years old. He's got like a long wispy beard, and like some young dude, like some young punk on the street tries to like mug him or something. He just like does one move, and the dude like flies 30 feet. That's basically how Ramblin plays TFT. If I could break it down for you that way.
I like it. Okay, so definitely a big grinder in the game, has a lot of practice under his belt going into this tournament, but I feel like everybody has had to prove themselves in some way or another, because this is one of the biggest tournaments of the year besides the World Championships, Admirable. So when you take a look at that aspect of things, are there any other players that you feel like are very prepared going into the tournament this weekend in terms of their preparation overall?
In terms of their preparation overall, we saw a lot of players playing in the in-houses this week in terms of practice for this, and almost every single in-house that I was watching was players exclusively from regionals. At times you have to fill it in, not everyone's available. But for the most part, it was all regionals performers for these in-houses. We saw Iniko playing a ton and practicing a ton for this spot. We saw Spicy Appy's get in a few games, but Spicy Appy's mostly, again, like the high-quality practice and consistent practice that he has had. Even if you are queuing a bunch of solo queue, just making sure that you're improving your play at every step of the way. A very big aspect of it. Pretty much every player you look at, aside from, I'd say, like Solus, Kivix, and Non-Tom, these are the three players that I had the most struggle, I'd say, finding some sort of performance or practice for them that was visible at least. Everyone else had been doing something, and it's just a matter at that point of how strong you are. I think your tournament history is going to be a big part of that, the experience you have at a spot like this, because the pressure is magnified when you reach an event that has these kinds of stakes in it. And that's where I feel like that Ramblin' is really coming to the top of the list for a lot of these players, again, is that experience aspect of it. But I think you take a look across the board, and this is what makes this event so special, is that we're looking at 24 of the top performers from set 6 competing in this event. Almost any player you find on this list, they're going to be a threat to be able to win a tournament.
I mean, don't even just looking at that second game, Iniko had another fantastic finish for that game too. And we only got a glimpse of what was going on in Lobby A from just this game number 2, but I feel like that consistency as well is really going to help when looking at the rest of the 4 games that we have today.
Yeah, well, I put it this way before, like when I was doing my initial climb in 6.5, like I ran into him on the ladder, and like it was just it was like that scene in Captain America where like the Falcon is like running along and like Captain America just like goes right past him. It's like, yeah, you were next to him for a second, but then he's just like, a mile ahead of you, and that's kind of what it felt like in that game. So the guy's super talented. He's been around forever in the TFT scene, and I think if he can keep putting performances together, I mean, we talked about it too. One of the spots to Worlds is from top like average performance over the course of 3 days too. So you don't necessarily need a lot of big first places. You just need a good average finish in a way too. And what was it? He got a third this last game, and then he got a second, I think, in game number 1. So that's a pretty great start.
Absolutely. Let's go ahead and take a look at our lobby winners from all 3 lobbies. We did get a chance to see Ramblin' and Voidson take their first places in their respective lobbies, but also DQA in Lobby C, winning with a 7 Debonair VIP Draven carry. Doa, what do you make of that?
Nice. I mean, we know VIP Draven is a very strong champion to build your board around. If you can get to 7 Debonair, that's a lot of stats to give him. So yeah, I mean, it just sounds like a pretty great board. You've got makeshift armor, you've got meditation on top of that, so a little bit extra strength to the board that doesn't have any items on it. And then you've also got what is that? The heart. It's the one that heals you after a certain amount of seconds, right? Oh, never mind. We're being told those augments are not exactly correct. So forget that. Draven's strong. That's all we need to know. He's a pretty good champion. Yeah. Oh, there we go. All right. Cool. Yeah, well, Ascension, Portable Forge, I mean, maybe there's a Death's Defiance mix in there somewhere. Who knows? I'm just guessing right now. But no, one thing we don't have to guess about, I'll say it again, Draven is strong.
Draven is definitely strong, and especially when you get the right mutation as well, that can also be a lobby winning mutation. But let's take a look at Lobby C a little bit deeper, because Lobby A and Lobby B scores aren't too much of a surprise since we got a chance to take a look at both of those lobbies for game number 2. But Non-Tom also taking a second place. Liquid Robin with another strong performance after that first place in that game number 1 for that lobby, finishing that up as well with a third place. What else admirable kind of sticks out to you about what's going on in Lobby C, or just kind of anywhere across the board?
Honestly, what's kind of like the most surprising to me is like how many just complete inverses of the finishes that players have. Like Sox finished 5th in game number 1, 4th in game number 2. You look at Non-Tom, they finished 7th in game number 1, they finished 2nd in game number 2. Like, what's going on here? Like, it's just kind of like inverting those finishes all the way across. But DQA, I really wanted to highlight this a bit more too, seeing the Draven win, is that it feels like that's just very much straight into DQA style as well. He's always been very strong with these singular carry style plays where you stack into a corner, you surround everything else with them, and hope they live long enough to finish off the board. That's exactly where they finished in that spot. Plus the 5 Debonair up to 7 Debonair, huge difference in that one. But Sox so far delivering now a stronger finish than his first one. So, pretty strong performances from there. And looking at Vile going from 4th place to 8th place in that one, I had Vile stacked very high on my list coming into this event. And so seeing him get that 8th place there, it's not really what I was expecting in that spot. But my gosh, it just almost any way you slice up this lobby, the bottom 8 is going to look like how are they in the bottom 8 right now? It's just that's what happens when you have the regionals of the 24 top performers from the season.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a lot of really great players, right? I'm going to clue you in. I'm going to fill you in on who the DOA Dream Team for Worlds is, right? Or I'm going to let you know. It's the DOA Dream Team is it's going to be Robin, Appies. Oh no, who are the other two? I forgot already. It was Ramblin and Milk. That's right. Yeah. Okay. So Milk, Ramblin, Appies, and why did I forget suddenly again?
Robin.
Right. I'm terrible at remembering who the DOA Dream Team is, but I believe in them. And they're all in the top 16 right now. So there you go.
I think even in the top 8, actually, based on those standings. So, Doa, maybe you're on to something.
I think so.
Hopefully you can remember who they are, though. Or otherwise, that could be your excuse to keep picking new players, right, that are in the top 8.
There's a lot of names on that screen that look good. So they're jumping out at me and telling me to change the Dream Team. But it's too late now. I've committed,
Yep, you have committed. We're going to write them down so you don't forget. Hey,
Thanks.
But it's been great for these first 2 games of the day. We still have 4 more to go, but if you're watching these games, maybe you should go check out fantasytft.com and play along with us. Have you been getting the winners right? Have you been getting the losers of these lobbies right? I mean, Admirable called it out. Everything has kind of been flipped on its head, so maybe you want to take that into consideration as we also swap up these lobbies, because we are going to be reseeding them since we have finished up 2 games for the day. We're going to take a short break, but don't go anywhere because you're watching the NA Regional Finals. welcoming back Bryce and Dan to the broadcast as we welcome all of you back to day 1 of the NA Regional Finals. Now, I know it's early. We've only had 2 games for day number 1, but Bryce, I want to pick your brain a little bit about, who's kind of standing out to you as we just kick off this first day.
So far, my standout player of the tournament is probably Goobums. He's been consistently in the top of his lobbies, and he's in both lobbies. There's been some decisive high roll. There are 2 Merc cash-out players that wound up building overwhelming board strength, and it's really hard to contest those types of boards for the top 1, but he's played creative boards. He's been stable throughout the game. He's constantly been putting himself in positions where it's essentially a guaranteed top 4, and he's a player that has slowly but surely kind of climbed up the ranks of the top players in North America heading into this event. And the question was, what form was he going to show up in? So 2 good early games for Goobums says a lot about how much of a threat he's going to be in this event.
Yeah, for sure. I'm so excited to get a chance to see some how Goobums is approaching this game, especially in this day number 1, which I'm sure we're going to get a little bit later. But Dan, what about you? Who's kind of sticking out to you at this point?
Goobums is definitely one of those players. I also want to give shout out to Ramblin' and Robin. They are a duo that is fearsome in tournaments, but they're also putting up, of course, Robin is the reigning North American champion, currently number 1 in points. And regardless of how the rest of the day pounds out, clearly this man came to play and also is very versatile in his repertoire. So I want to give an acknowledgement there. But also there's a couple of other players that have been on my radar for a while. One player I didn't get a shout out is that I think that this might be one of those regionals we get to see some breakout players. Every single regionals we get an opportunity for a player where they enter that conversation. In set 4, it was Ram Kev. In set 5, we got to see some really strong performances. But that's when Robin really put his stamp onto North America. Set 6 was really about Spicy Appies. Right now in 6.5, I want to call attention. One player is Dish Soap. I think Dish Soap is a player who has been grinding a lot. He's got 3 accounts that's always pushing top 10 challenger. He's innovating lines of play and helping other people learn different trees. And also, he's just very consistent in the way he's playing, solidly right now in the top half of the pack. So pay attention to this player as the weekend develops. Hopefully, he continues to show results because he's also on my fantasy draft team competing against Bryce.
Yeah, that is important. That is important to see these players help out your fantasy drafts as well. But I think those are excellent points about some of these players that are playing consistently. And Bryce, I love that you mentioned that there are some players that did just get some really good high rolls in order to take their first places. So I think we're going to have to keep an eye on those players that can be consistent in the top 4. We are ready to head into our game 3 of day number 1, and we're going to be following some more of those players that have been having that consistency, namely Robin as one of those. So Dan and Bryce, take it away.
Here we go. Game number 3. After this, we'll be at halftime for the first day of the Gizmos and Gadgets North American Regional Finals. It's Bryce Blum and Frodan here to bring you the action, hopping on board the Team Liquid's Robin song, the reigning champion of North America from previous set of the Reckoning Regional Finals. What do you make of Robin Song's play so far? People used to call him an AD expert, and it seems like he's kind of towing the line and being open to both big trees here.
Yeah, I think Robin low-key became one of the more flexible players. He has an AD lean, but he's also very capable of playing in the AP tree. It's maybe like 60-40, which is a big difference between last year's regionals and this year's regionals for Robin. And I have to say, Dan, as we see that mutant trait flash up, look, there's a few mutant traits that a lot of people are not playing around in general. There's a couple that are in medium strength territory, and then there is Synaptic Web, which is broken.
That's right. I mean, it's been a hot topic issue within the community, but we'll see if people play around it in any way. And Robin introduced with a couple of trait-specific augments in Debonair Crest, Instant Injection for the Chemtex, and then Woodland Trinket, which is an augment that I think a lot of people aren't huge fans of. It just generally falls off late game extremely hard. So I have to imagine that Robin is considering one of the first 2 options here.
I think so, and I think the reason we're seeing him delay the pick here is because we can't see it because we're in the tournament realm, but he's probably scouting around and looking at all the other picks. If there's no one committed to Warwick, I think that oftentimes you can go Warwick from these types of situations. Warwick can use multiple chains. Titan's Resolve, one of his best items. Sometimes you even just build double Titans on Warwick. A Frozen Heart is a very solid item on Tryndamere, and so I think that you can see him play around that. He also picks up a Twitch too, so he could theoretically try to play Twitch, though I think that's a much harder ask considering that he has no items for that Twitch. Gets a Quinn out of a box as well, so that's a really good start. And this is just, he's kind of letting Mortdog take the wheel a little bit here, right? He doesn't have BIS or anything close to approaching. He's got some okay components. He does get a very powerful opening augment. Then look at that. He has 2-1 mercenaries. I didn't even see it, but you see him pick up the MF, and there he goes. So this is a really interesting one because for most boards, you do not want to play mercenaries into reroll. It's not a good setup, but you actually can play mercenaries into like a semi-early cash out into Warwick, or you can just sell everything and decide that, you know what, he's going to come back for that Warwick later if he wants to do that. He sees other possible loss streakers and he wants to guarantee the loss.
Oh my goodness, what a spicy turn of events here for Robin Songs, who is not known to be a loose streak player and, quite frankly, also not known for his mercenary skills. By his own admission, we were actually on a podcast with him last night saying how he sometimes accidentally wins and snaps his own loose streak because he's trying to preserve his health. So we'll see if that ends up being the case later on, but knowing Robin, he'll probably make the best of an awkward situation. Noster also playing Mercs, and you know what? If they hit each other, one of them will win. So both of those players right now on thin ice. Let's take a look at DQA. He goes the opposite direction. He says, you know what? I have 3 twin shots. I have a lot of gold because I picked Treasure Trove. I'm going to go for a level 5 on 2-2.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have some people really strongly leaning into loss streak from this situation, and then we have some people going the complete other direction. DQA going full tempo here, and this is such a powerful board. He has the 3 twin shots early, and he has the 3 Yorls to be able to print gold. Going up against Milk, or is this Spencer's board? I can't tell. Who's also level 5? What is happening? It's so hard to tell.
It is Milk.
Okay,
Milk also has Treasure Trove. He's also level 5, so both trying to fight for tempo. But Milk favoring a little bit more economy as he does make the 10 interest gold. Oh my gosh. That's a Corky 2!
Yeah, such a powerful board for DQA, and he gets that win there. Not as big of a deal for Milk because he, it looks like, went loss, so just playing tempo on the leveling. But DQA has a very, very valuable win streak to protect. And this is going to be such a fascinating stage, too. Can DQA kind of back up this tempo? I really, really like this play because he's able to still make 10 gold here on 2-3 because of Treasure Trove. So he's not falling behind in terms of the typical economic curve, but he has a ton of board strength. And speaking of a ton of board strength, Noster, not so much.
Noster and Robin both on that lose streak, and Robin is not going to kill any units. And this is actually an additional benefit that's not often talked about in the intermediate play, even in advanced plays, that sometimes just leveling has a side benefit of punishing those who are loose streaking by dealing that extra bit of damage. As Robin, as you can see, by facing a level 5 player, is a little bit lower than Noster, who are both trying to do the exact same thing. Let's take a look at a stage 2 carousel and see what is available to us. Spatula is up for consideration, but I'm not entirely sure what to do with spatulas at this point in the game, so I wouldn't be surprised, despite it being on a 3 cost, for people to maybe opt to skip. And as a result, Milk gets second pick on it, and I know Milk loves to play for Tactician's Crowns when he gets that opportunity, especially if he's loose streaking.
Yeah, I mean, who doesn't love to play for Tactician's Crowns, but Milk's ability to kind of play around it is he's just so good at it. He has so much control in the way in which he approaches a game, so that spatula really, really good. And actually coming out of Carousel, we see a Tryndamere 2 on our right side, so actually Milk was picking it for the unit as much as for the item itself. Can certainly make either a Chemtech spat or a Challenger spat. Going up with Spencer, who has also taken instant injection, is playing Warwick already with a Warwick 2. He has 4 copies of this unit, and maybe that's what Robin saw. Maybe Robin took that augment and then scouted around and said, wait a second, I don't want to contest Warwick reroll, seeing Spencer was in a better spot for it.
Oh man, that's such a interesting spot for Robin in particular, who seems to be on the chopping block of every powerful level 5 board. And the way Robin's positioning is quite deliberate. He's putting Misfortune in the front, because if he goes head to head with Noster 11, will end up having to try and lose as hard as possible. And this is a really bad thing for both players. They are forced to try to play the weakest version of their board in an attempt to avoid each other. And that's actually caused them to be as low as mid-50s in terms of their HP going to the end of the stage.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. On some level, they just want to kind of rip off the Band-Aid and get it over with, and just whoever's going to lose that fight or whoever's going to win that fight, like, be able to adjust their game plan and go forward. But instead, they're forced to consistently play the weakest imaginable boards in the hopes that if they play the other person, they are going to be able to somehow manage to lose that kind of battle of the worst boards. They don't play each other here, so they're both going to take more damage and be in the 50s, or, you know, you're close to it probably, as we head into our first neutral round. Such a big deal. Spencer choosing to slam a second Titan's Resolve. We talked about that earlier when we were on Robin's board. I really like this play. Both players playing for streak. This is such a big fight.
That's right. Trying to make sure they can end it on a dub, and that Warwick has ascended to a Warwick beyond a Warwick 2. Having what's equivalent to a Radiant Titans Vow. Thumbs up to DQA, little friendly rivalry. Both players coming up in the scene around the same time. Both very young, starting off their competitive careers as teenagers. But only one can end with the win streak, and that is Spencer. A player that also gets a reputation for playing a lose streak, but Spencer also is very capable of playing win streak. Otherwise, he wouldn't be considered one of the top 5 players for quite some time now.
Yeah, absolutely. And win streak into reroll Warwick, the most powerful reroll composition in the game. Already 4 copies of Warwick, already very good items on this Warwick with the double Titans Resolve. So Spencer is in an outstanding position for this game. On the flip side, you have Noster and Robin, both of whom are very much in the danger zone, both at mid-50s in HP. That is crazy low for this stage of the game, and they still haven't played each other. So one of them is going to play the other person sometime relatively soon, most likely, and have their streak snapped way too early. And that's the thing about when you're playing Mercenaries, is each successive loss really builds up the value of what goes into your chest. So you really do not want to 5-loss cash out here. Trading 50 HP for a 5 Merc cash out just isn't going to cut it. You need to get deeper into your Merc cash outs in order to hopefully be able to score big and then turn the game around.
Yeah, looking at Milk's board, he is going to level to 6, going up against a level 5 board from Non-Tom, a player we haven't really talked much about. He is the enigma of North America. No one knows what Non-Tom's style is these days, because he just keeps a lot of his play hidden. No one really knows what he's doing. He doesn't talk to many players. In fact, he doesn't even really play consistently set after set. Some sets he's completely dialed in. He's top 2 on ladder. And some sets he's completely absent from the leaderboard because he's not playing. Oh, taking a look at the cash out here from Noster. Looks like he has chosen to find a way to win here. And now he has to figure out a way to snap that losing streak decisively and commit to a win streak.
Yeah, I'm not sure he chose anything here. He just played Robin, and Robin's board was too weak for him to be able to continue the loss streak. And so Noster just has to figure out what to do from here, right? He doesn't have a choice anymore. He's cashed out. We see him get a bunch of gold. He is relatively wealthy, right? It's not often that you're level 6, 32 gold here, but he does not have a strong board, right? He expects to start losing again, but he's going to choose to commit some items to his board and try to get strong and see what he can do from here. I think I like this play. He doesn't panic and start rolling on 3-2. It's really hard to build a board that's going to be able to kind of rubber band this game in the way that you need to from this situation if you try to roll too deep on level 6. So he's just going to try to probably play around a level 7 roll down. Actually winds up slamming enough items to make a pretty good board here. This early Vi doing so much work, even against this Tryndamere 2, going to be able to get another win that's really big for Noster. Let's see if he can put together one more win on 3-3. It will be a huge fight as we go into the second augment of the game.
Very true. And you can see why a lot of people do not have a high opinion of Tryndamere currently, as he's not able to get it done, even at 2-star with really powerful synergies. Noster looks at his cash for his mercenaries, looking at what he could potentially take. A lot of these are kind of awkward, as right now his items are spread, so makeshift armor is weak, and obviously item grab bag is not necessarily the tempo that he's looking for, considering that he wants to start focusing his items. And yet, despite that, he takes Battle Mage, having a Ruinous Hurricane already slammed. Bryce, what do we think about this?
Well, I know what he thinks about this. He thinks he just got mort dogged. He's not happy about any of these augment choices. You know, none of these were very good for a situation. I think you appropriately analyzed the first two. Battle Mage, not very good. First of all, it's not a particularly good augment, just generically speaking. Second of all, it's not a very good augment when you're playing around what is likely an AD carry with this Ruinous Hurricane already slammed. Noster just takes the augment that he's going to give him some version of board strength and just says, you know what, it is what it is. I got to make the game work. Warwick levels to 7 here, trying to preserve the streak, going up against Spencer, who is still 100 HP, still has this double Titans. Warwick is the extra unit going to be able to make a difference? It looks like it, but here comes the Warwick. It's ascending. Is it going to be able to roll over the rest of Noser's board?
Oh my god, this Warwick has so much resistances from the 2 Titans able to get the full stacks and the Phalanx, and I just worry without any shred, this Warwick's going to continue to heal. Oh, the big disarm from Quinn.
Huge.
Oh, nice win here for Noster, able to decisively snap his losing streak. Robin Songs down to 19 HP. 3 spatulas appear. That's going to be a guaranteed Tactician's Crown here for Milk Guy. But my eye is right now on Robin Songs because he needs to avoid dying before the Raptors.
Yeah, you called it when Milk took that first spatula, that he's someone that likes to play around the possibility of a Tactician's Crown. Obviously not something you can count on, a little high roll, but it's so powerful when you get it, and Milk just gets rewarded for doing that. He gets the Tryndamere 2. Now he gets a Tactician's Crown, so he's going to be able to play an extra unit. Such a big hit for him. And yeah, all eyes on Robin Songs. You said it, not the world's best mercenary player. Let's see how this roll down goes for him. He's going to be able to build a board capable of beating someone.
Yeah, I don't think it's good enough. Does have... this Vi he can play as well as Long. Finds another Vi. Finds Draven. VIP Draven getting the ability to have infinite attack range and ignore 50% of armor is a big deal. It gives him something to play towards and has a way to build on this current board because he has challengers already existing. So I see how Robin can turn it around. The question is, will he?
Yeah, he's going with Spencer. Definitely one of the stronger boards in the lobby. We just saw him take his first loss, though. Robin does have anti-heal. There goes the first Quinn ulti, and it CCs the Warwick 4 now. There's some anti-heal already on this Warwick as well, but Warwick is just cutting through this front line slowly but surely, and there's so many units left alive for Spencer's board. I don't think Robin's going to be able to do it this time, so... Okay, down to 9 HP. This is potentially 2 lives. Damage in stage 3 is relatively low, so if he fails to cash out on this next turn, he's gonna maybe have 1 more depending on how many units he kills.
Oh my gosh. A double moon jackpot. We don't know what's in. He passes a Renata, looking for 2-star units, finds 2-star Tryndamere. Needs to find a way to get even stronger somehow. Replaces the Bramble Vest, puts it onto the Vi. At this point, it might be all hands on deck. Finds a Zeri, but I don't know how we can fit the Zeri in easily unless we're willing to cut Vi. And I don't even know if Zeri's going to be able to do it. And here we go, Robin Songs, potentially his last prayer going up against a Nantom. Nantom didn't level to 7. He looks like he has a solid board, but is it strong enough to withhold a lot of 2-stars? And I'm just not sure if Robin Songs can even get past his Vex. The big burst from the Arcanist, able to deal with a couple of those units. And now the Tryndamere is spinning in. Robin Songs desperately needs to get 1 more cast from a Make It Rain. All these units are so weak. No, the Make It Rain is out of range. And Robin
living with 1 HP and a dream, but... Such a tough spot for Robin. You know, when you play for these cash outs, you're trying to hopefully maybe high roll your way into a 4-cost 2-star if you can, or maybe just play good matchups, right? Try to play someone who's, you know, weaker tail end of stage 3 and looking to transition their board on stage 4. He plays Spencer, who's one of the strongest boards in the lobby and has that Warwick board that's been so powerful, only lost 1 fight. And he plays Nantom, who only has 30 gold, so clearly rolled heavily on 3-2 and has a bunch of upgraded units as well. So the mere fact that Robin had upgraded units was not enough, and this is just such a tough spot. Is there any way he's going to be able to find a catch-up? Because if he does, we don't know what's in the chest, but we know it is big. He has been losing every round with mercenaries in since the very beginning of the game.
Vi2's a huge deal. Finds Kaisa, doesn't have any Nikos, needs to find a way to 2-star his board. Zach 2's a big deal. Currently, there it is. Can we find the last piece of the puzzle, and that's Vi2. He has to roll it down desperately. He's a victor, but I don't think he can pick it up. And right now, it is a fire sale. My kingdom for a Vi2 has to slam an item. And by the way, he didn't get that many good components. Has to go for a second Bramble Vest.
I'm kind of surprised he didn't slam a Titans there on the Tryndamere. It felt like a much better item to me to keep this Tryndamere alive. The resistances work so well with the Bloodthirster, but goes for a second Bramble, which is good into Milk, who has this IE on the Tryndamere.
Oh my gosh.
Early CC from the Quinn onto the Tryndamere, and it dashes into the back line. It gets CC'd more by the Zac. This Tryndamere is going to go down. There's no damage left alive for Milk. Is Robin going to do this?
I think so. When two Tryndamere collide, when a stoppable force meets a movable object, one Tryndamere has to lose. And in this case, Robin Songs has cashed out. Whoa. Has to be careful not to cash out too quickly in case there's a bunch of champions. And that happens so fast. I'm not entirely sure what happened. He cracks the tome. And I gotta say that this was a very underwhelming cash out here, Bryce. What just happened?
I am extremely underwhelmed. He gets some gold. He gets a Vi 2, which is a pretty big spike for his board. But normally when you have a loss streak all the way 11 fights, we're looking at like tactician's crowns and a bunch of Nikos and some 5 costs and like all sorts of really, really good things that, you know, he traded 99 HP for. And Robin gets what I would consider like a decent, like maybe 8 loss cash out, 7 loss cash out. Definitely not the kind of thing that you would be expecting from 11 loss. So Robin, his situation went from doomed to hope back to doomed. I is really, really hard for me to envision Robin coming far back in this game.
You know, if Robin has somehow avoids an 8th place, it would be a miracle. Let's go ahead and focus on another player who still has mercenaries in at this point, utilizing Misfortune, and that is Setsuko, who has a Misfortune 2 and a Jin 2. Now, important to know that Setsuko has one of the most interesting augments for this type of this kind of setup in gold reserves, which is the more gold you have, the more damage your mercenaries do, all the way up to 25 because it gives you an extra 50% bonus damage. And so that's one of these situations where you want to actually keep yourself a little bit higher gold count than currently where Setsuko is. In fact, selling anything on his bench or holding anything on his bench does affect the current power status of where his composition is going to be. So he does actually want to have that delicate balance of how much he's holding versus how much he's spending. Does get a win over DQA. He went for a quick level 8 and is able to continue to lean into it. But we have seen more Misfortune reroll cracking North America, so we'll see how far Setsuko can go.
Yeah, more Misfortune reroll. Misfortune's a unit that's been really heavily prioritized on some other servers, particularly in Asia, before, you know, much earlier stages in the set, and it feels like it's just starting to catch on. It's been played some in EU throughout the set, and we saw it played with great effect in the tournament in their regionals earlier today, and we're starting to see some North American players pick it up. Setsuko clearly familiar with it, and gold reserves, like you highlighted. Such an interesting augment, and definitely one of the best augments for carrying a Misfortune, because if you can build your economy up, you can get so much extra damage. It almost starts to operate like a sniper's nest, where you're just putting so much additional damage on the Misfortune. If you can get the Misfortune 3, it is crazy, but even a Misfortune 2 with enough gold in reserve will be able to do enough damage to be a primary carry for Setsuko, as long as he builds enough frontline in order for Misfortune to do that work. So very interesting board state to be taking a look at for Setsuko. It'll be fun to see kind of how he plays out this game from here. A lot of options and very interesting risk-reward calculus in terms of maintaining his gold to keep the power on his board versus spending it to upgrade the units on that board.
Robin's still at 1 HP, by the way. Keep an eye on him. I think we got word that it was potentially 5 costs in his chest, and that's why it looks so underwhelming, because they all turned into gold instead of him actually being able to capitalize onto his bench because he ran out of space. So you take a look at Setsuko going against Non-Tom, who just seems to kind of be going up against the ringer. Whenever we're on a POV, they seem to be facing off against Non-Tom, and that is the litmus test of whether or not they're strong enough. In this lobby, Misfortune does end up getting destroyed. Look out. The AD God is using the AP comp in the mid stages of this game. As Non-Tom gets an important victory, we're going to a 4-6 prismatic augment choice. 2 snipers.
Instant
for
cop
Setsuko.
on the sniper emblem for Setsuko. 4 sniper is such a big power spike that many people will play it, even if you were talking about like playing a Caitlyn 1. So to get that spike online and not have to play the extra units is such a big deal for where Setsuko's game can go from here. We see a cybernetic pickup for Valet. This is a really generically powerful augment. It's giving a meaningful amount of stats. His units are somewhat spread out, but he does have a 3-item carry, which is not great synergy with the augment. I didn't see the other options very clearly, though. Do we like this pick here, Dan?
I think so. I think the Cybernet uplink is better for more the AP comp. And again, this is a Synaptic web lobby. So, some people are trying to counter it. And that's exactly what Vile is trying to do. He says, you know what? Yeah, I'm going to try to go for more enchanters, have a lot of magic resistance. A big proponent of this is Ramkev. Oh, an ankle break move from Vile to give up the Socialite Hex to try and get the advantage over Nantam, who does have that Synaptic board, or rather the Arcanist board set up here with the Malzahar. And interestingly enough, it does seem like Nantam has Stand United, so he's going to be utilizing more of the ability power, not the attack damage component of that prismatic choice. And you can already see that the Enchanter's magic resistance is coming up huge. Senna's Piercing Dart is able to get one more big shot, and all of a sudden, Nantam is put down to 30 HP. Taking a look at inventory, Liquid Robin Songs is trying to make a big comeback. Again, if he can avoid 8th place, I say mission accomplished. Noster is not too far behind him at 11 points, and Noster needs as many points as he can get.
Yeah, absolutely. Noster needs the points much more than Robin does. If Robin can turn this into anything that's not an 8th, I agree that would be super impressive. I also think as we're heading into this, end of stage 4, it's worth noting that Valet has played what many people consider to be like a Synaptic tech specifically, which is you play an Enchanter-based board because you get a lot of extra magic resistance into the Synaptic players. But this is one of the weirdest Synaptic lobbies I've ever seen. Normally, when we're talking about Synaptic lobbies, we're looking at like 4 Synaptic players. There are no mutant players in this lobby right now. Nantam certainly can pivot into mutants from here, and I think most people probably would try to pivot into mutants from here, but maybe not as he passes a bunch of causes. It looks like Nantam just wants to play a more generic Arcanist board, and he's actually able to roll for a Malzahar 3 in a Synaptic lobby, which is not something you see every day because normally it's so contested. I don't know what happened. It's like everyone just agreed at the beginning, like, no mutants, we agree, cool. And so they're just passing.
Oh, and because he was spending so much time rolling, he gets Radiant Zephyr, the Mistral, able to target his primary carry for 8 seconds of the fight, and now Noster might be able to feed an item? No, the Malzahar does pop out because he was able to get to execute right before it, but Nantam is not in a good spot, and I have to say, I really disagree with the way Nantam is going into this mid-game, or the end stages of this game. Kha'Zix just wants to play! Get him on the court! He's showing up! Oh, Nantam, can you actually do this with the Swain 3? Swain 3 is a far cry from the Imperial Arcanist that he was in set 6.
Yeah, but he's going to be able to potentially hit this Malzahar 3. A lot of gold left. 8 copies of Malzahar already. Chooses to make this Echo, so he's going to commit to the scrap board. He goes for Swain 3. Not a particularly overwhelming unit, but hey, it's an upgrade, and we take those for now. I wonder if he's going to regret spending that gold on Swain. I think Swain is a relatively underwhelming 3-star unit and just doesn't do that much work getting Zephyr'd in this fight, but just a 2-star Malzahar going up against DQA, who has the Sivir on the right side, is going to be putting a bunch of these Rune's Hurricane Bolts into this Malzahar very early on.
Oh my god, Nantam might be dead. This Swain 3 was completely useless, and he has 8 Malzahars on the bench. How much damage is this going to be?
Oh! And Noster takes another... Oh no! The bug!
The damage bug! There's a visual display where after the next round starts, it calculates the full damage. Nantam takes 8th place. So much left to be desired from what we just watched here, but we must move on. Robin Songs, all of a sudden, he was playing for 7th, is now in top 6, maybe even to move to top 5.
Yeah, and Spencer, who we felt like was in such a good position earlier in the game, he was 100 HP, he had 4 copies of the Warwick, and it felt so good. He's been rolling on level 6 from what feels like the beginning of time here, had so much HP to trade, had built up such a strong economy, and he still only has 7 copies of Warwick, and he's just starting to fall off. He cannot find the Warwick 3, and his board just is not good enough. As a result, this Warwick 2 can carry very successfully in the earlier stages of the game, but he's just quite frankly been outscaled as he takes huge damage here from Robin. Setsuko going out in 6th place, and Spencer down to 26 HP from a spot that looked like he was basically guaranteed to top 4, probably playing for top 1. He needs to hit this Warwick now, or he could be bottom 4ing.
It's the collateral effect of some players who played a lot of Chemtechs in their compositions. Milk also had Trindamirs and Warwicks in his composition, making it difficult for Spencer. We know that Robin also wants to play around Chemtechs, and all these factors combined just makes it more difficult for Spencer to hit. And also, Robin and Milk avoiding each other has been putting a ton of pressure on the lobby. Can Spencer find a way to stabilize? He's just 2 Warwicks. He needs a full send. And here we go. The shift to 0. Can he find 2 more Warwicks in order to find a way to spike his board?
Okay.
That's one of them.
Okay.
And there's 2 of them. Warwick 3 has entered the chat.
Such a
That's
big
too late,
deal.
though.
Yeah, such a big deal. The lobby does feel like a little bit behind the curve power-wise overall. I mean, just the mere fact that Robin has been able to maintain 1 HP and not die whilst carrying a Tryndamere 2 for the entirety of the stage, I think says a lot about the overall power level of the lobby. So maybe, just maybe, he's going to be okay. Although here we are looking at the other win-streaking player. Delicious Milk has a innovation soul. He's got the Dragon online. He's got an IE on an Assassin Aurelia. This is a scary board.
Oh my gosh, and Irelia is just blaze surging one victim after another, and the Warwick has to 1v9. But if there's one 3-star unit that can do it, Warwick is notorious for being able to go for a solo hyper carry, and Milk will have his streak snap. But that being said, Milk factors into the equation. Look at how much gold he has. He has not been rolling. He's holding legendaries on his bench. He's thinking about level 9. Meanwhile, Vile DQA down to just low single digits. Can Robin Songs find the most miraculous 1 HP comeback into the top 4?
Wow, this lobby is so close. Vile, DQA, and Robin all on 1 life. Who's going to play who? How are their matchups going to fare? And are they going to be able to position well for it? We see DQA with this second row Sivir playing off of the Knife's Edge. He's going for vertical Hex Tech, it looks like. Hey, he's going to transition his board, potentially? No, he doesn't. Okay, he decides that the Alistar 2 is too good. He can't afford to give it up, and he backlines the Alistar going for a Zephyr Snipe. Is it going to be the right target?
Going for the Aurelia. He lands it. Huge. And again, Milk's not spending his gold, so that is a very big stall. As long as he can give time for this Sivir, she's going to ramp up her attack speed, and her Ricochet will do a ton of work. Aurelia has now joined the fight, getting one systematic elimination after another. Aurelia does end up not dying before the Sivir can get attacked here, and that's going to be another big win for DQA. And just before you know it, Robin Songs has done it as well as he gets the win, and Vile is out in 5th place.
Wow, Robin Songs, are you kidding me with that cash out with 1 HP? I thought he was going to be joining the fishes shortly thereafter. I never thought he was going to make it to see his final augment, let alone to be streaking at 1 HP on 5-7. He has won every fight since that cash out, and he has somehow miraculously found his way into the top 4.
I can't believe it. I wanted to watch it, in fact, to see Robin make such a dramatic comeback from 1 HP. I'm pretty sure if you polled everybody across the Teamfight Tactics category on Twitch, 99.9 repeating would bet that Robin Songs would finish in the bottom 4. Most would pick him in 8th place. And here he is on the doorstep of potentially even a top 2 if things fall his way miraculously. One player that could stand in his way is Milk, who has 10 units with that Tactician's Crown, has saved all of his gold up. Can he find a way to stabilize, or will this be one of those infamous Soju specials of saving all your gold and dying at level 9?
Okay, so he's finally going up against Robin's board. I think they've avoided each other for this entire time, and Milk, such a sweat, lands that Zephyr perfectly and pulls the victor. What perfect positioning from this Blitzcrank. Robin, I don't know. This has been a miraculous top 4, but I just don't think he's going to be able to do it. This is such good positioning from Milk into Robin's board.
Yeah, and Aurelia is still not dealt with. Looks like she is now stuck on the Vi. Whoa, Vi able to get big damage, and all of a sudden, there's 4 units remaining for Robin Songs. How is this guy doing it?
Wow,
Milk is dead!
I
Can you
spoke
believe
so
it?
soon. I can't believe it. Milk outpositioned him so hard in this fight. He lands the perfect Zephyr onto the Tryndamere carry, and he pulls the victor, and it's still not enough. Milk with a board that you would traditionally think would be too strong, but the Renata was just so powerful into it. Gets that early cast onto the Aurelia. Aurelia gets stuck on this super tank Vi. This is 7 Kimtech Vi with a Bramble Vest and an Ionic Spark, and Aurelia basically just kills herself ulting this Vi over and over and over again, and now we have Kimtech versus Kimtech, Spencer, who's way ahead and struggling, versus Robin from way behind and struggling, and now they're our top 2.
Spencer's at 2 lives. If this Warwick can get it done here, it'll be in a miraculous second. But Robin Songs wants more. The Victor Chaos Race able to do it. There's just way too much health, way too much armor, and this Warwick has to go through all of these remaining Chemtech units. I've seen some pretty crazy Warwick comebacks, but I'm not sure if he can get this done. We're going to go to 6-3, and I don't know if Spencer can beat him.
Yeah, Spencer's board, because he spent so long rolling on level 6, has just not been able to cap out. Normally, you're used to seeing This Warwick board, if he hits ahead of curve, pushes levels, maybe goes for 3-star Tryndamere, maybe play some other legendary units around it in order to make this the better version of the board. And Robin, from a weak cash out into a vertical Kimtech line, not a line we see every day, and the real carry of this composition continues to be this Vi. This Vi is unkillable. It's putting out an incredible amount of DPS, and just supportive roles across the board. Victor's chipping in, Renata's chipping in, Tryndamere's chipping in, and Vi is chipping in, and Robin has built an incredible board that might be putting him in position to actually win this game.
This is the final fight of this game, no matter how you frame it. And the 7 Chemtech with the instant ejection is so hard to deal with. And here we go, Robin Songs. Can you do it? The miraculous comeback has been completed from 1 HP, from the depths of the abyss. Robin Songs, the reigning North American champion, makes one of the most incredible comebacks you will ever see in Teamfight Tactics.
Oh my god. That is why he is the defending champ right there. He takes a spot that he's not normally comfortable in. Playing mercenaries, that is not Robin's forte. He finds his way into a cash out with 1 HP left, not the best cash out. And he says, you know what, I can still build a good board from here. He had taken that chemical injection really early on. We'd almost forgotten about it because he'd not played around it for the whole game. And then he just full pivots, vertical Chemtech, win streaks for the rest of the game, and takes a first. I can't believe it. I don't know what we just watched. That was amazing.
Wow.
I'm subbing. Be right back. I'm going to go sub right now.
He deserves it. After that kind of gameplay, he absolutely deserves it. Honestly, we're seeing so many moments just across the board on this day number 1 that are absolutely surprising. Robin is obviously a very good player, but in a position like that, you definitely don't expect that with 1 HP in a dream, that turns into a first. That's absolutely nuts. We also had a 100 HP lobby win from Spicy Appies in that very first game. And it's just incredible to see all of these players have really come to play the game, Dan.
I'm trying to speak and words are not coming out, and I'm paid
yeah.
to do this. I did not even think that was possible. This man is showing us a mental resolve like never before seen. Almost every player would be complaining they're down and out, but you know what? Yesterday, on a podcast with myself and Bryce, Robin says, look, people can be faster than me. They can be playing better lines than me. They can be deeper experts in the trees that I'm also playing. But you know what I have better than everybody else? He boasted that his mental resolve was ironclad, that nothing can shake him. And he just demonstrated to all of North America, to the entire world, what Robin Songs was capable of. Was it a fluke last set? Absolutely not.
Yeah. I mean, this is Robin's 2nd lobby win of the day so far. And so 2 out of 3 games, and also doing incredibly well in our 2nd game of the day too. Absolutely bonkers. I think all eyes are going to be on Robin right now, especially after that incredible showing. Let's take a look at our lobby winners, though, because there's another thing that stands out to me here, and that is KevChen in Lobby B taking a first place with another perfect game, Bryce. That was 100 HP win for KevChen.
What on earth? We've had 200 HP wins in the first 3 games of the day. That is wild. And Robovan also taking a win, playing an underutilized composition in Jhin. Not a lot of people primary carrying Jhin. And these are big comeback wins. On the one hand, you've got Robin, who was basically leading in points heading into this round, and just gets another win. So he's now won 7 out of his last 9 regionals games, by the way, for those of you keeping score at home. But KevChen and Robovan were really struggling and needed these points. So this is going to be a huge shakeup to the overall standings.
Yeah, this is absolutely bonkers. I mean, Dan, when I said another 100 HP win, like, what was going through your mind in that moment?
It's crazy to me, but mutants find a way. So, I think KevChen, a player that's pretty underrated just because people haven't heard of him. When they think of the famous Kevins in TFT, they think of other players like Ramkev, for example. Setsuko's name is Kevin. Some people might even think of Prestevent before they think of KevChen. And yet he's here, representing and able to do pretty well. Shout out to Robovan Kenobi as well. Getting a win with Jhin, like a champion, like that is still unusual to me. We're seeing some really interesting storylines and compositions come to the forefront here. I did not expect to see like a 7 Chemtech be the cash out of choice for a win in Mercs there. And yes, Mercenaries did win at 2-1, but almost nobody on the server could pull off what Robin Songs just did. I'm convinced of that.
Yeah, Robin is still going to be leading the competition when we take a look at our overall scores. Bryce, I'm sure you're happy to see that Goobums also put on a phenomenal performance in that Lobby C, but Dish Soap had a little bit of a flub there in that third game, still going to be in our top 16. But what else, are you still kind of... It hasn't really shaken up too much, I feel like, when we look at the overall scores from that game number 3, Bryce.
Yeah, not crazy shakeups, though. Some of the names that are on the outside looking in right now, Soju, Nantom, Setsuko, and Valet, all players that are expected to qualify for Day 2. Soju in particular struggling. I believe this is back-to-back Synaptic lobbies that he's played in, so that's not exactly what I think he was probably hoping for coming this tournament. But all these players very capable of bouncing back. Even Noster, who's down at 5 points, it feels so bad because he's had such a bad start to the day. But hey, you have 3 games left, and you only need to get in the top 2/3 of the field. This is not a 50% cutoff like we sometimes have. So everyone is still very much alive here. You just have to have that solid mental that Dan was hyping up Robin on so much. If he can pass that off to some of our bottom players, I think there's still very much potential for them to come back.
Yeah, we still have 3 more games. It's just halfway through the day, which means we still have a lot more to play for. But I feel like if you go over to fantasytft.com, those Robin shares are going to be mighty expensive when you take a look at things. So I hope you got into the market on that one early. If not, maybe you should still consider investing in that anyway. Head over to fantasytft.com. They're giving away even more Little Legend eggs than ever, and it's completely free to play. I'm not much of a stock market understander myself, but that's why there's also a great how-to guide on the website. We have so much more action to cover. We're going to go to a short break, and when we come back, game number 4 of the NA Regional Finals. We're back with the NA Regional Finals, and honestly, we couldn't be back fast enough because after that Game 3, we have had 3 absolute bangers of games to kick off day number 1. I mean, Admirable, there has been nothing disappointing about the games that we've had today.
Not from an excitement standpoint, at least. If you want to be really disappointed, this is not the day for you because these games have been barn burners, Doa, and I can't wait to see what's going to happen here as we get to the second half.
Yeah, I mean, it hasn't been the set either for being disappointed. Like, it's been incredibly... Like, we were just talking about this before we came back from the break, that just the games in this set during tournaments and just kind of in general have been, like, I think more entertaining than what we've seen in previous sets. They've been skillful, but they've also just been, like, higher in the entertainment value, which has been a ton of fun to see.
Yeah, I feel like from the NA Regional Finals of Set 5 all the way through Set 6, there have been so many memorable moments. Like, I still remember there being a game where there were 2 Volibear on the board to be able to win that lobby, and then also we've had 2 100 HP lobby wins from just this day alone. There's so much that we can remember, and okay, Robin just takes the cake, I think, with that 1 HP comeback and a dream.
Yep.
But, you know, thinking about moving forward, that game, Admirable, you might look at that and go, Mercenaries, that's the play, right? Especially after, you know, we saw a tweet from Milk that said he's high rolling, but he's also losing to a bunch of Mercenary players. So is that really the play to take Mercs at the beginning?
Mercenaries are very powerful at the start, you know, because of the high risk, high reward factor. Now, the risk isn't nearly as high, I'd say, with Mercenaries because the reward is just so high from that aspect. But sometimes you get the cash out like Robin had. It wasn't a very powerful cash out. In fact, it was very underwhelming. And you heard Bryce's comment if you were watching that game. He thought that was just it. Robin had 1 health. Like, this wasn't powerful enough to get something going. And Doe and I were watching it, and we're like, oh, geez, we don't really know if that's
Everybody thought that,
enough.
yeah. We all thought he was dead, for sure.
Didn't look like enough, like nearly at all. But this is the difference in seeing people who are good at lose streaks and the top players who just know how to capitalize on these aspects in just the most outrageous forms possible. This is why they are the top players, is because when you present them with circumstances like this, they're able to capitalize on it. It's not just about getting a little bit lucky, it's about getting a little bit lucky and then also being able to take an extreme advantage of it, which we absolutely saw Robin do in that game.
Yeah, I mean, Doe, it was even, you know, interesting and it got called out that vertical chemtech, you know, that's not usually a pivot that you see after Mercenaries. And so, you know, when you are given a hand, how do you actually make the best out of it? Because we have seen a lot of players just kind of pick up the pieces there and put together a board that does get them a top 4.
I think the important thing to think about is that if you're playing Mercs and you get that cash out, sure, there are the things that are always going to be good, but you really need to be prepared to sort of like use whatever you get to make the best board possible, right? Even if that isn't something that's the standard, right? So in this case, we saw one of those examples, right, where he was able to go for the Chemtech board and make that work through a combination of good items and just frankly great positioning and a little bit of RNG as far as who he faced. Of course, there were boards out there that could have beaten him. He didn't run into those until he was strong enough to get wins over those later on. But more than anything, it was just really a great combination of recognizing how to make the strongest board out of what he had, and then also positioning that board in a way and kind of doing some good assumptions about who he was going to face then to sort of, you know, get the wins he needed to stay alive. But I don't think I've ever seen a run like that. I think there was one at like the set 4 Worlds, I think it was, where there was a French player named Zaiku that had a miracle run with the money trait from that set. The name escapes me at the moment, but I think Fortune, right? He had a 1 HP comeback with that, and I think that's the only game I've ever seen that kind of equates that in terms of a major comeback.
Yeah, absolutely wild. And the fact that all 3 games that we've had so far have been this exciting, I can't wait to see what happens in this game number 4, which we're going to get into right now. So, Doe and Admirable, have fun with this one.
We definitely will, Nekkra. Thank you very much. Admirable, are you ready? Here we are on Robbie Van Knoop's POV, the lobby winner, here in Lobby C in game number 3 on the day. Currently in 8th place, 18 points, looking to make it a little bit better. Remember, the top 16 go through, so 8th place is actually pretty okay right now in the total standings, but you want to get a few more top 4s. You want to try to secure it points-wise, so we'll see if he's able to do it.
Yeah, and like you said, pretty great spot here. Tied with Spencer at 18 points, and frankly, Roby Van Kenobi, just such a great finish on that first place there. Go fifth, first place. If you can consistently perform with that on day number 1, it is almost impossible, I think, to not make it. I'm trying to calculate anything in my head quickly that would put you into the 17th place position if you're able to do that. But mind you, this is the first half of the day that's taken place, and if this can happen in the first half, the exact inverse can happen on the second half of the day. So it's still anybody's game from here.
Yep. All I got to say, though, is Doa's Dream Team, top 4 in all lobbies. Last game, Ramblin' Milk, Appies, Robin. They're going to get it done. They're going to go to Worlds. If they go to Worlds, one of them's going to win it. I'm calling it now.
If you can replace that D with like a hard pronounced D, you could make it like a triple D effect across as well, like Doa's Dream Team.
Yeah, but that wouldn't make any sense, though.
That's kind of what sounds appealing to me on it, is that it just kind of happens to everyone take a second look at it and go, wait a second, that doesn't make any sense.
Admirable, the world's biggest fan of alliteration. I respect that.
That's true story.
Robbie Van Knob goes for the duet. We saw the strength of this earlier, and there's a lot of boards because the game is played pretty front to back lately. There's a lot of boards that can take advantage of this, especially if you're thinking about something like Arcanist. You can have the Vex in that front spotlight. You can have something, like the Victor, the Ari, the Malzahar in that back spotlight. You've got a Hextech Gunblade on the bench there, but you've also got a Giant Slayer. You've got options. Either way, I think that's going to be a nice place to build from. Oh, and that's going to be a nice place to build from already. Some decent gold, but also a couple more, another Arcanist in the Swain.
Yeah, I think was looking for perhaps a bit of the loot of the Yordles here. Just kind of missing that one little Yordle. I think this is a decent spot for Arcanist as well. Like, you have a pretty good spot here. But this also, I was just about to say this too, I thought this was a pretty good spot for just Senna. You have the front one, which you could kind of ignore a bit. I think this is also a decent spot for strikers here in this spot as well. Like, you could put Aurelia in the front one, you could put a Sivir in the back one. There's all sorts of stuff here that I think that can happen that are very powerful. So for Roby Van Kenobi here, this is an extremely strong start, I think, all things considered. I think making good use of the items here as well, and is quite clear in the positioning they are threatening to the rest of the lobby right now. I think that it's very unlikely someone's going to try and contest him for this style of spot.
I mean, whenever your Blitzcrank grabs the brand too on the other side as well, that's always nice to see when you're trying to get some of those early wins. That said, I mean, the funny thing is these frontline target dummies haven't ended up playing much of a factor in this game until right now, and I don't think that Ziggs 1 is going to do it. Doesn't look like it. So a little bit of a shaky round, but certainly strong enough for Robbie Van Kenobi to get the win anyway. But I love this.
That's the best loss.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing is center reroll is absolutely a thing, but he's not committed. There's still a lot of other compositions you can transition into out of this. So we'll see what happens as we move over to Liquid Goose, who is currently running a little bit of Corki action, mostly a little bit of Yordle action, but relying on the Corki as the carry for the moment. Yeah,
Goose very much a player though who's going to. I mean, he said it for me basically here. He's always going to focus on how to make his board as strong as it can right now. It's just always been the aspect of Goose, and it's something that I love watching about him, is that he has such small creative ideas that have long-term pretty big impact for the most part. Now, at times he can step a bit overboard and overcommit to these kinds of situations, and it can be costly to your ability to close out games and actually get first-place finishes. But right now, Goose is having a pretty strong performance. He's at 17 points, which put him in 12th place, and in that previous lobby, he had a very strong finish compared to what he's been having throughout the course of the day. He got 3rd place. And in that 3rd place, that lobby was stacked. Like, I couldn't believe he finished 3rd place from that one, because it felt like he was just always kind of a half a step behind. But that's the tempo play for you. It gives you that extra HP that you can try to take advantage of. Watching Goose is one of the best ways to learn, I think, how to play some tempo.
Yeah, I totally agree. I believe he's 3-6-3 on the day, so like you said, a pretty solid start finish-wise. And he was one of my favorite players to watch for a long time. And I mean, this guy's been in tournaments since set 2. The very first tournament I ever casted in Teamfight Tactics was back in December of 2019, and Goose won that. Yeah, that was back when Nocturne was also another champion in the game, but he was spinning around very quickly with the Blade Master Spatula and doing tons of damage. They called it the Blender way back when, but yeah, Goose has been around for a long time, and it's great to see him get back to regionals again, because I feel like his his best board style of play can sometimes leave him with kind of some awkward boards going into the mid game and the late game itself. And I've seen him bleed out in a lot of games too. So it's good to see him be able to take that best board style and just do a little bit better now in 6.5 of transitioning that into, you know, stronger late game boards. Because sometimes it feels like he kind of outsmarts himself in some of his games. But definitely one of the best players to watch out there if you're looking to develop a strong early and mid game especially.
Yeah. Taking a look at this now on Ramblin's side, we're going to see what they're picking up as you can take a look at the augments that players have selected across the board. And for Ramblin right now, having a makeshift at the start, I do feel like this can be very suitable to Ramblin's style of play as well. He tends to just lean over towards the Arcanist side of things. And for Arcanist, you do tend to want some pretty particular items. And when you have makeshift armor, that means you can kind of hold on to that stuff for a little bit longer.
Yeah, for sure. Takes less of a burden of picking up those frontline items sometimes. Just looking at some of the augments on the side, we actually have a twin shot heart for Goobums. That's kind of interesting. Twin shot pretty strong right now, but something you don't see, you know, well, you see fairly frequently, but it's not like, I'd say it's like a S- or like an A comp basically. It's one of the second from the best comps is how I'd say it.
Yeah, I feel like it's got like a tad bit of a risk aspect to it, where it's not super hard to have it pay off, but when it doesn't pay off, boy, does it fall off super hard at the end.
Sometimes.
But if you can get the right augments, or you can find like the 3-star early enough, or you can get to 8 and find that Jinx, it's like, look out, rest of the lobby, this is going to be strong.
Mm-hmm. All right, Cinder gets pulled in by Dish Soap. Now, Dish Soap went Blue Battery, which is going to be a pretty useful augment no matter what you're playing. It's going to be really good, though, with this brand. So he's going to be able to throw out a lot of damage with that Death Cap. That said, Malzahar does have the Morellos, and that's going to be able to burn down the rest of the team, basically. And it's 3 mutant. It's not Synaptic Web. It was the, I think it's called Voracious Appetite is the Dark Star one, right? And so that's the one where as your allies die, your mutants get stronger. So it's something you can definitely play around this Malzahar with.
Yeah, and I think Ramblin has quite frankly made a pretty excellent decision with this Hand of Justice slammed right away, because as all of this AD and AP stacks up on one unit, you're going to want that healing aspect to come into effect. And as the more damage you're dealing, the more healing you have. It's very likely that this final unit can actually solo the remaining factors of your opponent's board because of the way that it snowballs that momentum. And so I think that Ramblin has made an excellent use out of this. Now, granted, hit the 2 stars on these 2 frontliners early on, another huge aspect of it. But again, you have to be able to take advantage of these. And look at that positioning, Doa. This is an interesting one.
Yeah, all right. Just wants to avoid the Nocturne. I mean, good call there. Knew that Goose was coming in. Now the Nocturne gets a little bit stuck on the Zig. So will it be safe enough for the Malzahar, though? That's the question. Looks like it will be, because, again, the Rek'Sai, able to block everything out, more or less. And yeah, that Nocturne comes up, gets stuck on the Cassin for a while. Just really nice little positioning move. And you could say, oh, it's early rounds. You know, it's such a small HP if you lose. But honestly, like, keeping your win streak going into Krugs like this is huge. This is the type of thing that we're talking about, where it's, if you're going to play at the optimum level in TFT, you're going to be making moves like this every round of the game. And that's why Ramblin's one of the best.
Just a beautiful example of exactly why Ramblin is considered one of the best too. It's little things like this, they make a huge difference. Also for Goose, it's very unusual. I feel like he's not really that used to taking those kinds of hits early on. That was a 3-unit hit? What the heck?
It can be. Yeah, that can be pretty tough, but then again, when it comes down to it, it's just kind of a matter of, you know, what you have on your board, right? And Goose going for that 4 Hex tech at the moment. I'm just checking out his board on my side monitor here, like we saw, and that's going to be okay, right? Hex tech has certainly dropped off a bit in terms of overall strength in the meta. And I usually find it's decent in the early game, but depends on the lobby, right? If you got a lot of that trends on the strong side, which it looks like this one kind of is starting to, then you can certainly take some losses there.
And Nubal here's got kind of an interesting board aspect that's panning out here too as well. Sitting on the 3 Syndicate, having 3 Bodyguard in play, has a ZZ Rot on his bench currently on that Swain that's on the leftmost piece. And Golden Item Remover getting found here as well. So some pretty unusual things that can happen with that sometimes you can do for, like, again, a tempo aspect of this. But right now, Nubal feels like he's in a pretty decent spot to make some cool things happen here. And I think this next item here is going to tell you a lot about what his plan is.
Yeah, you've got a couple different directions. With the Syndicate angle, you're kind of hoping to find an Ahri. You've got You've got the Gunblade, which is a pretty important RE component. You've got the Bramble Vest, which he's going to go ahead and slam right away, along with the Zizarot on the Braum. So, yeah, I mean, I feel like this is, maybe an RE direction. There's obviously changes you can make, but seems like a pretty good way to go. I don't think he's going to be too contested in the lobby with it.
You notice not slamming the Hextech right away, though, so keeping the option open.
Yeah. You definitely don't need
ZZ
to right
Rots. Two ZZ Rots on the same board. Like, this, how rare is this?
It's such an underrated item. People really need to start building ZZ Rot more. You're gonna see pro players build it a lot because the taunt is so useful. Just giving your carries in the back line a little bit more time. And again, where it's a meta where it tends to be fairly front to back, there's not a lot of assassin players out there right now. That just helps you, again, give your backline more time to do damage, right? So I've always thought it's kind of underrated, and right now especially I think it's better than people realize. You see it starting to come out more often here, but look at this, 4 twin shot, pretty strong looking GP with the Last Whisperer and the Giant Slayer there. And you can do things like put the Morello on the Lucian. Yep, exactly.
Yeah, he's a great carrier of this.
Yep.
And this is kind of, I was going to say buckle in for this roll down, but honestly, he hit everything so early on that it was not really buckle in. It was like, no, we're already there. Just kind of everything.
You should
showing
still
up here.
buckle up, even on short trips. I want to emphasize that. Don't want to have anyone endanger themselves in a car ride. But
oh yeah, no, don't do that. It's just
always buckle up.
Yeah, I just thought we were going somewhere. We were not. Like we showed up.
It's true.
It's like, oh no, this is the spot we're going to.
Thought we were driving. We were teleporting. Yeah.
Teleportation. Ah, yes, my favorite aspect of transportation here as well. Goobums up to 30 gold, and with a 2-star Gangplank here on 4 twin shot and another augment coming up, I feel like Goobums could have something really powerful happen here, and it doesn't really.
Tome. I think you go Tome here probably. Yep, that's going to be the pick. Meanwhile, Asa, we're going to check it out. Oh, Recombobulator. What does he have on his board right now?
Yeah, that's a great question.
I'm gonna go look. He doesn't really have any 4 stars. Yeah, so Recombobulator not a super appealing option this time around. We're gonna go check out Ace's board here as well. 4 Bodyguard, went for Ascension, and with this board, there's a chance because if you go a massive Bodyguard angle, that rounds last long enough that you'll be able to take advantage of that. But a little bit of a rough augment choice there for Ace, I think.
Yeah, I definitely think it's looking a little bit tough there. You do have a ton of armor on your Bodyguard, so when you come up against AD comps, this is going to look fantastic. But for Asa right now, in order to take advantage of this makeshift and Ascension thing, I think this is great synergy that he's looking for. And a lot of times for TFT, you just have to take advantage of what's offered to you. And I think that Asa is a pretty strong example of that in particular, where he does a great job of that particular thing I just said, taking advantage of what's offered to you. But I feel like this particular patch has just been really tough for Asa. It hasn't been the primary factor for him, and here in regional so far, it's been a bit of a struggling day so far.
Yep, certainly has. Certainly a strong player in NA right now, obviously, to get this far, but gonna definitely have to pick it up if he wants a chance to make it to day 2 here. Asa taking another pretty big shot. 4 enemies remaining in that loss as he's down to 56 HP coming into the 3-4 carousel. Couple tiers. There is a Renata with a belt. If you've got a Rod on your bench, that's maybe an appealing pickup depending on the composition. Asa goes for the glove instead on a 1 cost, an item component that he needed, but that feels bad when you're down at the bottom to have to just take 1 cost with that.
Yeah, he does have a stack of gold though. I mean, he rolled 0 at 3-2. It looked like.
Yeah,
and so it's this is looking like a 3-5 aspect here for Asa that they're going to try to take advantage of from this spot. And you need to have a big momentum swing here because you can't afford to give away too much more HP in this spot.
Right. All right. Well, see what you can find here. Infinity Edge on the Gnar. And so again, this is another set of items that can go on to a different carry. Yeah, there's a level to 7 on 3-5. Plenty of gold to do that. You're looking for that 4 cost, maybe for Sivir. Ooh, okay.
Not bad.
I spoke it into existence, and yeah, that's exactly what you're looking for. Able to get the Socialite Hex back on there as well with the Gnar and maintain 2 Striker, which is pretty important there too.
Still the poppies as well, so potential to print out this Gnar as you move along. But this is a big amount of damage. However, we've seen across the board there's lots of ways to try and stop this, and that's where the Sivir is going to be strong, is because this damage starts bouncing around. It can kind of take care of the rest of this at times.
The Last Whisper is going to be really useful too against a lot of these more armor-focused front lines that we've seen. The big goal here is to find ways to get Sivir to attack faster or cast faster. So the Silco later on, you know, otherwise something like maybe Clockwork. Find some way to make that Sivir start swinging a little bit quicker, and you're going to be in better shape.
Goobums taking some big hits here. Kivik seeing a Zeri at 3-6. Is this viable here? It's not at all, really?
I don't think so.
Yeah, it's looking pretty tough to use it.
Yeah. It's I don't think you're going to incorporate the Zeri into the probably. So 2 Socialite, we got 3 Mutant. We know it's the Dark Star style of Mutant this time around.
Wow.
There is that ZZ Rot to try to buoy the front line a little bit along with the target dummies, but this board is looking a little... It's looking very strong, but I wonder about the strength when 4-1 rolls around and people start to spike a bit.
Well, this is the Voracious Appetite with, you know, you have an extra unit from the ZZ Rot, you have 2 extra from the target dummies as well, so this is a lot of extra strength that you're going to get as your unit narrows down a bit here.
True.
Like this Malzahar is cranking on damage, and with a Jeweled Gauntlet, those ticks on the damage over time effect can get really large.
All right, I kind of underestimated this board. I mean, I know he's on a win streak, I can see that, but still, that's an impressive amount of damage. All right.
Yeah, this is looking really good from Kivik's side here. You know, it's pretty rare that you see all these aspects kind of come together, but this is honestly, I think one of the most interesting parts of the Mutant trait is that it just changes game to game. So, take out of account that Synaptic Web is just absolutely giga powerful right now. Mm-hmm. And you have different mutant traits that do different things at different times. It's just kind of a beautiful part of set 6.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the more fun traits for sure. All right, a little bit of gold. Grab some units, able to make it up to 30 for that interest point. Not too bad. We're going to go check out Dish Soap. Dish Soap actually taking Phalanx, which gives everybody a little bit more power in the back line. So, or not power, rather, the opposite of power, defensive stats in the back line.
Survival is damage.
Power in terms of board strength, we'll put it that way, whatever. But it's going to be 4 Arcanist. There's going to be another Vex, so yeah, why not go ahead and put it in. 2 Vex is better than 1
Backlight that one. Good call.
Yeah, it's going to slam the blue buff here, of course. And 1 more item should make for a pretty strong Ahri here.
So Ahri's looking very good. I will say that the second Vex, I think, is the right call. It's just kind of disappointing that you're this low on gold and that your 2 stars are the same unit that are sticking into play right now. You would really love to 2-star some more of this stuff right now from Dish Soap's side. I think he's in a great spot for this, and if he can manage to 2-star these, it's going to rocket propel him, I think, into this top 4.
He's going to really need to get a lot of wins right now, and it seems like everybody's getting wins on Asa, so that's an easy start there. There's another Ahri in the shop. Okay.
And a Mal's too.
Yeah, Mal's too. That certainly adds to the power here. This isn't going to be one of those reroll boards. Like the Vex 3 is going to be a bonus rather than something that he's really seeking out here. You really want to get the Ahri too and try to move into level 8 so you can add in the 3rd Syndicate if possible. That's where this board starts to get into like top 4 territory. So, the time is limited for this board to, get wins right now. And without a lot of gold, I'm a little bit worried about Dish Soap's ability to kind of stay healthy in this lobby, but time will tell, right?
The Dragon's Claw here is what would concern me in this particular matchup, as we see Goose, very much again still on that tempo side of things.
That's Zach, though. Oh,
Lucian's not the greatest holder, I'd say, of these physical damage items, but a twin shot tends to be a pretty decent one here, and it's kind of showing why in the spot. That Dragon's Claw, I think, is absolutely the difference in this particular matchup that just took place. Goose able to secure a win here to start buying some more of that health.
Yeah,
and delivering a punishing effect.
Yeah, there's a couple things that certainly helps. The other thing is that there's no healing for that Ahri right now. Not from a Hextech Gunblade, and not now. Well, now from the Syndicate. Before that was not there. So you're not going to be getting a lot of sustain out of this Ahri, and that's what's gonna win you a lot of rounds, right? Is this Ahri when she gets the big, massive AOE abilities going off? That's going to give her a lot of healing as well. So
yeah,
without that, it's going to be a little bit hard to win some of those rounds. A little bit better now with the 3 Syndicate on, though.
Yeah, had the 2 copies of Vex in play, and that just ended up costing, I think, a bit in that previous one. Even if your board isn't as strong right now, maybe you just kill a few more units at times. And that's a 2-star Draven that Ramblin has with a Giant Slayer and a Hand of Justice in that back line. And my gosh, that is terrifying to look at right now, because you can kill the rest of this board, but it's very rare that you're going to straight up win a board like this.
RE2 would have won that. That's one of those
close,
ones
though.
where that single cast nearly just nuked the Draven, and that's going to be, you know, one of those rounds where you're like, all right, if I can get an RE2, I've got a possibility to win that one.
This is a big carousel difference here, too. No big, I'd say, legendaries on the board right now. Nubao picking up the sword with the Zeri. We'll see if the Zeri has anything to do with it at some point. And Asa here, not a super decisive pick, like taking his time on that final one. And Kivik's getting a 4 gold tier here at the end.
Not bad. You take it. You take those. Helps a lot. Oh, that combined. The item that he just got off Carousel combined into the Blitzcrank, and I can't recall which component it was, but my question is, did he want that Zephyr on the Blitzcrank there? Was it that one, or was it a different one?
It was the belt that he took, I believe.
Yeah. I mean, maybe you do.
Spot,
I mean,
what? Big differences coming through.
Zephyr's strong, and you're probably going to move the items off of that Blitzcrank at some point. But that was a bit interesting. It could just be a happy coincidence, but normally you don't see people wanting to combine things in that case.
Pretty reasonable front line here from Asa as well. The Locket, I think, accounting for a lot of the difference that's being delivered by the fact that you're a bodyguard, and when you go up against AP like this, and you're seeing this Sivir 2 just really crank through here. And look at the difference. That Locket delivering a shield to 5 units. This could have been a world of difference if he doesn't have that Locket in play as well as the Zephyr in play there. It's just the tempo items here from Asa, I think, very much playing a difference in this one. And the bottom half of this lobby right now is starting to get pretty defined, but that's where this third augment's going to come in.
Dude, backfoot seems like a great choice right now. I would imagine that's what he ended up picking, just to get that Sivir attacking faster, going off faster. Meanwhile, down at the bottom, we have the choice coming in, and what's it going to be?
Yeah, Goose's choice here,
Goose.
I don't think are super strong.
You know, Electro Charge is nice, but it's a little bit, I don't know if it's a little bit late per se. I don't know what his items are at the moment, so maybe not salvage bin.
I do feel like the Electro Charge is better late game than it is early game, because there's more crit stuff that's being put into play. It's just none of this really matches like the direction I feel like that Goose was going.
Well, it's more that it's
tough choice.
Yeah, it's more that it's just none of those augments really, and he does go with the Electro Charge. It seems like none of these augments are really augments that are going to save him per se. You know, the Electro Charge is good, but it's just a Sivir 1 in the back line. You know, there's already Sivir 2s out there on other people's boards, so the likelihood of hitting one is a little bit slim. So what do you do if you're Goose here?
Yeah, I don't know. There's 5 bruisers in play as well. Like, it's just stuff isn't really super adding up, and you have this Sivir that's cranking some damage in the back line. That's super beneficial that you have a big front line to buy you time for this Sivir, but you'll notice when things get nuked that way, that Sivir is not going to pull it through. Goose down to 11 as we move into this final creep round. Goobums taking another loss, Nubao taking a loss, Dish Soap taking a loss, and Asa now on a win streak. That Zephyr on that Blitz 2 has been a big difference.
It's a great item, and I mean, in the hands of a pro player, they're going to know how to use it. So I'm never, I'm not going to say that was unintentionally combined, because it's certainly a useful thing, but it was just a slightly surprising thing. Meanwhile, the Goose is struggling, like we said. Had the Bruiser Hearts, that is what's causing the kind of awkward number there. It's not really his fault per se, but he really just needs a couple 2-stars. Like 2-star Sivir could turn things around a little bit. 2-star Vi could maybe turn things around a little bit. You know, finding an alternative carry, maybe you want to go. You probably don't want to go for an Aurelia there. See what ends up finding later as we go check out Nubao, who is currently in 5th place right now. There is a bit of separation between the top 4 and the bottom 4, although admirable with Dish Soap hitting that RE2 and the Vex 3.
Wow.
Maybe that's finally the key for him to start moving up.
That is a big difference. Kivik's finding the Renata 2 as well, and Nubao clearly looking at the the potential of the 6 sniper aspect here. But these items need to get figured out.
Yep. I mean, I like Sniper Oriana is something we've seen a lot of. Plenty of damage, and then the Shojin's getting her ability going. Oh, man, that's a huge amount of CC between that and the Braum. That's going to give plenty of time for the MF and the Jhin to get damage done. Scary Gnar. It's a scary Sivir, but it looks like everything. Oh, maybe I spoke too soon. Ooh, that was close. That was close, and Goose is out in 8th. Oh, Liquid Goose, that is a rough finish for him here in game number 4. But a much-needed win for Goobums there.
And
Or
that's
for
a
Nubal there, rather.
It's kind of like, it looks like a small effect here that Nubal, spending all of their gold to add a Lulu 1 into play, but this is a lot of AP across the board. Like, you take a look at this lobby, there is so much AP in play right now. A third Enchanter could be a world of difference here for Nubal's side of the board.
Oh, yeah.
4 snipers in play, the Clockwork, and again, this Orianna with the sniper and the Shojin, that can deliver some serious damage. So Nubal is going to need to find some 2-star stuff here, but right now, I think, frankly, he's in a pretty fantastic spot.
It's a really neat board, and you've got stuff like Blue Battery as well to make your crowd control come out a little bit quicker, right? The Braum and the Orianna. Galio comes down. That's going to delay things a little bit. That's a good amount of damage. Here comes the Jinx. Is she going to be able to finish it off? No, getting stunned, getting taken out. And now it's all about finishing off this Galio. That's going to be it. And Roby Van Knob taking a big hit now. Yeah, Nubal definitely starting to move up. That gap that existed between 4th and 5th, that has all but vanished, as it's now just 2 HP between those 2 spots.
And Goobums taking a big hit, just 3 HP left. That's a Gangplank 3 that he's found. I feel like the twin shot aspect did not really come into effect for Goobums in this particular lobby. And for Nubal, they are pretty much on the broke donk rolling aspect right now, where you're just trying to find anything to improve whatsoever.
That's the hope, right? Nubal, though, looking pretty stable, especially if he can manage to find a Jhin 2 and an Orianna 2. Going up against Asa now. All right.
Is that for
Blitz.
happening? And yeah, good positioning against the Blitz.
Yep. It's going to grab the center when it comes back, it looks like.
That Sivir getting stunned as well. It's going to delay that timing. The ability went off and just no attacks from Sivir for a bit. And look at the differences Hextech is making. This is buying so much time.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see if the MF can clean some of this up. It doesn't look like it's going to be enough. Nubal takes a big chunk of damage. Dish Soap down to 2 HP. We have both Goobums and Dish Soap sub 5 HP right now.
What's Goobums going for here? And now, I will say that if Nubal can get this Zeri, he's not going to get the Zeri. That could have been a big difference. He's going to pick up just the Archangels here. Kivik's going to get a ZZ Rot, and Asa going for the Infinity Edge here. I think is going to start building out a second damage aspect of this. Ramblin's taking their time as well. Grabbing the Titans here. And
so Kivik's
still 7 players going into 5-5.
It's a lot of people alive. Kivix was our mutant player. He got a mutant emblem, and then he got another ZZ Rod. That is great for the Darkstar mutant trait. That's just yet another body to be fed to the power of Malzahar. But we're gonna check out Ramblin's board for now. Ramblin going with the Draven this time around. It looks like for Challenger.
This is a very unusual board. Like, this is a lot that's going on in this spot because of this strictly because of this Challenger emblem. It feels like here, you've basically built a second Camille out of this Orianna so far. Does have the mutant trait going.
I mean, it's
pretty
great.
old school looking items on this Kaisa as well. Is this enough? Because that is a big vex that you're facing right now.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's so much more attack speed with Clockwork too as well, now that there's 3 augments in play. So I like the idea behind it. Draven just starting to tear people apart. Is he going to live? Oh, the Ahri! Hey, I said it before, man. If Just Soap gets the Ahri too, he wins that matchup. He did, and then he did win the matchup. Just barely. But at that point, really it only takes 1 Ahri cast to get the job done against a Draven.
You'll notice here that Ramblin from a long time ago noticed that they could go to level 9 from this spot as well. So at 50 gold on 5-6 with 50 gold put into this level 8 aspect. I'm sorry, 48 gold put in this level 8 aspect is what it looks like. And for Ramblin here, I think that this is a very high possibility to win. But Asa has completely turned the game around, sitting in a win streak now, heading into the final round of Stage 5. We still have 7 players alive. It's the top 2 players facing against each other right now.
Not bad. Somebody's got to lose. Will it be Asa's win streak on the line, or will Ramblin be able to keep it going? That's a big Jinx hit. Jinx trying to get the damage done. Draven getting ganged up on here. The Titans pops. Draven is huge, but not huge enough. And that's Asa taking a crucial win. Asa, despite some rough games earlier in the day, might be cruising towards the first place here. Dish Soap wins. Nubal out in 7th. Dish Soap clinging to life with those Arcanists now.
And Ramblin, you'll notice here, goes up to 9 and starts rolling It is spending gold on time here effectively rolling during the neutral round. This is something that I've noticed is much more common over the last, I'd say, year of TFT, is that players are willing to spend gold for time so that way they can finish positioning, they can decide whether or not they want to change some of their board and get a different style of cap and play.
Yeah.
All sorts of things change, and this, I think this is such a wise decision that players have come across, is how to use this gold to buy time instead of just buying more gold with it.
Right. I mean, you might be giving up 3 interest or something like that, but then, you know, if that allows you to position and not lose the next round, it's clearly worth it. That's a Malzahar 3.
Wow.
That is pretty nice for Kivix, who is again playing that voracious appetite mutant board. 5 mutant, there it is. And I know, 2 ZZ Rot, 2 target dummies. Does not get any better than that.
Plus you have the Silco, plus you have the Shroud, plus you have the 5 mutants, plus you have a Zephyr, plus you have a Tom Kedge. There's so much going on in this lobby. Like, this is just one of the strangest combinations that I've been seeing out of, like, any TFT game I've seen in Set 6, and I've seen a lot of weird ones.
I mean, this is just like mega playing into the mutant trait, right? I mean, this is peak mutant play. This is what you're supposed to do. Adapt to play the mutants perfectly. That said, that Jinx 2 is very strong, and this ended up getting close. And that Galio, he's coming. Look out. Punch! And Kivix takes a big shot. Does not die, crucially, though, which secures a top 4 spot for him. Dish Soap, so close, but so far as he exits in 5th. But we have our top 4 Admirable. It's Asa, Ramblin, Kivix, and Roby Van Knob.
And for Roby Van Knob, this is a strong follow-up to the finish that they just had as well. You finish first place, and then you come across with another top 4 on top of that. Great spot. And for Asa, this is a necessary lobby where I think that if he does not get a first place here, it's going to be very tough to find him in day number 2. Currently, Asa is at 6 points coming into this one right now. A first place would be massive, and look at the board that he's got here. Is this enough to finish this? Wow, Zephyring those 2 ZZ Rots is such a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, and also the Sivir in the back got Zephyred as well by Kivix. So knowing where the Socialite Hex was going to be, obviously taking advantage of that. A little bit less damage on the Malzahar, but, you know, he might not need it with everything that's going on with this mutant trait. Sivir versus Malzahar. Oh, Sivir destroys everybody! And that is going to be Roby Van Knob knocked out in 4th. And Kivix takes a 3rd. Down to Asa versus Ramblin. Ramblin looking to try to claim his 2nd first place victory of the day. Asa, like you said, Admirable, needs these points. A first place here would bring him back in the running. Right now, he is 23rd out of 24 players in the total standings.
And for Ramblin right now, this is 4 top 4s in a row that he has had for today. He has not seen a bottom 4 yet. And if he can see a 2nd first place finish here, that just pretty much locks him up for day number 2. But this is a big fight. Both of these players with big scaling. The Zephyr gets taken into place. That Orianna 2 is about to crank some damage in the middle of this. That Kai'Sa 2 untouched at the moment right now. And that Draven is cranking through completely untouched as well.
Whoa!
The Sivir damage coming through. But look at the Kai'Sa swinging things back around. Is it going to be enough, though? The Edge of Night gets popped. The Silco plus the Senna just enough here to finish this off. So Ramblin sitting at 15 HP. We've got a big carousel diff coming up here. And Doa, I still think this is anyone's game.
Yeah, all right. Can Asa get to the Giant Slayer? I'd imagine that's what he's going to try to maybe grab, maybe not. No, Warmogs was it. He did grab the Giant Slayer in the end. It is going to be Warmogs for Ramblin. It's going to be a very close final. That's going to be an Aurelia 2. Not sure if he's going to throw that one in there or not. Side by side as the players roll down. Asa seems to have the edge at the moment here.
Very little change to Ramblin's side of things. It was an additional 1,000 HP that's added to the board because of the Warmogs. But Asa being able to get some extra damage in play. That Jinx is hitting very hard when it lands right now.
Right.
That's a build I love to see on Jinx.
Crit build Jinx, now with that Giant Slayer, is going to be extremely damaging. We will see if the Draven can survive that. Okay, it is going to be the Zephyr coming down on the Victor on the other side. Without any items, it's going to slow him down a lot. All right, here comes the Jinx. Where's the damage? Well, it came through. It was okay. It wasn't as flashy as I expected, but what's flashy, though, is the amount of damage that's being done to Ramblin. Asa does it. 2nd to last in the standings right now, but a first place is going to catapult him back into contention to make it to day 2.
Wow.
Yes. It's always so exciting when you get a chance to see the players that need those points and need those wins actually get them to keep them in the running for making it to day 2. Asa, definitely one of those players, and admirable. What do you think changed about this particular game that really allowed Asa to finally get some points on the board?
I think that's an excellent question. I'd say the big spot of momentum change was when he grabbed that Zephyr off of the stage 4 carousel, and just the entire game seemed to turn around right at that aspect. So it's kind of tough to tell if that was because of some of the change that was actually made given his decisions at that point, or if it's because of the augment synergy that he has going into the late game, builds a very strong amount of front line, and then lets the time take over because of the Ascension being able to make a difference at the end. There's all sorts of aspects that could be a difference there, but it just felt like Asa, I think, was able to take better advantage of the augments than what I've really been seeing him do overall. He didn't have a ton of in-house games practice, I'd say, over the last 2 weeks. I've watched him play a lot of solo play on his stream, though, and again, it didn't feel like it was 100% clicked. And in this game, though, it just felt like his board was pretty strong in comparison to the rest of the board there. And then at the end, just the item damage that's stacking up, having that crit jinx at the end with an Ascension, like if you can't take care of that right away, that thing is going to wipe your board out.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And I think that also brings up something else, is that we have had these augments as a huge part of this set, Doa. And, how do you really play around them? Is it more that you try to pick something and then figure out what you're going to do? Or is it more, well, you have a game plan in mind and you're looking for specific things?
It depends on the player and it depends on the game, really. I mean, it's my favorite answer to any question at TFT. It depends, right? So, I mean, you look at a player like Spicy Appies, clearly a player that favors AP, so you're going to want to tailor your game around that, style of play, and so the augments are going to go into that. You have other players like, Milk, Goose, Socks, who like to play a more fluid kind of gameplay. Then you're going to be obviously having augments early on maybe help influence what you're going to go for, and then later on you're going to be looking for things to strengthen what you've already kind of decided on, right? So it, just like anything in TFT, it's context dependent, but you can kind of look at it from both ways.
Yeah, I like that. I think that's what we all love about the game of TFT, is you can constantly make it your own. Let's take a look at our lobby winners. We did get a chance to see Asa take lobby C, but K3 Soju on the board now, and Valet also on the board.
Wow.
Wow.
This is a huge difference. All three of these players needed a win to really put themselves back into contention here, and all three of them did.
Yeah, all three of these guys were on the outside looking in as far as the day 2 cutoff, and so getting wins is going to help change that. So honestly, our standings have been shaken up a lot by this game, and that is going to make the last 2 games of the day extremely close.
Yeah, wow. I mean, even just based on where average placements were for the first 3 games, it was pretty lopsided, right? All of our players that were in the bottom 8 did have an average placement about maybe 6 or 7, but now everything else is starting to really stabilize as we take a look at where everybody did fall in their respective lobbies. And I mean, admirable. This is absolutely huge. We had 3 players take 3 very, very big wins, but also we got Spicy Appies and Ramblin', Iniko, DQA consistently putting in top 4 performances.
Looking at some of the rankings that players had over this week, DQA certainly is way outperforming where his placement was across all of the coming into this tournament, their power rankings for this one. DQA sitting at 6th place right now overall due to the finishes that they have had right now. Been very consistent throughout the day. But when you look at the players at the top who had these, again, absolutely needed these. But so far for me, I feel like Robin and Ramblin' are just the most impressive ones for me so far right now. They just keep having top 4 finishes. Robin, of course, having a 5th place finish here.
I was going to say.
That comeback from behind one is the one that's still standing out in my head. As far as I'm concerned, that's 2 top 4 finishes with a win like that. Fair
enough.
Yeah.
You do have to be careful a little bit, though, because the average placement across the 3 days can be very important if you want to get that final, 4th spot to Worlds that's going to come out of this tournament. That's based on the average placement across the 3 days. So anytime you take like an 8th or a bot 4 in general, even if you got a lot of points on the day, is going to hurt a little bit.
Yeah, consistency is going to matter that much more for the NA Regional Finals. But let's give everybody a visual of where all of our players stand now. stacking against each other as we take a look at our top 16 slots that will advance on to day number 2. We do have a couple of players that are still on the outs here, and despite that win from Asa, they are still on the outside looking in. But Doa, the race looks much, much closer when you take a look at K3 Soju down to Setsuko, and just, wow, it is just such a close race.
Yeah, well, there's a 4-point difference between Sox in 8th and Goose all the way down in 18th. So you can see just how much room there is for this whole board to get mixed around in the last 2 games. So, you know, everybody's going to be playing their hearts out right, and everyone wants to make it to day 2. 8 players can't, and whoever that is, I think is going to, you know, miss it by a pretty slim margin.
Yeah, but that's kind of what we expect, right, Admirable? We've taken 24 of North America's finest TFT players, and we've stuck them all in lobbies with each other, you know? It's, no matter how it shakes out, right? You're kind of looking at the 8 players that don't make it and going, wow, like, that's a shocker.
It's one of the beauties of the competition, right? Is that when you pit these players against, you know, random ladder players like me and Doa, you know, we'll occasionally have our win come in. But for the most part, it's a lot of wins on the other side. Now, when you pit these players against each other, that's where you have to get really, really in depth on the spots that are there to find that difference. And I think that when you find these sections of play, what ends up happening is you have like a green, yellow, and red style of section where it's the players that are sitting in those sections are all very close. And then as soon as you have to shift gears that way, it's a pretty large gap that's between that point. And so where is that spot actually at? That's, for me, the part that is super interesting about this. Because right now, you look at these top 5 players. Robin, Ramblin', Iniko, Spicy Appies, and Goobums. Of these 5 players, I think that all of them I have seen in players' top 5 spots. And then as soon as you get past that spot, I think that's where that difference starts to come in. I think the top 5 players overall right now are not necessarily the players that I'm going to say, oh, there's a big gap between these and, you know, 6 through the rest of the players. But somewhere in that top 5 or top 6, I really feel like that's where that shift starts to take place right now. And I feel like that these 5 players are certainly making an argument for themselves in that spot.
Oh, yeah. I think that not only does the scoreboard kind of speak volumes to that, but also just the level of play that you all have been able to walk us through is really also going to back that up. But hey, we still have 2 more games to go, and you guys know what that means. The stock market is still open, so head over to fantasytft.com and get your predictions in for this upcoming game and the 6th game of the day. We're going to take a short break and reseed the lobbies. When we come back, we'll have game number 5. to day number 1 of the NA Regional Finals for Gizmos and Gadgets. So excited to be back for game number 5, which means we are so close to finishing out the day, but we still have so much more ahead of us. You know, for game number 4, we were following through Lobby C, and so I'm curious if you could give us some insight on what was going on when we saw K3 Soju take the win, Dan, in Lobby B.
Absolutely. It was really exciting. I think that on the surface, people may see another mercenary game, but there's something special about the way Soju chooses to go with Mercs. The man was on a 12 loss streak at one point, picked up Tiny Titans at 3-3 and really pushed it to the limit. When it comes to Merc cash outs, I mean, we've seen people push it to the absolute brink, like Robin's 1 HP comeback. It felt that kind of territory, and Soju brought it all the way to a capped board and almost looked like he was going to run away with it. Then in the final moments, all of a sudden, the new contender, Spicy Appies, with a double trouble work 3 board, almost stole the victory. So it was a very dramatic finish. And one thing that I particularly liked too was that there was a conversation minutes before Soju went live on his stream for today's broadcast. Bryce and Soju were talking about Spicy Appies because some players were saying, look, Spicy Appies is a really good player, but is he prepared for the regionals stage? Bryce was saying, yes, he is. I gotta tell you, Spicy Appies is legitimate. You guys are underestimating him. And so he's like, I really think I'm gonna outplace him today. So knowing that information going into the final fights, I felt the hype and drama. Y'all missed out by not watching that game.
Oh my gosh, yeah, that sounds like an absolute blast, and congrats to K3 Soju for being able to work back into the top 16 and have a shot at moving forward. And Bryce, you know, similarly, Vile like, also had a very important win in Lobby A, so what was going on there?
Yeah, Vile desperately needed it. He was on my player to watch list coming into this event. I actually think the meta is really good for him. He's an outstanding AD flex player, and he really showed it in this game. He winds up going a Gnar early in the game for tempo at the very beginning of stage 3, and he plays a really great game. He goes to 8 and he's missing the carries he's looking for, but he kind of duct tapes together a really nice board around Jace carry. He then ultimately winds up pivoting into Jhin carry, a unit that basically no one is interested in playing on the server. He has 3-item Jhin, 3-item Zeri, builds a nice front line, and even with a prismatic third augment that it felt like was going to disrupt maybe kind of what was becoming the Valet show. He takes Band of Thieves, not an augment that most people are excited about, particularly later on in the game, but makes it work for him, gets a really nice first place with some HP to spare, so it was a really important bounce back game for Vile as well as Soju as well as Asa, so everyone scored the points they desperately needed.
Oh, hold on. Bryce is really underselling how bad it looked for Vile in the mid game because he was in a situation where he just needed to hit any of the generic AD carries. Could have hit Draven, could have hit Irelia, could have hit Sivir. Couldn't hit any of those. And everybody else were hitting, right? Everybody else was hitting in the lobby. So he just had to really try to patch these together with the Jace 1. Really, and he sold that. He sold his Irelia. He was just shifting carry to carry and lands on Jhin inevitably. And it's a carry that no one's really playing, like Bryce said. I just want to point it out. He really found a way of scrapping together, doing really cool things like putting Frozen Heart and then putting Assassin Emblem on Blitzcrank to get it backline and do some crazy stuff. It was a great game, and I'm really proud of it.
Yeah, definitely seeing a lot of creativity and a lot of these players showing why they are some of the best when it comes to their understanding of TFT and the knowledge that allows them to put together these piecemeal compositions and make it work. Well, it's time for game number 5, and one thing's for sure, the standings are close and this lobby even closer. Dan and Bryce, take it away.
All right, here we go. The beginning of the end for today as we go into game 5. After 2 more games, we're going to find out which 16 players will be joining us and which 8 players will be eliminated. One player who has all but locked in his spot for day 2 is Team Liquid's Robin Songs, the reigning North American champion of the previous regional finals and reckoning Teamfight Tactics. Now, that being said, Robin is playing for more than just currently having a victory lap. Is something to consider is that a different change from the previous regional finals, Bryce, is that on day 3, the 4th slot that we'll be sending to the World Championship will be given to the player that had the highest average placement throughout the entire tournament, and that's currently Robinson.
Yeah, and I really, really like this change. It gives the players like Robin, who are virtually mathematically guaranteed at this point to be advancing, something really important to play for. Like, playing good games here, finishing 1-1, sets him up really well for if he does make day 3 and doesn't go that well, he sets himself up for a position where he can guarantee a world spot anyway. And that just creates such a better tournament environment because you have some of these players, right? You have a lot of players kind of on the bubble in this lobby. Kevchin, K3 Soju, Liquid Goose, and who's the third player? Setsuko, all of them like right in that super important point. Setsuko has 17 points, Goose has 18 points, and Kevchin and Soju both have 19. And so having everyone feel really invested in this lobby, that it's important for them to achieve their best results, just makes the best TFT we can see in these kind of later stage lobbies, and you love to see it.
All right, something that I'm not sure Robin loves to see are these augment choices, only because they aren't exactly what Robin was hoping for in terms of direction. I think the only thing that gives you a strong inclination of what you want to play is the Assassin Heart, and we all know that Robin doesn't really like to reroll, especially Talon, not exactly reliable carry. Wait,
what?
Hold on a second. Robin just sold a Malzahar, one of the premier 3 costs, Bryce.
Did he start bow in this game? I didn't see what his starting item was.
Yeah, it could be. It could be the fact that he did start bow, and that does become difficult if you end up getting multiple bows in the AP comp, but he's still held into the Vex.
Yeah, I mean, holding the Vex makes sense because if you don't want to play around AP, you still have a lot of possibility in Yordles, but I am admittedly really surprised to see him sell that. He must have started bow. That's the only thing that makes sense to me because he's instantly slamming a Frozen Heart here and playing around this bow would suggest that it's an AD line. It's also possible that he's just really interested more in playing AD than AP, although I know Robin has been playing some meaningful amount of AP, and it feels like getting a Vex Malzahar out of shop is like the starter package, right? He could have slammed a Shiv, which is so powerful as a tempo item and really valuable in AP scaling the late game because of the Amar shred it gives, and a Vex to play around or Chain to play around for Vex makes a ton of sense because it's one of the only units in the game that really, really wants to have a bunch of tanky items on it. So I like where he was going from there. And wow, we're back at it. Another game, another Soju Mercenaries. We'll have to follow that and see how it's going. But Soju with Mercs already online would be very interesting to track and see if he's able to build up for another huge cash out.
He also has a Luden's Echo, which is going to make him kill more units, but also to be careful not to win accidentally. But if there's a mercenary player that I trust, it is Soju. So we'll go ahead and check up with him later. Did get confirmation that Robin started Chain Vest, Bryce. So another thing to add food for thought here. So take a look at Setsuko, another player that you've mentioned that really needs to shake it up. And it's another tournament. It's another situation where Setsuko, Nubao, Goose, these players who are ladder gods are on the outside looking in. We'll have to see if they can shape things up because this Game 5 is pivotal for their chances to advance to Day 2.
Yeah, it absolutely is, and it's worth noting that Soju leveled to 4 and is playing tempo Mercs, and I think this is why we're looking at on the screen DQA playing Mercs as well on 2-1. So Soju scouts around, and I think shows a lot of versatility in saying, you know what, there's another Mercs player, they're more committed to Lost Streak than I am, right? They have a weaker board state, and Soju takes that early Luden's Echo, so he can play a little bit more tempo-oriented and kill units, so he's not going to be going for the big flashy cash out this game. He's just going to use mercenaries to supercharge his eco a little bit. If he starts to lose some fights, that's okay. He can go for like a smaller stage cash out and get out of it. DQA will be the player in this lobby going for the swinging for the fences, big cash out into massive turnaround.
Yeah, and DQA, again, doesn't necessarily need that, but is putting his best foot forward. And you'll see a tale of 2 mercenaries, of 1 win streaking, 1 lose streaking. There's a lot of belief, of that win streak mercenaries is actually secretly extremely powerful strategy that just people don't lean into because the flashy cash out just is so much cooler and actually quite more satisfying just from that one big moment in the game. So much so that, Admirable, the other caster that's right now killing it with Doa, he tells us all the time whenever we're playing and we're preparing, we're hanging out, he's like, why aren't you win streaking with Mercs? You're in a good position to do that. And we always tend to go for the lose streak, so I'm curious to see how it works out.
It's more fun. That's why. At this point blank, it's just more fun to go for these huge turnaround games. And you know what? You forget the ones where it doesn't work out and you just bottom out and go 8th place, but you always remember the ones like Robin had a couple of games ago where you have this dramatic comeback because it's just so satisfying.
Oh, yeah. I'll never forget that game. Probably for the rest of my casting careers. It was one of the most dramatic comebacks I've seen in a strategy game of variance ever. It was absolutely absurd because of the way things lined up. But enough about that. Let's go ahead and talk about Pawn Up, who has a Arcanist emblem on Misfortune. Now, Misfortune used to be played a decent amount back when Tristana was a Yordle in the Gizmos and Gadgets set, but we actually haven't seen much of Misfortune until recently. It feels like this patch, a lot of servers are starting to really explore Misfortune as the AP carry. Today, we've seen a couple of attempts of it, but it hasn't actually gone perfectly. What's your read on what makes Misfortune a viable carry? What are the conditions that can really make her pop?
So it's really clear that it's about getting enough damage on Misfortune that it doesn't take her several casts in order to blow up the front line, right? A really strong Misfortune blows up the front line essentially on first cast, and so that's oftentimes a 4 sniper variant of the board. You can get away with two snipers if you have something else going for it. Let's say you have the Gold Reserves augment we were talking about earlier, or maybe you have a Sniper's Nest to get additional boost, right? There's obviously 3-star, 3-item Misfortune that can theoretically do the trick. So I think there's a number of different ways of getting there, but it's more about, do you get to a point where Misfortune kills the front line quickly so that you can roll over the board and win the back line? It's not a War of Attrition style board. You really want to pop them, because if you don't, it's very, very hard oftentimes to get enough front line to actually stall Infinite. The Misfortune boards don't have those super tanks going for them the same way that, like, the 6 Arcanist Vex 3 never dies, right? You can theoretically play around Morgana 3 as an out, and if so, then maybe you can have a little bit less damage on the Misfortune. So it just kind of depends on how much front line you have, what augments you wind up getting, etc. That being said, I don't expect Pawn Up to be playing Misfortune here. I think Misfortune is just an outstanding holder of this Arcanist for now, but with this early Arcanist emblem, this Yordle start, I expect to see a much more traditional vertical Arcanist composition, where this Arcanist spat will go onto the Lulu. She's an outstanding holder of it because it just synergizes so well with what the Arcanist board is trying to accomplish by getting infinite stall on that Vex for a Malzahar carry to ultimately deal enough damage. It's much more War of Attrition style.
Yes, Vex is often the solo frontline tank in these Arcanist boards, unless you're able to get Morgana into the mix as well. Both are very viable, depending on your setup. And so we'll see how Pawn Up plays from that position. An early Sivir coming onto the board from Goose. Now, Goose started off pretty strong with a 3rd place. Since then, has had some spotty performances from games 2 to 4. Now finds himself exactly tied with 4 other players. That's right, a 5-way tie at 18 points, landing himself at 18th place. Now, Goose also has received some criticism lately for just not being able to keep up with the times. His playstyle was very inspiring. Finds a pair of echoes and some really good items here for Sivir. What's currently going on with Goose? You've been watching him a lot. He's actually one of your favorite streamers, Bryce.
He is one of my favorite streamers. I think that he does struggle at times in tournaments because he is really good from certain spots and really not good from other spots. Last game, I basically told you on 3-2, I thought that his game was doomed. I don't think he's the type of player that plays well from that situation. I think he made some mistakes. He low-rolled for sure, but didn't go very well. The flip side is, this spot that we're looking at right now is exactly the type of spot that leads to Goose winning lobbies. He has slammed tempo-oriented items in Shiv and in this Zeke's. He has found a really early copy of Sivir, which is super high roll. She's the best holder of these items. He decides to slam Rage Blade to continue the tempo because it's such a good item. It synergizes so well with what he's doing because it's going to deal additional damage from that Zeke's. With the Zeke's pumping out the attack speed, with the Shiv pumping out the attack speed, the Rage Blade, this Shiv is just going to do a disgusting amount of work, and he doesn't really feel like he needs the Last Whisper earlier in the game. He'll probably build that as his last item, I would guess, maybe QSS. So Goose is really good when slamming items, playing from ahead, building creative boards, playing tempo. This is the type of game where I look at and I say Goose top 2s this game a huge percentage of the time, so it's a much different story than what we were looking at last game.
All right, well, we'll see if he can ride that momentum as him and Robovan Kenobi are currently the ones win streaking. Let's take a look at a 3-2 roll down from one of the lose streakers. That's Kev Chen, who did end up getting the win at 3-1 and thus wants to convert it to a win streak. When you're in this kind of position, you're lose streaking in teamfight tactics, you want to make sure to decisively snap your lose streak, because the worst thing you can do is to go back to the win, finds a Malzahar 2, which is massive for his chances to continue his streak here.
Yeah, and this spot felt really bad. What? Oh, God.
Oh no, Kev, not like this.
Not
like this. He didn't get it in. The locket is also going on Sintra, is inefficient. Oh dear, a big misstep here from Kev Chen.
Oh god, and it's compounded error too because he panics and he puts the Shojin and the Morello onto this Ziggs because he really wants to get it on the board to try to streak. But if we're being honest, Ziggs is just such a bad carry. There's no way he wins this fight against Robin, who also rolled down and has Zac too and a backline carry. So now he's gonna have to sell this Ziggs. Oh, he gets a Ziggs. Okay, that's good. He prints a Ziggs, so he has a replacement Ziggs. He can keep the scrap. He can keep the Arcanist. So at least he's salvaged there. Because if he hadn't printed a Ziggs, his board spot would have been really bad. But very unfortunate. Now he's going win-loss. Going to be a much tougher stage for Kevchin than he otherwise would have. DQA, meanwhile, still loss streaking. Still has that Mercs in play. I did not see his augment selections, though. Did you see what he wound up grabbing there?
It was pretty quick. Looks like
Stan.
he took Stan United. We like to call it the handshake, because it is what in the previous set in Gizmos and Gadgets, it felt like the Stan United was so good, it felt like Mordog and the rest of the Riot devs on TFT were handshaking as an agreement, like, congrats, you win, because it was so powerful, which caused a nerf to Stan United. And now it sits in a pretty appropriate place. It's a really reasonable power augment for your board. Although, the thing is, DQA doesn't have a lot of synergies in. This is just to make sure that when DQA wants to win, he has a lot of ways to spike his.
Yeah, absolutely the case. He's picking for later. He has really generically powerful augments, especially in the silver tier. The Stand United and the weak spot are two of the better ones. They're going to provide an enormous amount of board power. So as long as he's able to find his way into a cash out here, I really like how he is set up. He has a spatula, which creates a lot of high roll possibility. He can easily get a spatula from within the mercenary cash out. Maybe he gets one off of carousel. If not, there's a lot of things that he can play around in terms of the AD itemization that he has in place. He's got a bow plus an IE already slammed. So DQA is setting up for success. He just needs to find a board that is strong enough to beat somebody.
Yep. If he can get to that point, we have seen some people push it to the absolute limit. DQA goes for that Irelia immediately. Could be one of the carries that he ends up playing around. We'll have to see. In the meantime, Goose still streaking. Had that early sever. Everything seems good to go. And then after that, as we know, that opponent was not able to snap that lose or start that win streak, very convincingly. And as a result, now tied with Robin in second place here.
Another
Take a look
Aurelia.
at DQA. Finds a second Irelia, finds a Gangplank too.
Oh.
Doesn't end up selling because he needs the items.
He's going to risk it for the biscuit. He's not going to make the Gangplank 2 in the hope that he can find an Aurelia 2, which would be a much better unit to cash out around. But if he doesn't find the Aurelia and he doesn't find the GP, then all of a sudden a board that maybe theoretically could have cashed out is not to be.
We'll see. He does have some time. He's not at the lowest amount of HP. Sometimes you end up seeing players in the 20s at this point just because of how much damage they've taken. DQA not going to panic just yet. We'll see if he can take down this level 7 board. It's just a 1-star Lucian on the other side with blue buff. Not exactly the strongest force, but still puts out a consistent amount of damage. The one thing that is worrying is that Irelia is going to go down, which means DQA takes another loss. Kills his Blitzcrank is good, so it's not the worst loss here for DQA, but now things are getting a little bit scary.
Yeah, a little bit scary. Maybe we have like false confidence in this spot because we saw Robin do it with 1 HP. So it's fine. It's fine, Dan. It's fine, right?
Yeah. If you have 1 HP, you are good to go. But we'll see.
Yeah, he would really like to get one of these carries, and this is, the certain mercenary players will really risk it and play around a 4-1 cash out because, again, if you get this 10-loss streak, it can be huge, can be potentially game-changing. So how much comfort does ZQA have? Does not look like he's rolling further. So it looks like he is comfortable enough to say, okay, so he's gonna wind up going for this. He's gonna upgrade. He's got Sivir pair and an Aurelia pair. If he can find his way into 2-star one of those units, that might be the ticket to success. Going into another player who is level 7. This lobby is defending the mercenaries. I love to see it. Back-to-back level 7s on 3-5 in DQA's pool.
It's not just a level 7, it's a Jace that's level 7. And look at these items on the Thieves Glove. It's Giant Slayer and Brutus Hurricane. Those are two of backline Jace's best items. And so big damage being dealt to DQA. And here's the thing. Gone are the days where it feels like you can reliably cash out in stage 4. Back in the previous set, if you were playing a lot of mercenaries, it felt like a lot of people were greeting to a level 8. That Sivir hit is very huge, but also people are getting pretty strong. Goose, for example, buys a Jinx at level 7 at 3-6. The Sivir, though, is definitely the best chance for DQA to cash out, and if you can find another offensive item, maybe we'll be able to cash out.
Yeah, and Sivir's, he's got a bow to play around with the Sivir, which is very, very flexible. He could theoretically slam a Hextech spat, although I can't imagine he's very excited to do that in this situation. So he gets a glove here, so he's got IE and Last Whisper available. I expect him to roll down more here as well. There's some potential for him to potentially upgrade Aurelia and have dual carry situation. He has the spat, so he might be thinking about playing around an Assassin spat Aurelia, but I think he just wants to get as strong as he possibly can, because like you said, a lot of people, if you were weak going into the stage, then oftentimes you try to get strong on 4-1. It's not like it used to be where you could get a relatively free fight. Opts to slam the Rage Blade over the Last Whisper. Very interesting. Maybe he slams a Hand of Justice here as well. And this is a pretty good board for this stage, right? Not the best board we've ever seen, but he's got solid augments. He has the weak spot, so he's going to have some anti-heal. Also, he's going to be able to cut some armor that way, going against Kevchin, who's rolled all the way to 0 with this Malzahar, but I think the Sivir is going to be able to roll over Kevchin's front line too quickly for Malzahar to output the damage.
Yeah, just nothing really contesting. The front line has already cracked, and I think DQA has done it. So it seems like his front line is holding still, and the ricochets are really starting to rack up. Pretty close fight. Kevchin actually gave it a best effort, not by his own volition, that he was able to relinquish the mercenary line. And DQA has officially cashed out. Let's see what's in the box.
Oh, a Nico? Two Nikos and a dice, so that's why he's holding the extra Sivir. He is very much playing towards a Sivir 3 win con from this position.
Holy moly, and now has a pretty good spot for this Socialite if he's able to get that Banshees to protect her from initial pulls. DQA not using this tome, not slamming his items, not rolling, not leveling, not doing anything.
He's just so confident right now. Okay, so he slams a Shroud here, which is really interesting. I liked your call out of the Banshees, because the thing about this square in particular is that if you frontline a Blitz on the opposite side, it actually is a 50-50 of whether or not it pulls the back corner or whether it pulls the Socialite square. So if he's going to get greedy here, slam a Shroud, and doesn't ultimately find his way into a Banshees, then I think that this lobby needs to punish that. Do not let this man leave his primary carry on such a vulnerable spot. Please, everyone, scout, recognize the opportunity, and let's see some Blitzcranks in action.
We'll see. And also do wonder how he utilizes this.
Finds
a striker emblem. Now can go 6 strikers, which is so powerful, and now has the ability to maximize that Infinity Edge damage with that weak spot and Stand United. There's a ton of flat AD going on right now in this composition.
Yeah, so much flat AD. This is going to become a protect the Sivir composition. The Sivir is going to do just an unbelievable amount of damage going up against Goose, who the last time we talked about, we said this is the position he likes to play from, and here he is still streaking with the Sivir 1. I think he's finally bit off more than he can chew, though. This Sivir is in the back line doing a ton of work for DQA, and just too much AD with the full vertical striker rolls over Goose's board.
Yeah, and it might be one of these things where now DQA could theoretically just win out the rest of the lobby just with a really powerful momentum from the Mercenaries cash out. And it just could be that Goose and Pawn Up and Robovan Kenobi just have a lot of
God, there's a
HP already. Oh my goodness, you're right. DQA can now go for the Tactician's Crown with that second spatula.
Yeah, the Tactician's Crown for DQA. I was thinking play around Banshees here. It's Banshee's priority, but in the back of my head I said to myself, well, unless there's a spat. If there's a spat, it's obviously Tactician's Crown. So here we go. And you know what? The reality is, that square is not particularly safe. If DQA gets threatened, he can easily just put the Sivir in a much safer position in the back. And with the Striker spat off of the tome, with the Tactician's Crown, level 8, full vertical striker, 2 Nikos and a loaded dice, it is hard for me to envision anyone not named DQA winning this game.
He's now 2 Sivirs away from a Sivir 3. He's still continuing to roll down, see if he can improve his front line. That is one criticism against his board state right now, which is that outside of these 2-star 2-cost bruisers in Sejuani and Rek'Sai, doesn't actually have a lot of front line going on, so he tries to make it a little bit more solid, finds 2 Irelias in the shop.
Did he get it in?
Able to get it in just in time.
He didn't. He winds up with 2 Aurelia 1s on the board, and he completely whiffs the Shroud. This Ahri is directly in front of him. It does get enforced, though.
Oh gosh, does that cost him a fight? Remember, he's not as much. The big weakness about DK is he doesn't have a lot of HP Oh, but it doesn't look like the Ahri is able to survive, and so Robovan Kenobi not able to get the damage done. In fact, it was a very convincing victory for DQA. So no Shroud, no Irelia 2, no problem for DQA. He's now on a win streak.
Yeah, he is on a win streak. He's in a solid spot. It looked like he used dice in the middle of that. It was so fast that it was, we couldn't see who he diced, but definitely didn't get any sivers from the dice, which is unfortunate because that's obviously the unit that he was looking for. As we take a look at his final augment choice, Ludens, Keepers, and Electrocharge. None of these get super exciting to me. Maybe it's Keepers just because his front line is so weak. It gives him some defensive capability. Meanwhile, Soju takes a Striker emblem off of his final augment choice. So also trying to play around the Strikers. He does have a pair of Aurelias, and he's got one Sivir in the backline. So playing, trying to play some defense along with his offense, trying to pick up some Sivers for himself and stop DQA from being able to 3-star this unit.
It's difficult because that also means that he can't reliably 2-star Sivir or even Irelia because so many people are pulling it out of the pool. And remember, in the big picture of things, players like Soju really need to protect their lead. They only have a 1-point lead over all the people who are on the outside looking in right now. We'll see if Soju can continue to pull himself back in. The nice caveat is Jace is one of the best holders of Striker Emblem and has really good synergy with Sivir. It's just that his board has too many 1-stars. Almost everything is looking at 1-stars at the moment, now going up against Goose.
Yeah, going up against another player who has the exact units he's looking for. Goose sitting on 3 copies of Aurelia and 2 copies of Sivir. So we have 3 Vertical Strikers players in this lobby, and it's just so hard for all of them to hit. Right now, the only one who has is DQA. Soju's able to take a win against Goose. Soju's board is just a little bit stronger. Jace, such a powerful holder of this Striker emblem. It just puts out so much damage with the raw AD that he gets off the trade and doing a little jig on top of Goose's grave.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Goose, looks like he's not able to finish his stage 4 that strong, but still into preserving a good amount of HP because that was a good loss. On the other side of the equation, Robin Songs, who's looking very good and a lock for day 2, very much the first leading candidate to go 8th because it does not feel like DQA is going to be losing anytime soon. So there's a 26 health gap between him and Kev Chen. But it's okay because Robin is pretty much guaranteed. It's just that right now his average placement is going to take a pretty significant hit.
Yeah, that average placement does matter as we were talking about earlier. So anything Robin can do to maybe turn into a 6th place. His board's not in the worst state I've ever seen. He's playing a Kha'Zix carry with 5 Innos. Here we go. So as we go into the roll down, he's fully itemized on this Kha'Zix, and he got more offensive components, which is probably not what he was hoping for here. No opportunity for anti-heal on the Echo. Not really finding his units either. I mean, he's got a bunch of 1-stars on this board. 1-star Jhin, 1-star Echo, 1-star. Okay, there's the Echo. At least that's pretty good. Hard to find the Ezreals here. There's one Ezreal.
It's Assassin Zillion, though. I mean, this is a tech that last time I heard was from Kivix, where Assassin Zillion gets in the face of the carry, drops a time bomb onto it, and slows their attack speed. But that was kind of a meme. And now Robin's playing it in actual tournament while dropping time bombs on his opponent. His pawn up has his entire backline swarmed.
It's Time Flies 2.0, Dan. It's Time Flies 2.0. The time is literally flying now. No Sinfer required.
That's right, flying to the opponent. Air Zillion is set for launch.
You love to see it. Meanwhile, Pawn Up says this caster has no idea what he's talking about. He is playing the Arcanist MF, did not get off of that unit, and has 7 copies of Misfortune. So looking to play a very interesting iteration of MF carry. I talked about, hard to find, the big tanks in MF, right? Like Vex. Oh, God. Dealer's choice, Dan. Which one are we selling?
So we hit both Seraphine and Orianna. Are any of them holding items? I think Orianna's a little bit more reliable right now. Seraphine just doesn't really provide the healing in a meaningful way that's consistent with these assassins. But he chooses to lock, says I have enough potentially to not die if I lose, but depends on who he's going up against. And it's a battle between the rivals. Cloud9 versus Team Liquid faces off on the Convergence. It's Soju versus Robin.
And the Frozen Heart is directly onto this Aurelia, as is the Kha'Zix. The damage for Soju is already dead. This is a fight win for Robin, and I really, really like his play. There are times in games of TFT where it's just you need to win one round at all costs, and that means selling one of these units to buy the other one and upgrade it. But in Robin's position, knowing that the people ahead of him, DQA, who was much closer in life at the time, was definitely going to continue on on a winning streak. He says, I don't need to win one fight. I need to win multiple fights here. And if I'm going to win multiple fights, I need to have both of these upgrades. These are both really important hits. And so he says, it's not even about being first or eighth. It's just I can't afford to sell one of my only other ways to improve my board here in order to get a marginal increase this fight. I'm willing to take the risk, try to position as well as I can. He positions cleanly, crushes Soju in that fight, and I really like the micro decision making from Robin there.
All right, well now Pawn Up, a player who has 3-starred the Misfortune, has a ton of AP given from the Arcanist trait, and now has Jewel Gauntlet to amplify it with the crits. Now going against what looks like to be Soju's board, and that is 2 1-stars Irelias. Soju, a player who needs to avoid 8th place at all costs, may have booked his ticket to a day 1 exit. If he takes this 8th place, it is going to be so devastating to come back from it. And he cannot avoid it. Soju's out in 8th.
Wow. We talked going into this game that Setsuko, Kevchin, Soju, and Goose all needed to score as many points as they possibly could. They were all bubble players going in. Soju came into this game on the inside looking out, barely in qualification position by a point. He's now taking 8th place, and you can bet that he will be on the outside looking in, going to need a strong 6th game in order to be able to advance to day 2. Meanwhile, Kevchin down there in 7th place, not looking so good. Robin is duct taping it together, gets another fight win. Can he somehow miraculously pull off a top 4 with his board? The time flies 2.0. If anyone can do it, it is Robin Zongs.
And a little bit of touch of irony is that Robin got offered the assassin option at the very beginning, ends up taking Ascension, and then anything, the assassins want to end the fight quickly. So Robin effectively feels like he's playing an augment down and really trying to duct tape this board together. See if Pawn Up can also do the same, as he is at 14 HP. Hits an RE2.
Huge.
With the Gunblade.
Huge.
That's a very big spike.
Yeah, very big spike. I honestly don't know how to evaluate this board. I have not seen 6 Arcanist MF. It makes a ton of sense. We talked about the win con for MF being just pop the enemy team right away. 6 Arcanists plus a Jeweled Gauntlet feels like a really good way of doing that. Is he going to be able to get his MF into the right spot to get the massive AoE damage? He's got a secondary carry in Ari now, so this board got a heck of a lot scary off this carousel. Going to get Setsuko, whose board we haven't seen in a while. That is a Victor too, and it's getting Silco buffed to Dan.
Yeah, but it's right in the range of the Misfortune
No!
potentially. Oh, just 1 Hex away. Excellent navigation from Setsuko to narrowly miss that, and now Pawn Up's gonna take huge damage.
Is this
This is
lethal?
lethal if there's too many units that survive.
He killed a unit. It's not enough.
Oh!
Pawn Up takes the
and
7th.
Robin.
And Robin's
able to barely survive.
Yeah, Robin looks like he's taking that 6th place. We don't want to lock it in for sure, because sometimes a little bit of extra damage comes through afterwards, so let's not count our chickens just yet. Okay, we can count them, Dan. Robin takes the 6th place. Pawn Up out in 7th. Tough spot for Pawn Up. He was in basically dead last going into this game, maybe actually dead last now that I think about it, and he needed a bounce back game, so Pawn Up not probably mathematically eliminated. Tough tournament for him so far. Robin obviously totally fine with the 6th place, and Kev Chen, can he somehow find a way to squeak into the top 4? DQA, Robovan, Setsuko, and Goose all trying to play defense and protect their top 4 positions.
Yeah, never let anybody convince you that 1 HP doesn't matter in these kinds of tournament environments. Excellent job by Robin to pull together 6th place, what looked like to be an 8th place. Goose has hit the Jace 2. It's a battle between the 2-star legendaries on both sides. We'll see the Victor Chaos Ray is able to destroy a lot of their shields. Jace almost gets 1 shot, but now with his gate able to supercharge his attack speed, and just look at how fast that Jace is attacking, but nobody, absolutely 0 units are attacking this Victor. And now Victor's has the Shimmer. He is extra powerful, able to take it down. Goose, and now Setsuko is booking for that top 4, and he desperately needs it. Meanwhile, Robovan Kenobi looks like to be the player on the outside looking in at the end of stage 5. 5 players remain, but everybody is sweating because they just do not want to face DQA at all costs.
Yeah, absolutely do not want to face DQA. Terrifying board, although I'm not sure I want to be facing Setsuko either. I mean, this board is one of the most capped boards in the game. The knock on Arcanists is that it can be challenging to find your way if you don't high roll them. It's like one of those spots where if you don't hit your top end outs, oftentimes it feels like just an RA2 board can struggle against, for example, Sivir carry or Aurelia carry or Draven carry. But when you hit the board that Setsuko has put together, I am not worried about it. He's got the Silco giving that early mana. He's got the Victor with the blue buff on it, so it's going to get a second cast off off very quickly after its first fast cast. The question is, can DQA with this Sivir 3 do so much damage that it basically runs over the board before the Victor is able to get this cast off, because this Victor does a preposterous amount of damage, maybe even one-shotting Sivir territory.
Yeah, and if that ends up happening for DQA, all of a sudden he has to be a little bit worried, maybe even tech in some more enforcers, utilize this Shroud appropriately. Whoa! The Zephyr, did he end up catching it? It's not exactly the player that he thought he was going up against. Does end up getting that Morgana. This Shroud also lands onto the Malzahar, and I just don't know if KevChen has it in him to withhold this. I think this is another victim that DQA will be claiming to his body count this game, as KevChen takes a -13. And the only way for him to go to top 4 is for Robovan Kenobi to be able to take -14 or worse.
Yeah, which is going to be really tough to do. He has to lose by basically 1 million units. So Robovan gets a win against Setsuko. What is Robovan playing? I didn't think anyone was going to be able to beat Setsuko except for maybe DQA. And here comes Goose getting a win against one of these ghosts. Goose has this incredibly scary Alistar. This lobby complexion is so fascinating. Can anyone deal with this Sivir 3 is the core question. I do think Setsuko is theoretically capable of doing it, but if DQA is able to land that Shroud, it's probably not going to happen. Right? Victor has such a high mana pool that he needs to get this first cast off way earlier in the fight, and DQA can basically just tunnel on that board. I think DQA is really confident that he easily beats everyone not named Setsuko, so I expect him to just be tunneling on Setsuko's board position-wise and guaranteeing the Shroud on the Victor.
Yeah, don't forget the X Factor. That vest on the
He
array
missed!
could also sometimes turn to a random Shroud. He missed! A big juke for Setsuko. Is this going to make all the difference in the world? No Shroud on the Aurelia. Victor does have blue buff and the shift. And here comes the first Chaos Rays. It's a big shield. He's going to crash all of it. Sivir's basically at full life, though. That was not the look that he was casting for. And Setsuko does take a big loss. Unless Robovan's got him, that is going to be a 4th place for Setsuko. We switch over to the boards and see how Goose is fighting off. And Goose has got the victory as well. Robovan takes a -8. And the tiebreaker goes to the HP difference at the start of the round, so Setsuko will claim that 3rd place.
And that's so big for Setsuko. Robovan was in qualification position coming into this game. He had a solid amount of points. Setsuko was not. Setsuko needs every point he can get his hands on, so getting a 3rd place there on the HP tie is so massive. Now we have the Alistar matchup into the Sivir. This is all about whether or not Alistar can get multiple casts off on top of the Sivir early enough in the fight. Goose is going to have a lot of trouble if the Sivir is able to stand up and DPS in this fight.
Shroud could also
Great
positioning. A lot of things. An excellent Shroud for DQA. And now this cow might not even cast by the time it's relevant. Wait, the Enforce stopped the Sivir for the first few seconds of the fight. Does that end up changing things to Jace's ramping attack speed? No way, Jose. There's just way too many units on the side of DQA. This man is on a 13-round win streak. Is there any semblance of hope that can stop DQA's rampage from Goose's side?
Yeah, I don't think so. I said earlier on that this is the type of situation that Goose loves playing from. He's a great tempo-oriented player, and he top 2s from that spot a lot of the time. He gets into the top 2, and I think that's as far as he's going to be able to go. It's just so hard for me to envision him finding a way into dealing with the incredible amount of DPS that DQA Sivir is able to put out in this situation. It's just such a strong board position. DQA hits the Mercenary cash out, and he's just able to upgrade everything. Here's a TK2 and a Jace 2 to a board that already won. I think this is a really nice 2nd place from Goose in the spot points that he badly needed, but I just have no idea how he can possibly win this fight short of DQA frontlining the Sivir.
And I think that's about all she wrote here. It's going to be very difficult to take this down. As much as I want to believe Goose has a chance, it is 8v10. It is Sivir 3, Jace 2, TK2 versus just Jace 2 on the other side. Nice pulverize to stall for just half a second. Tis but a flesh wound, as now Sivir's Ricochet has entered the combat. And that is going to be a convincing win for DQA. The Mercenary loss streak is able to take Lobby A, game number 5, and put a stamp on a fantastic performance from DQA in day 1.
Yeah, DQA has been so impressive, not just in this game, but throughout day 1. He's a player that was on raw skill and potential, one of the top 10 players in an A. He qualified for Worlds a couple of sets ago, and he was within 1 point of making it to the final day, and he was playing great in that event, like very competitive for the World Championship. Hasn't been playing a ton of TFT lately, so he kind of baited us all. I had conversations with all the players in lead up to this event, and he said, I'm not good at TFT right now. I'm not really informed. But if this were a Valorant tournament, I'd be popping off. Meanwhile, he shows up day one and just puts on a clinic. He's been so consistent throughout the day. Clearly one of the best players in the field right now. And that is scary for the field. You're looking at all the known commodities going in here and saying, I'm scared of you, I'm scared of you. I'm scared of DQA right now.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's just a bit of a false sense of security for the other players, just not knowing a whole lot about how DQA is approaching the game as we've entered into the mid-set. But, you know, Dan, what is it about DQA as a player that really sets him apart from everybody else based on the performance that you've seen today and also just other knowledge that you have about him?
The thing that defines DQA's play in general is just the speed of which he's able to make very hard decisions and also transition. You know, one of the flashier things that you can do in TFT is roll a bunch of gold, position, sell your board, micromanage your bench, itemize correctly, and scout. And there's just so much going on. So what happens a lot of times is players compromise. They, okay, maybe I'll just roll a lot of gold beforehand, right? We see players like Ramblin and Robin do that a lot. Or they say, hey, you know what? I'm just going to prioritize generic positioning and not really scout my opponents. DQA is one of the few players that could do it all very quickly. So that's always been his edge. People like to put him in a group of Zoomers who do this fantastically alongside players like Spencer, for example. But in that case, you know, DQA showed a lot of discipline. He was able to really execute on the Lost Streak Mercenaries and was able to be very decisive about it. Fortune also falls his way in a couple of ways. He gets a Sivir 2 before he's able to even try to cash out, so that was very good. Soju also gave him a free lane of Merc's Lost Streak, which is something that you can argue that Soju may have made a macro mistake. Maybe if he contested it, both of them would be trying to cling to a top 4 instead of one person going first and Soju going in.
Yeah, I think that's a good point as well, that, you know, based on the ability of how quickly DQA could transition out of the mercenary cash out into a composition that ended up winning him that lobby, I think there's a lot to definitely look out for when taking a look at DQA and following him through the last game of the day as well. But we've got our lobby winners ready to show you all, and so DQA obviously going to take lobby A, but also Goobums and Non-Tom taking lobbies B and C respectively, Bryce.
Yeah, Goobums with his first win of the day. He's, I think, had 3 second places if memory serves, but clearly one of the most impressive players on the patch, getting it done on a 7 mutant board. And Non-Tom, who has been inconsistent throughout the day. He's been one of the players kind of to look out for, but a relatively, Dan called him an enigma earlier because we just don't get to watch him play very often. He doesn't stream, he doesn't play in tournaments, so who knows exactly what's happening there. Well, Non-Tom getting a much needed win here because he was not in great points position going into this game in 22nd place. A win there puts him in solid contention for the final lobby of the day to potentially advance.
Yeah, I mean, you can see how everybody else kind of placed in those lobbies as well, below DQA, Goobums, and Non-Tom. And Dan, there's still a big level of consistency from the players that we see in the top 4 of each of these lobbies.
Yeah, we do see some consistencies. Goobums is putting on a clinic. Another huge game for Asa. Maybe Asa is just a second half player, which honestly makes it even more dramatic. A big third place for New Bow as well, a player with immense expectations. And Solus able to get another third place. Not surprising to see Spicy Appies in that same lobby get top 4. On the other side of things, we now have to highlight Vile, Milk, Dish Soap. These players are now on the outside looking in potentially. And of course, the player that I think most people who are watching this category right now, all eyes are on Soju, whether or not he can go big or go home to potentially make it to day number 2. So there's a lot of drama going to this final game of day 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when we take a look at the overall standings. How did Game 5 affect where these players fall? And look at that cutoff. Bryce, we have 5 players tied with 24 points. And if you don't have that, you're on the outside looking in.
This is crazy close. You have clear separation on the top end of the pack. And then you've got 5 players at 24, a couple more at 25. Goose not safe at 26. On the flip side, Kivix, Kevchin, and Valet, Voidson, Dish Soap, Soju, all still in this, need big games. It has to be said, Solus having 25 points is ridiculous. This man has basically not been playing TFT He is such a consistent tournament performer. Apparently, he doesn't even need to play TFT. The players are literally memeing in the like group chats in the lead up to this that Solus is going to be like reading tool tips of units while playing in regionals games. And you know what? He probably is, and it doesn't matter. This man has 25 points. If he puts together a solid game 6, he's going to be advancing to day 2. Let's go, Solus.
Hey, bringing up those tips on stream is great, okay? Everybody could use a reminder every once in a while to see what's going on with their board and what these champions do, right? But Dan, I mean, we only have one more game of the day, and so what is the strategy going into this? Because not only do you need a big finish if you are in the bottom 8 of these players that have the possibility of getting sent home today, but there's also the fact that your placement matters over the course of the 3 days of competition to potentially earn yourself a spot at Worlds.
Yeah, for 2 players, it feels pretty much guaranteed. For Pawnub, absolutely not able to make it through. And the fact that Pawnub even got to the stage, a great set 6 in general, but his journey ends here. Noster very much also out of the running. For Soju and Dish Soap, Voidson, and even to a certain extent people like Vile, they need to go big or go home. They just can't really settle for even top 4. I just don't know if that's good enough. And they're probably going to have to aim for that 28 to 30 point range in order to try and make their case for day number 2. And again, right now the name of the game is survive and advance. The higher points you have, the less risk you have to take. And then for the people at the top, for them, it's really about making sure that they solidify their advanced placement. So just play for a solid top 4. There's a lot of drama going into it, and I think, that middle of that pack, that 23 to 26 point range, a lot can happen, especially with the 2-point jumps. I can't wait.
Yeah, especially because we have 3 lobbies that are playing at the same time, and so it all comes down to what happens in this final game, and that's what makes events like these so exciting. Bryce, Dan, thank you so much for taking us through 3 of the games today, and I hope you enjoyed day number 1. Bryce, if you had to pick a favorite moment from today, what would it be?
I mean, how can it not be Robin's 1 HP comeback, right? That game was bananas. Seeing the vertical Kimtech line, the whole board was beautiful. The comeback was beautiful. Never panicked, got it done. What a game from Robin.
Dan, what about you? Final thoughts?
I mean, I couldn't have said it better myself. Robin Songs really put on a special performance, and it looks like, again, one of the favorites to take it all in regionals. If you just put your money on him, is someone like him, Goobums, or Ramblin', or even DQA. Lots of the old names are making their consistent streak continue, and that's huge in a game like TFT. And yes, some of the fan favorites might be out of the running at the end of today, but that doesn't mean that the players advancing are any slouches. Some good TFT is going to be played today. I think even better games are going to be happening tomorrow.
I absolutely agree with that. And we still have one more game to go. So much excitement around the corner. We're going to take a short break. And while we do that, head over to fantasytft.com. Don't go away, but head over to fantasytft.com because this is their last chance to get your predictions in for the winners and, of course, our players going 8th for this very last game of the day. Lots of stocks probably going up on the rise. You might have missed the Robin train. I think those are going to be too expensive, but go check it out anyway and try to get some little legend eggs. Again, thank you so much, Bryce and Dan. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, the final game of day 1 of the Gizmos and Gadgets NA Regional Finals. Welcome back, everybody, to the Gizmos and Gadgets NA Regional Finals. Game 6 is upon us, which means that we will determine our top 16 players that will move forward to day number 2 and one step closer to their invite to the World Championships. We're welcoming back Admirable and Doa to the casting desk to bring you through this last game of action today. And boy, oh boy, Admirable, it is so close. Is so close in these standings.
Yeah, I mean, you start to look at like the points in the middle, and it just gets ridiculous how close it is. Like, you look at the top players who are at the 30-point margin. Okay, you know, Rubov and Kenobi moving up. You know, great day for them. It's been solid performance. As soon as you start to move down, you get to that 10th place spot. 25 to 20 is spots 10 to 22. 12 players are like within this single game range of each other at this point. And we're talking, you need to be in that top 16 to not get cut coming out of day number 1. And it's just, it looks like it's still pretty much anybody's game, albeit once you start to get to the bottom, Doa, it's getting pretty micro.
I mean, yeah, for players like, I think Nostra 11 isn't mathematically eliminated yet, but it would take like a miracle for him to go through, although I haven't done the math. I never will do the math. I'll try to avoid it at least. And for players like Soju Dish Soap, like they would need like a first, maybe a second to have like a miracle finish into day 2. So there is room for a lot of movement, but you are right that the players down at the bottom need pretty spectacular games to be able to finish in the top 16.
But it really is about that middle of the pack, like you pointed out, Admirable, that there is such a small point differential, and it really could... It's going to come down to this last game and how everybody places across all 3 lobbies and how that stacks up against each other. I mean, there is variance when you take a look at the fact that we do run 3 lobbies at a time with 24 players, and we do reseed those lobbies as well. And in this final lobby that we are going to follow for the day, we're going to Lobby C, and this is where things get really interesting. I was doing the math before we got back on broadcast. We have Spicy Appies and Nico in this lobby that are basically locked up, I think, for going on to day number 2 with 34 points and 33 points respectively in Lobby C. But then everything else from there, Doa, this is where we do get that massive... or I guess the massively small differential that's really going to come into effect. So this game 6 definitely going to matter for this lobby.
I gotta say, the only member of the Doa Dream Team in danger of being eliminated, Milk, is in the lobby too. So I'm not saying I'm gonna root for him. I'm not. I'm an objective caster, but this is just some of my predictions on the line here as well. Not as dramatic, but important to me.
Yeah, of course. And we all have favorites that we're watching, and it's okay. We're not going to be biased about it. But I think everybody watching does have specific players that they're rooting for. So let's find out how all the cards fall as we enter into Game 6, the final game of the day for Day 1 of the NA Regional Finals.
All right, thank you very much, Nekkra, Admirable, and Doa here with you all to go through the final game of the day. We will see who makes it to Day 2 and who exits tragically in Day 1. On board now with Nantam, who has had a pretty decent day, despite being a player I think that was maybe not on many people's radars as a top performer at the moment, but that I think that has been changed a bit. That opinion has been changed.
It definitely has, I think, for players who are unfamiliar with Nantam in general. And honestly, it's been pretty tough to be familiar with Nantam in general. Like, to give you an example, I pretty much put like full time into researching all these players. It was very difficult to find information about Nantam other than just like some of his previous tournament history. So unlike Doa, I am very, very biased when it comes to casting stuff. However, you usually don't hear that in my words. You just hear it in my favor of these sorts of things. Like, for instance, I'm never selling my Goobums stock. I had Nantam pretty high on my radar just because I was like, you know what?
Take Sharpshooter!
Again, Doa, a very unbiased caster. Does not
he did
want
it.
to see
He did
ridiculous here, and that's
yes.
a great take. Doa, why exactly did you want to take Sharpshooter in this instance?
Because I just love Twin Shot and Sharpshooter. It's one of my favorite comps to play in the set. So I had no other reason than purely to just see something I like play. But in all seriousness, though, Twin Shot has gotten stronger in 6.5 by quite a bit with the addition of champions like Lucian. Sharpshooter can do a tremendous amount of damage when you get 4 Twin Shot in. So it is an early commitment to a specific comp. It puts Nantam in a fairly narrow lane, but if he can put the comp together, it can be extremely strong. It can be a game-winning comp. And for a player like Non-Tom that's kind of in the middle of the pack, you might say, you know, sure, play it safe. You know, go ahead and go for a top 4. Committing this early is not doing that, but I like it. I like the spiciness of it. This is actually the first tournament in set 6 I believe Nom-Tom has played in. He was qualified for a different one earlier, but then something came up and he couldn't play. But man, is he put on a show today, and I'd love to see him finish strong with one of the best augments ever created.
Yeah, and honestly, just that, you know, to cap it on top of that as well, you also get a Yordle when you had a Poppy in play.
That
so
too.
now you get the 3 Yordles because you found a Lulu, or you could have found a Ziggs for this spot as well. So I just feel like all the tiebreakers are really leaning into Sharpshooter here. So an excellent take from Non-Tom's spot. He does need a strong finish in this one in order to secure this top 16 spot moving into day number 2, but he sits at 13th place with 24 points, and frankly, almost all the play I've ever seen from Non-Tom has been quite impressive.
Yeah, he runs into Kivix early on, who got true 2s, and he got a Corki and a Zyra out of it. So a pretty potent combination early in the game. It's going to probably help him win streak for a little bit.
Oh, yeah. Chalice and a Rod, too, as some of your starting items here. Like, this is a very strong AP opening from Kivix's side.
Yeah, for sure. And it's flexible, right? You can go a couple of different directions from this. You can just use the 2 stars for a while to win streak and then sell them for a little bit of gold later on because they're free, essentially. Or you can play into it a little bit more, too.
Wow, and the Yordles printed another Vex here. Like, my gosh, this is getting potent on Kivix's side. I think you got to be worried if you're the rest of this lobby right now.
Well, I mean, if he can find a Vex 3, then... Vex 3. But if he can find a third Vex, is what I'm saying, to make a Vex 2, then, yeah, that'll make a decent board even more decent for sure.
Wow.
He decided to just go into level and play the second Scholar in the Kassadin. Okay. So a little bit more casting for everybody.
Now, I will say on Void Sin's side, though, look at that with the gold collector on the opening from the Forge here. I still feel like this is one of the stronger items you can get early on.
Oh, for sure.
From the Forge.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, if you add this onto, if you want to get really spicy, you can put on a Gangplank, get double gold sometimes. You can see on that Ezreal, it's not going to be the biggest carry in the world. Kivix still taking the round, but Void Sin's certainly equipped to have a pretty strong economy, and if he can keep that going, because even though he lost, he got like a couple gold from that.
Yeah, on Kivix's side too, I do feel like this was the level up diff that really took place in that particular fight. So able to find the 2-star Vex on 2-3 on level 5 with items in this economy, Doa.
I can't believe it. Like you were excited about him getting that second Vex from the Yordle portal, and I was like, yeah, well, it's like only if he high rolls into another Vex, but he did. He got it.
Gosh.
And now you've got this great front line. You've got 3 Yordle, 2 Twin Shot, 2 Arcanist for a little bit of AP for your team, and yeah, this is a very strong early board.
This is massive.
For sure.
And for Kivix, this is needed as well. Kivix sits in 17th right now with 23 points. Milk is just above that with 24, as well as like 17,000 other of the players in the NA regionals right now at 24 points. But if you're going to break through that spot, this is the kind of start you want to see for that, because that is like dust your hands. This could be it.
Yep. Going to be able to win this round fairly handily. Can't quite see whose name is over there, but... Oh, it's Ville. Okay. So Ville, one of our players who kind of needs a big game too, down at 22 points, 19th overall.
Yeah.
Needs to jump up a couple spots for sure. As we go into the carousel, we're going to take a look at some of the other augments as well. Milk has elected to go with cybernetic implants. So again, Milk, 16th place right now. He just needs to have a solid game. Theoretically, like a second or third would be better, but even a top 4 might be enough to carry him through. So going for something to just give himself a little bit of stats early on, and hopefully be able to keep the life total high through the majority of the game.
This is something I talked about a lot, I'd say, in the 2 weeks leading up to this. I spent a ton of time talking with a lot of these players and just speaking with the pros in general about their perspective on tournament play and how it's different from ladder play. And one of the biggest conclusions that I drew, that I was surprised that so many players agreed with, honestly, was that just avoiding in 7th and 8th places are a big part of tournament success. I think if Milk can just, frankly, avoid a bottom 3 in this one, that he's got a pretty good spot to make it through to day number 2. And as we look at Spicy Appy's spot here, Spicy Appy sits at 34 points right now in 4th place. He's got a strong-looking board, and frankly, I can't wait to see what he can cook up on day number 2.
Yeah, I mean, to a certain extent, the pressure's off Spicy Appy's, right? I mean, even if he took an 8th, he'd still have 35 points. He's, the lock for day 2. But remember that average placement can still be very important when we get to day 3, because that's going to determine the 4th spot that goes to Worlds. So you still don't want to take an 8th. You don't want to mess around, even if you're feeling, pretty confident. Now, that said, Spicy Appies plays a lot of AP, obviously. He's played a lot of Arcanists lately. He does go the Innovator line from time to time. The 4 scrap early on, should theoretically be, fairly stable. But that said, he's down to, well, I guess 5th right now. He bounced up a little bit. So, yeah, not a bad start. But I'm curious where he's going to go from this. He's already got the Morellos, so one of the most important items in the game already secured.
Yeah, unfortunately, it sits on a Blitzcrank right now, and you're going to have to move that.
Move it later.
At a certain point. So it is, it kind of like one of those, all right, sort of spots that you're in right now. But it was an excellent point you make about the average finish leading into the 3rd day performers, where the best average finish across those 3 days does get a Worlds qualification. So every single player, regardless of where they're at what point in this tournament, they are motivated to play as strongly as they can. At no point in these 2 days, if you've locked your spot on the next day, is it worth it to check out.
Right. For players down at the very bottom, like Pawn Up, it's going to be hard to kind of summon the motivation to put your heart into this one, aside from pride. But for players at the top, like you said, still a lot of good reason to try your heart out.
Look at this one, too.
Yeah. It's going to be a little bit close. Zig's doing some damage, but it's looking decent for Milk as he rolls in with this assassin.
It's Nocturne. Ooh,
I don't know why I forgot the name of it. It's been a long day. Well,
you're not watching him twirl around like every previous Nocturne ever made in TFT.
I know.
It's a bit different. Taking a look at Voidsin's board right now. Voidsin needs a strong performance in this final game of day number 1. Sits at 21 points in 20th place. But frankly, I think that he is in a fantastic position for this one. On a 3-win streak coming into Krugs, I think if he wouldn't have faced Kivix, this would have been a 5-win streak. That gold collector on the Ezreal with a Last Whisper and a bow, this is some massive damage he's cooked up early on.
Yeah, exactly. The bow could turn into useful things like the Runes.
I didn't even realize the Seraphine was in play. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I didn't realize the Seraphine was in play. Where did this come? Oh my gosh!
Only 1 Innovator away from 5 Innovators very early in the game. Could be pretty useful.
That is a huge pickup.
Yeah, just needs to find what would it be? The does he have a Singe in there?
Echo's no, Echo's not.
He does.
Zillion.
Yeah, okay, Echo. Zillion, right? That's the one he's missing. So level 6, try to find the Zillion. It's certainly possible. And yeah, that could be a very strong 5 Innovator board to get him through the mid game.
Yeah, you could also just manage to find a Jace first by going to 7 on 3/5 and just rolling once and boom, there it is. Anytime Frodan is watching me play the game, it feels like that happens if I have an Innovator in play.
Wow, sounds nice.
But for Voidsin here, going up to level 6, this is a very common style for Voidsin. He absolutely detests losing any round, almost regardless of what any point he's at. I always expect him to play aggressive, and frankly, this is the game to be doing it.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Why even play around if you're not playing to win? This lost streak stuff? Nah. Not for me.
Oh, I hate it too.
Not for me and not for Voidsins. A gold collector. Making a little bit of money already. Yeah, he made 2-3 gold out of that.
It's cooking. It's cooked up a lot of gold too.
Yeah. No kidding. All right. Well, 3-2. The level of 6 comes in. We're going to check out Solus's board right now. Solus, despite being a bit up and down early on, first place, first game of the day, 8th place, the second game of the day, he's put together solid results overall, currently sitting in 10th with 25 points, as you can see on the screen right there, and just a strong twin shot start. Like we said, he's playing for twin shot. He took the sharpshooter augment early on. You're committed. But this board's going to need a little bit more oomph if it's going to stay strong through stage 3. Needs to 2-star some stuff.
Yeah, I mean, this is just, pretty much the exact opposite of what I just described from the Voidsin side as well, where Solus just absolutely does not mind playing from behind. And frankly, I think that is just such a prime example of his strength, is being confident and understanding of these spots as well. He's pretty much just going to tank some losses here. He's going to take some damage and then look to absolutely swing that momentum. And it as you just described as well, it pretty much just goes back and forth. He's going to have first or he's going to have 8s, and that's a big twin shot heart to find right now.
That is huge. And the thing is, he kind of needs the Corki as well. He doesn't have a Corki 2 yet, but yeah, being able to add that twin shot in there, man, going up to 3 twin shot, 4 twin shot later on, with the sharpshooter, like I said, that's going to start to be a lot of damage being spread around the board very quickly. We saw him stacking some items on the Gnar that, he hopes will later end up on the Jinx, I would imagine. But yeah, that could be a board to evolve into quite a threat later on in the game.
Yeah, and looking at Iniko's side here as well, what a performance that Iniko has had here on day number 1. I'd say like over the last week or so, he has had some pretty tough performances in the in-house one. But here today, he has stacked up 33 points, securing him a 5th place finish so far coming into game number 6. And when I see a gold collector with 4 strikers in play, I am seeing some dangerous potential at the end of the game with a Sivir holding a gold collector.
Yeah, there's that. Like I said, I always like the gold collector on the GP, but that is a bit of a meme if we're honest. Oh, the Scrap Zephyr comes in on exactly the right target. Hits the Talon. The Talon's going to have to walk up a little bit, and that's going to slow down this damage a lot. Give Spicy Appies a chance to win this round. That said, it's still pretty scary. And yeah, it looks like in the end it's going to be a little bit too much for Iniko. For Spicy Appies to handle, rather.
A Gnar with a blue buff is so good in the mid stage. It just continues to launch those rocks, and it just feels like you're like, how is this dealing so much damage? My Gnar never deals this much damage.
I mean, you notice the thing too. We had 2 portable forges in this lobby, and they both ended up with a gold collector too.
Yeah, true story. Early on as well. Early on's the best time to find it because you get to stack up that econ too.
Of course. All right, what's it gonna be for Vile? Thinking about the belt. It's 4 gold in the belt. Why not? Might even use the Jhin for a little while if it fits into your comp for the next few rounds.
Always something I look for. It just feels like that Jin's best in slot is 0 items. Just right now, he's just not the strongest.
I don't know if I agree with that, but you mean just as far as who you want to put items on? You can still do Jhin carry. He's not like the best, but you can still top 4 with a Jhin carry.
I'll say, when players
Easily.
manage to find that, I'm just very impressed. Like that's like a clap bravo from me because I just it's so hard to find from my angle.
It's all about your front line, right? It's one of those things where it's like you need to keep him in a place where he's not going to get crowd controlled, and where you're going to have a big front line. So really with Jhin, I mean, it's your front line is almost more important than getting items on him because he takes so long to shoot. His cast animation is so long. It is a trickier hero champion, what have you, to make work sometimes.
Are you seeing this non-Tom side? It's like he's made his own gold collector.
Yeah, pretty much.
Blue buff Infinity Edge with a sharpshooter Gangplank? My gosh.
I like it. Yeah, we actually had 2 players, by the way, pick sharpshooter, non-Tom and Solus, in case you're keeping track. So this is a wild lobby, actually. 2 gold collectors, 2 sharpshooter players. I have not seen a lobby quite like this before, I'll be honest.
And Vile, despite the fact that not having either of those, is just on the twin shot angle right now.
Yeah, why not? I mean, it's going to be good, right? Twin shot's decent. But this is the thing. This is the thing that happens sometimes, Admiral. You think you're all clever for picking sharpshooter because like nobody picks sharpshooter. Like, who's going to get that? You barely even ever see it offered. And then you see another player who has it. And then you see another player's playing twin shot anyway. And you're like, oh, why does this happen to me?
Very interesting spot here from Vile to split up the board like this. Doesn't cap out on the Zeke's value in the spot, but frankly, it does protect the Lucian here, and that Lucian is going to deliver a lot of damage if it doesn't get touched early on. But is it enough to buy anything back? Because that Blitz scrapping together a Bramble is a massive amount of damage change. But look at this Gangplank.
Yeah, 2 gold.
Whose gold is whose?
I don't know. It's a good question. I think one of them went over to one went to Solus, one and maybe a couple went to Voidsin. But the thing is with so many players running GP and Gold Collector, you might see a little bit of an accelerated economy in this game, which is a little bit strange. Maybe more players leveling a little bit earlier than usual. Although we do have 3-7, and Vile has not decided to go like an early level 7 or anything like that. But there's some strange dynamics happening in this lobby right now.
Yeah, and heading into stage 4, there is such a big difference between the first and last place right now. Voidson sitting on a win streak at 98 HP, Kivix at 92. Suddenly it drops. Solus is at 66. Yeah. Go to the bottom. Iniko at 46. Milk at 30. Milk is going to need something big to happen here, and frankly, I'm curious to see what it's going to be. It's a roll down is what's going to start here, and not the highest quality items found on the bench, but some pretty reasonable stuff to work with. Finds a Silco. And so now what can happen with this? Silco is a big way to change some stuff. And look at the way that Milk is rolling through here. It just looks so clean, and he just has such a good idea of what he wants to accomplish in a spot like this. Finds a Draven, finds a Senna, and now it's time to position and then get these items on board. Just absolute clean roll down here from Milk. I'm just curious if this is strong enough to buy him back into the game.
Well, the Socialite Hex for the Draven. You've got 3 Striker, which is kind of interesting because Draven doesn't really benefit from that. You don't even have Challenger.
It's just good items on Draven, really.
I mean, yeah, Draven's just doing damage is what it comes down to. So you've got enough damage. I mean, you've got enough damage. Well, he's a Spider Draven. He's just dodging everything. But like you have enough damage spread across your team that it's diversifying, basically. If one thing gets taken out, you've still got value elsewhere, right? So just a good example from Milk of just trying to make a board that can just win rounds one way or another, basically. He's just trying to survive right now.
See how good of a job this is going to do as well. There's the Sivir, which I'm guessing that's exactly what he was looking for, is to find a spot like this.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
3 Hex Tech, 4 Striker, 2 Socialite on the Sivir as well, so it's going to get into that ability a lot faster. And look at these items that are on this Sivir. This is dangerous for anyone that's facing Milk right now. Holy smokes, Noah. This board is looking strong.
Yeah, it definitely is. I think with this, you wish the Socialite Hex was in a little bit different spot so that you could Silco that Sivir and get her to cast a lot quicker. But, you know, as is, it'll be fine. She'll cast quick enough for now, and you can always make a little bit of change later on.
I was a bit worried when I saw that the Gangplank was what Milk was going up against here, but it's just the items on Sivir are so strong for a spot like this. I think Milk has found himself a decent recovery spot.
Yeah, it's still walking a bit of a razor's edge, but it's definitely less dangerous than it was before for sure. We're going to continue to watch Milk here for a moment, it looks like, as he gets ready for the next round. I'm just kind of checking out the top 2 in the lobby right now. Voidsin's still on top with 5 Innovators, and he's the one who had the Gold Collector on the Ezreal early on. And Kivix in second place with 74. Who's been going for a little bit of a mix of different things. He has some Syndicate in there. He's got 2 Enforcer. He's got Renata and Ari trying to carry.
Ooh.
Interesting stuff.
Look at this. Milk making some big positioning differences here. Pulls one of the Socialites, adds the Silco into play to fight on this frontline aspect. And that's going to be dependent on who you are facing on your potential rounds, which that little tiny icon on the side is going to help you determine that. And just looking, I'm guessing that looking at Milk's opponents from their perspective was like, you know what? It's time to shift some sides here and get the Silco into play.
Yeah.
Great call.
You know, the tricky part here is you want the Jarvan to cast and hit the Sivir so that she starts to get that attack speed buff. And with Jarvan up in the front like that, it's going to be unlikely. It's going to win this round against Voidsin. Seemed a little bit close for a moment, but able to take that one without too much sweat from the Sivir. And what's it going to be? Oh, somebody is going to really want that Jinx. Like, there are sharpshooter players out there that will be dying to grab this Jinx off Carousel.
Milk and Spicy Appies are next.
Yeah, neither
Spicy Appies, he's going to want the tier. And that also griefs
really
the twin shot players. I think that's... Whew.
I think that's really smart. Yeah, I agree. I mean, he's always going to put a tier to good use. And then also keeping the Jinx away. Going to be pretty valuable.
And Jin leaves with a cloak.
Yep.
Sorry, Jin. Maybe next time.
All right. Another Corki. So are we trying to go for a Corki 3 here? I don't think so.
I mean, this looks like a twin shot reroll aspect that Non-Tom is playing here. Like, if you're going to spend this much gold rolling from this spot, I mean, it just feels like that's the direction you intend to go. Like, maybe some stuff could shift.
Yeah, no, you can. I mean, because you can go for the GP3, the Corki 3. Still only has 1 Lucian. And I think the thing that kind of makes me a little bit uncomfortable about re-rolling is just the number of twin shot players that are in this lobby right now. I think you're right that normally it would be great to reroll twin shot from here, but because things are more contested than they usually are, I feel like this isn't going to... It's going to be a lot of gold rolled without a lot of power gained, is what my guess is.
I am still seeing 2... Oh, Aurelia just got sold. Okay, so that's... I was about to say, like, maybe this is a change to Aurelia. You have Infinity Edge and a blue buff with, a multiple Socialite aspect in the background. Mm-hmm. But I'm guessing that, kind of leaning towards a twin shot here, and now the augment, I think, going to make a big difference. Disintegrator found.
I like Disintegrator for this. We'll see what he went with. Electrocharge, okay, too. Meanwhile, Spicy Appy's got to make a choice. We'll see what he picked. Ended up being Stand United. Makes sense with the number of traits that he's got. And he's going to go ahead and rely on that Jinx for a moment. Okay. You've got things like Clockwork to give you a lot of attack speed. Even 2 Clockwork at this point in the game is going to give you 25%, I believe it was. I might have the numbers a little bit wrong depending on the patch. But she's going to be strong for sure. 4 Scrap as well.
This is also an excellent spot for Spicy Appies as well, like taking advantage of the 4 scraps. Like I know that the life total here is not super strong for Spicy Appies, but Iniko down to 7, Vile down to 19. Spicy Appies is trying to just look for the strongest finish possible right now. With 4 scrap, with the Innovator, and being able to move up here, if just a Sejuani is going to add, 2 more traits to your board with Enforcer and Hextech in a spot like that. And that's a huge difference here. And with this right now, if Spicy Appies can live long enough to just find themselves at 8 and find like a Sejuani here, I think this is a great spot. But the Jinx starts out with a Zephyr.
Yeah, that's rough. So a lot of the damage eliminated for the moment here. That might be a problem. As the Sivir walks forward, yeah, the Jinx doesn't even get to cast. No, she did get to cast. Barely got it off, but alone, can she get the damage done? No, not with no 2-star, not with just the Hand of Justice. That's going to be a big win for Milk as he tries to stay alive. Now, Iniko out in 8th. Wow. That's not the result he was looking for. Now, Spicy Appies, remember, pretty much a lock for day number 2, but that average placement might come in important later on. So, looks like it might be a low finish for him, but, even if it's not impactful today, that might come back to haunt him later.
Definitely could, but that's a hats off for Iniko on the day 1 performance here. 34 points is going to be the exiting point on day number 1, and that is a lock for day number 2 on Iniko's side.
Should be.
Ooh, another cloak. And a bow, though. 2 bows.
All right. So you can do a couple different things here.
Very unusual.
You can go for Giant Slayer on the Jinx, if you'd like.
You got Zephyr on the front line possibility.
That's right.
You also have 4 scrap as well. There's a lot going on here from Spicy Appy's angle. There's an Enforcer found.
Yeah. Ionic Spark on the Echo.
Wow. Yeah, I think that going for that is probably the strongest option right now. Looking at that Aurelia, third Twin Shot, I think is definitely the stronger option here.
Oh, yeah, for sure. If you're relying on the Jinx, hands down. All right, just going to try to...
bow.
Yeah, trying to take advantage of that scrap, but not getting things in time.
I think I already had 3 scraps in, right? With the Echo, with the Jace holding the scrap emblem, and Jinx?
Oh, yeah, you might be right. It wasn't counting the Jace. Yeah, that's true. This doesn't seem like a board that is going to be top 4 capable. That said, that was a win. So 13 HP, not a lot of wiggle room, but maybe with 3 Twin Shot in, Spicy Appies has something going now. Now that is a scary board from Voidson right now.
5-2 at 9 and rolling? What? That's insane!
Hey, that's the power of the Gold Collector. What can you say? That's about it.
I'm trying to calculate all this. Silco gets into play, but is not touching anything at the moment. But frankly, I talked about the Jhin having best in slot 0 items, but that's the spot for Void right now. And I will say that Gold Collector on Jhin is certainly something I had not really taken into consideration, because this isn't an item you can build, it's an item you have to find.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, he's going to get rolled over here, and at this point in the game, when you're already level 9, the Gold Collector is kind of icing on the cake. So I'm a little bit surprised we saw that, but the thing is that it's still going to get you some decent gold. It's still going to let you roll for 5 costs. It's still going to let you maybe find something to replace the Jhin with later. We'll see. Could end up just trying to look for 4 Clockwork here, too.
Yeah, it was a pretty sloppy turn from Voidson on the previous one, but they are starting to get a lot more set up here. And for me, the one aspect I have of the Gold Collector on Jhin is that it shoots through everything. And so that's where that Gold Collector can really come into perspective there. So if it touches anything that has 10% HP, it just, boom, right there, they're struck off. And so when you have a Giant Slayer and a Last Whisper, it can't really take effect. So a much cleaner looking board from Voidson this turn. Let's see how much of a difference it makes.
It's pretty neat. All right. Watch that Jhin. Meanwhile, GP walked to the back lines. Try to get a little bit more gold. Gets one. That is a good amount of gold being made by that Jhin there.
Holy smokes, that's illegal.
Dude, everybody in this game is just a gold pinata at this point.
Spicy Appies getting knocked out in 7th place. So they're going to walk away with 37 points on the day. Pretty strong performance.
Very good finish for Spicy Appies. We have our top 6 now. Vile, the one who needs to be a bit concerned, as he only has 6 HP remaining at this point. and is a bit low in the standings. An exit in 6th place would not make it to day 2, it looks like. Not at 24 points.
It'd be pretty darn tough. Taking a look at Milk's board.
22, yeah.
Still a Sivir 1. And able to have an 8-win streak with Sivir 1.
Yeah, I mean, you've also got that Aurelia 2 there with the tier, so she's going to be going off a little bit. You've also got the attack speed. Oh, there it is. All right. All right. This board's pretty solid now.
Okay, this is...
Not bad.
Yeah, this is winnable from this spot. You know, pretty much everything else in play is very impressive from a situation like this. But Milk has managed to put together, I think, one of the strongest things you can with Sivir. Runons plus the crit enhancement items. Mm-hmm. And then this Aurelia, no scrap and play to turn on that tier just at the moment. But do you really need it? I mean, look at what's happening here.
Yeah, the Zephyr units Zephyr each other, so Sivir is free and clear to just swing away. It's going to be an easy win against Kivix. That's going to be a big amount of damage to him. Vile out in 6th, and like we said, that's going to, probably not give him enough to get through to day 2, so that's a little bit of a concern there. But Nantom, now the player on the bubble, the player in 13th place right now with 24 points. Another player that would like to have a pretty solid result. Not out with necessarily an exit in 5th altogether, but again, another point for concern for sure.
Yeah, for Nantom, they definitely would like to see a top 4 performance. However, a 5th might be good enough. We're going to have to wait and see the results of the lobbies in order to know what's happening there. But for Milk, going up against Solus right now, Solus has a pretty decent-looking board, but I will say I don't think it's fighting this Sivir properly.
Well, it's going to have to get to the front line very quickly, and it's doing that. But the Sivir is also starting to tear people up really quickly as well. The Jinx comes down, the Sivir taking a lot of damage. Is it enough? Not enough. Barely enough HP on the Sivir to survive for Milk. And Nantom out in 5th. We'll see what happens with Kivix here.
That locks our top 4. And that's a huge finish for Milk in this spot. Milk was sitting at 16th place with 24 points. Kivix also going to pick up a win here. And for Kivix, another big one, was sitting at 17th place with 23 points. So huge finishes for them that I'm certain are a big breath of relief at this point. I will say that Solus is looking at a pretty solid spot to be able to win this lobby, though. They had 20 gold. They were at level 9, and they barely lost this fight to Milk.
Yeah, Solus also sitting on 5 twin shot right now as well. He was able to get the 4 twin shots in there naturally and then found the twin shot heart for his second augment. So that combined with sharpshooter is just an enormous amount of damage being spread around the enemy team. Pretty solid.
Morello here found for Milk, so does now have some HP burn in effect, but where is that applicable? Because it's looking like Vi, and Vi is about it.
Pretty much. All right, so Kivix's board. 7 Syndicate. Syndicate Vi obviously going to be pretty solid here. He did win his round last time. There is the Silco.
Big find.
Yep, that's right.
Bloodthirster, much more of a shield than just about anything else right now. It's going to go onto the Ahri. Yes, indeed, it is a shield.
Pretty much.
Good Shroud here from Kivix's side as well.
Yeah, great Shroud. Doesn't quite hit the Jinx, but it does hit a couple other members of the opposing team here. And that Ahri is getting a lot of time, even with the kind of interesting items, shall we say. Still going to get some damage done, but that said, yeah, that twin shot board is just way too strong, man. That's 5 twin shot.
Wow.
Yeah, you can see, it's not just a 5 twin shot, too. You can see the power of sharpshooter, right? That's going to make the shots bounce once, with, I believe, it's still 40% damage. So even though it's the damage is cut by more than half, it's still going to be a lot of hits taken by the enemy team.
And Solus on an interesting role here, but a very, very unusual spot to look at here with 8 Lucian and with 8 Gangplank. That is not what you wanted to see at this 9 point.
Yep, that is a bit rough. Maybe the game will go long enough to hit one of those 3 stars, but we're going to check out Milk versus Voidson. Voidson trying his best to knock Milk out in 3rd, but Milk's Sivir 2 is going to be doing a ton of damage.
Goodness,
the Frozen Heart in the back line did slow things down a little bit, that slowed things down enough.
The Jinx didn't even have time to destroy the rest of the board on that one. Voidson is very strong. That was with a big Zephyr getting landed on Milk's side as well. Just not a strong enough board to fight against these players who have been sitting on 9 for quite some time. And so now this is the heads up.
Lucian 3 for Solus. So he did find one of them. The less fun one, but maybe the more impactful one. Still no Jinx 2, though. That's kind of unfortunate.
Pretty tough, but for Voidson here, Voidson was sitting at 20th place with 21 points coming into this, now finds themselves with at least a top 2 spot.
Yeah, that's huge.
Big
Voidson's
Zephyr
needed a
getting
big game.
scrapped.
Yep.
Oh, but
All
look at
right.
this Tom. The Tom is just not in the right spot and getting kited around by that Zeri at this point. But the Lucian is just popping off, not strong enough to fight the Jinx and the remaining units. Voidson with a big win.
We've got the Jinx damage plus that Jhin damage in the back. And that's just a lot to deal with. I mean, the thing is especially if the Lucian gets Zephyred, it's going to take a long time for that twin shot comp to go front to back.
I feel like that's honestly a pretty big shiv being found on Solus's side there.
Could be.
With a lot of your damage coming in play from this Lucian and from this Tom Kench, being able to shred some of that MR, I think, is a real factor here. Now, from Voidson's side, finding a Jace too, also a pretty big factor here. Plus a Bramble getting added to really shut off some of that crit damage that's available from the Gangplank's perspective on this one. And this is pretty much just a clash at this point. They're just stacking things in the middle and saying, let's go.
Yeah, all right. Let's see where the Blitz hits. The Blitz hits the Sejuani here. All right. Meanwhile, Jhin really safe in the backline. The trap call helping a lot. Here comes Lucian.
Wow.
Okay, Lucian on the Jace, but the damage is... Oh my goodness, that Jinx damage was crazy. Didn't end up mattering in the end, though. Solus down, and it's really looking like Voidsons is going to take this one, unless something changes pretty drastically here. Voidsons is going to get a much-needed win.
Solus here, the only way to get this this Gangplank is going to be to sell something that's in play and find it at this point. And instead, it's roll for something else. Can you find something else that's a bigger improvement?
Jinx
Finds
too.
a second Jinx. Is going to move some items around, so this Lucian 3 is going to find a Giant Slayer at this point. That could be a big difference, Doa.
It could be, but the question is, will we see... Oh, it doesn't look like... Yeah, it doesn't look like any Zephyr coming down.
Oh, boy.
So watch the Lucian. Keep your eyes on that right now. Here comes the Jinx from the other side, though. All right, she comes down. Lucian still seems okay for the moment. It's happening. And it's going to be enough. So Voidsons takes some damage. I mean, that's it. Moving the items over to the Lucian may have tipped things in Solus's favor here. All right, what are the items? Last Whisper.
Justice.
And a Hand of Justice. Yeah, Hand of Justice... Pretty good for the Jinx, but it's still a Jinx 1. Meanwhile, that Last Whisper on the Voidson side really doesn't do much good for him.
I think the Hodge
got one.
The Hodge could be used for the Tom Kench here as well. That provides some healing plus an additional mana for just a slightly earlier chomp.
Yeah, that's possible.
For Voidson here, he definitely lost the tiebreaker on this one, but we're headed into Stage 7 to figure out who's going to be the winner of this final game of the day.
All right, where is the Jinx 2 for Solus? Finding a lot of 5 costs. There it is!
At 2!
Yep, that's right. But the big Jinx 2 hit for Solus, that could be very impactful here.
Voidson, how is he going to find the difference here? Is going to add in a Vi, which will conflict with the Jinx.
Yeah, that
but
will.
it does add an Enforcer aspect. So what is the difference that it makes? We're going to find out.
Valuing 2 Enforcer over Rival. That is really surprising here. So Solus, whoever wins this one, is going to take first in the lobby, watching that Lucian in the back lines, watching the Jinx on the Voidson side of things. Lucian walking forward, the Jinx coming down the back. They're going to have to turn and face it at some point. Oh, big CC on the Lucian. He's going to go down, and that is going to be a win for Voidson. Manages to take it over Solus in the end. And like you said, 20th in the standings coming into this one. Going to jump up to 31 points. He might have just saved his tournament for himself.
Wow. That is just such a big difference for Voidson there, and a great call on the Enforcer. The Lucian is the one holding the most HP because it is 3-star at that point. So having that Enforcer in play, you say, I don't need the Rival, I don't need the extra attack speed, I need that Lucian to deal less damage. And that's exactly the call that Voidson made.
I think for Voidson as well, like, just looking at the fact that they were level 9 at 5-2, and they also were rolling down. They got a Jinx too pretty early on towards the end game. It kind of looked like it was going to be Voidson's lobby to take, or maybe Voidson's lobby to lose. Doa, you were even talking about this, that potentially the economy of the lobby was accelerated because it was an unusual lobby. What was going on that maybe made that possible for Voidson to hit such a strong power spike?
Well, there was a lot of gold being made by the gangplanks, by the gold collectors. So at that point, you're gonna have people leveling a little bit quicker. You're gonna have people finding those stronger units faster. And we did see a lot of that come into play for Voidson. Voidson's was one of our Portable Forge players. He was one of our gold collector enjoyers that game. And clearly, if you're level 9 at 5-2, it has gone well. You've collected a lot of gold at that point.
Yeah, I liked how you put it. Everybody's just a gold pinata. I think it's what I had heard. Very evident when we saw the field after that last skirmish, for sure. But admirable. I mean, I think that when we take a look at how all of the players over the course of the 6 games that we've had today have played, there were other aspects that were making this lobby unusual besides the fact that we had that strange economy. We also had some really weird compositions getting played across the board. Like, there was even a synaptic web lobby where people weren't playing mutants. Kind of nuts, right?
It's been like quite an unusual day, but honestly, this is what's going to happen when you stack all the top players against each other. Is you're going to have to find angles that are provided to you in the game, and all of these players they look at so much different stuff when you get launched into a game like this, and you have to take so much into consideration because you're looking for where you find the edge. When you're playing against all these other top players, they're doing the exact same thing. So where do you find that edge at that point? And a lot of times, it's the slightest little difference that can make the world of difference at the end. And honestly, it just the biggest example that is to be made by this one is just probably the Robin comeback from 1 HP spot. If there's any fight before that point where he loses 1 additional unit on the opposing board, that doesn't happen. Pretty crazy to think about.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen a lot of different things today, but let's go ahead and look at our lobby winners, because we did get a chance to see Voidson take lobby C, but Noster11 and Roby Van Kenobi also taking pretty big firsts. Doa, what do you make of that?
Well, Noster11, he was pretty far behind at that point, and I don't know if even a first was enough to deliver him a day 2 spot here, but Robbie Van Kenobi really rocketing up through the standings in NA in general this set. Another strong finish in that game and a very strong finish in the day overall. I believe that puts him at 40 points in total, just behind DQA and Goobums. So yeah, that is a strong day.
Yeah, this is just how all of the lobbies shook out for the final game of the day, but I know everybody wants to take a look at how all of these players stack up against each other. Let's go to the overall standings and see which 16 players are advancing on to day number 2.
Oh no.
Admirable, your thoughts when we take a look at this graphic.
Oh, it's so close. Again, just no matter how you slice this up, for these bottom 8 players, it's going to be like, this is what happens when you have the top performing players. The bottom 8 cuts are just gonna look rough, but to see Noob Owl and Soju 1 single point behind that cut to day number 2, wow, just what a day it has been. How close can you possibly get?
Yeah, it's been a really, really competitive day. We've seen a lot of great TFT play across the board. But I think the cream is really rising to the top in NA, and we've got, no matter who gets through at the end of the weekend, we're gonna have some very strong representatives for NA. I think this set at Worlds, and I will add, Doe's dream team, Ramblin' Milk, Appy's Robin, still alive, still on to day 2.
We have a lot of incredibly strong players that are moving on to day number 2, and it was a tough day of competition. But we've got to talk about our points leader, Goobums, who does walk away with 43 points today and the top score, who qualified through the Innovation Cup. Goobums is one of those players that has been touted by a lot of the casters on this desk as being an incredibly solid player and also one to watch out for. Admirable, what are some other qualities about this player that really stand out to you as to why Goobums was able to take this first place today?
Well, if you've ever watched me cast TFT before, you know that I'm not biased at all towards Goobums. He's incredibly handsome. He's extremely intelligent. I'm never selling my Goobum stock. He's always going to be the player in my head that makes it to the number one position. And so, frankly, it's just zero surprise to see him in first place at 43 points. I'd say the biggest surprise is that he didn't finish in first place at every single game of the day. But real talk, Goobums very much is a first or eighth style of player, but he's been finding ways to improve those spots where when he's looking at the eighth place spot, how do you just move that up just a little bit? And at times when you shouldn't be going for the first or eighth style of play. And I feel like adding those into that main trait that he has where, when do you play for the first or eighth? Being able to incorporate in just strong top 4 or top 6 style of play on top of that means that you're going to avoid these disaster spots that happen a lot of times in tournaments. And today that absolutely was the performance we saw.
Yeah, Goobums definitely looked like he was in top tier, perfect condition, taking a look at the competition today, but I can't wait to talk to him. I think that's going to be the most exciting part, is that we get a chance to sit down and talk to Goobums after this break. But before we do that, just want to say a huge thank you to our partners at Ball Street for providing such an interactive way to be a part of the competition that we have on these TFT broadcasts. Go check out fantasytft.com if you didn't get a chance to play the stock market today. Check out the how-to guide that's on the website, and also sign up because it's completely free and you can get in on the action tomorrow. When we come back from this break, we're going to talk to our day 1 points leader, Goobums. welcome back to our broadcast of the Gizmos and Gadgets NA Regional Finals. We have wrapped up day number 1, and we've got Goobums on the line, our points leader at the end of our 6 games today. Goobums, first of all, congratulations. You've made it on to day number 2, and the competition today looked incredibly fierce. Was there anything that you did in order to make sure you were prepared to tackle that today?
Yeah, honestly, I think I've been playing like a lot lately because I went on vacation after the last tournament, and when I came back, like I was really bad. I was doing bad on ladder. I think I was averaging like a 6 in houses, so I just played a lot. I started talking to like a lot of different players, like a lot of, I mean, even just my competition. I don't know why. I guess in TFT it's kind of like that, but a lot of people seem to just be willing to talk to each other and share like ideas that they might find useful. And I mean, I got to do that with a lot of players, so that's how I prepared, I guess.
All right, I'm kind of curious actually with that, and I was saying this during the break too. I feel like we interview in these post game things more than like any other player. I feel like you've been here a lot, so it's good to see you again. But I was gonna ask too, on the training side of things, on the practice side of things, what's the ratio you find is good between actually playing the game and studying the game? Because players approach it a couple different ways. I'm kind of curious what your take on it is.
Okay, so I think, yeah, like more so than almost any other game, I feel like TFT is actually a game where like you pretty much don't have to play at all. Like I'm saying, like in the general case, like I don't think you really have to play at all,
right,
as long as like you're really understanding like the meta and all that fun stuff. For the most part, as long as your fundamentals are good, you're actually going to be fine playing the game. However, for me personally, like I really have to play the game a lot. Like I don't study the game too much other than by talking to other players. So I really have to play the game a lot because I think for me, like I have to familiarize myself with like different kind of like spots that are maybe like hard to come by unless you play a lot. So for me, I don't know. It's just like I actually have to like feel it like with my own hands almost, or else I can't. Yeah. So for me, the ratio is like pretty much mostly just playing a lot of games. Even in games like where I can like almost fully just mess around, it still like helps me out a ton for learning.
Yeah, for sure. That's interesting. You hear it both different ways sometimes. So I was curious what your method was. Mm-hmm. Cool.
I was kind of curious what you thought about the additional Worlds qualification spot on this one with the average performance over the course of players who made it to 3 days. How much do you think that affected the amount of play that players are willing to put in when they have these very strong finishes like in the top 4 games, and how much do you think it's going to influence day 2 and day 3 as well?
Okay, so yeah, okay. For first and foremost, like I actually think that's like the best thing they really could have done, because one of the problems, and this has happened to me in the past, even on like days I've won. Pretty much like you do really well in your first couple games, and since your last games don't matter, like I won't say like I just intentionally throw, because I don't. But what happens is like in the last like couple games, if I'm doing really well, or even like really poorly, right? I'll just like check out. I'd be like, hey, like I'll play the game, but realistically, am I playing at my best? No. So I think like this is like a great way to incentivize, obviously playing your best throughout the entire thing. Like I did pretty well in my first 2 games. I think I started off with like a 2-3, which is a really solid start. After my 3rd game, which I think was also a 2nd. Like at that point I was borderline guaranteed. So then that being said, like I still kind of like gave it my best for the remaining 3 games. Ended up doing well because I wanted to secure my average placement. So at this point, if I do well tomorrow, so long as I make it to day 3, which I guess would be implied if I do well tomorrow, I can pretty much guarantee like a world spot, even without necessarily getting the top 3.
Cool. This is what I like to hear. I feel like you have a good track record of predicting yourself to either win or top 4 in a tournament and then doing it, There's not all players that like back it up, but I feel like you've done that multiple times at this point, so I trust you.
Yeah, I think like I'm just like pretty aware of how good or bad I am going into a tournament. So like sometimes I'll tell you like
it's a good thing.
If I'm bad. Okay, it's funny because I was literally talking to another caster, Frodan, about this. Is like a lot of the tournaments I either bot 3 finish or like I end up doing pretty well. And like I think I have like one of the larger number of like bot 3 finishes amongst competitive players, and also one of the larger number of I guess like top 3 finishes maybe. But like going to the tournament, I can tell you like, am I garbage or am I not garbage? And I guess I'm doing well now, so.
Not garbage today. Congratulations.
Good stuff.
Not garbage. So here's another question for you. Of the players who qualified now for day number 2, are there any of these players that you think are not garbage and players that you think are garbage coming into day number 2? Because now I just really want some conflict to be drawn up, because frankly, it's just kind of fun.
Okay, I won't, I won't stir the pot too much. I know I can't tell you, everyone that I think is garbage or not garbage, but what I can say is that I think going into the tournament, I pretty much only thought like 3-ish players were better than me. Nubal, Ramblin, and Setsuko. And Sox is like kind of, I would say, probably better than me as well, but obviously I think Nubal among those are got knocked out, and I think like Soju's another really, really, really solid player who got knocked out, so that's sad to see. I want to be completely honest with you guys, like I know like this has kind of been like a thing for like a couple sets now, but I mean, I think most players know like the respect I have for Nubal, but like going into the tournament, he was like pretty much consensus favorite amongst almost everyone. And truth be told, like 2 days ago, I didn't actually have that much of a clue what I was doing. But in the past 2 days, I was able to like study with him, and actually, I stole a lot of secrets from him, and maybe might employ them in the rest of the tournament, and may have already employed some of them today. So shout out to him, even though I do think it's sad that he didn't make it through. But
You could be the avatar of Nubal for the rest of the tournament then.
Yes, awesome stuff. Goobums, thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us on the broadcast. Congratulations once again on your incredible finish on day number 1. I think the final thing that I have to ask is, what does that mean for day 2? You know what the field of competition looks like, who you're going to be playing against. There's less variance across the lobbies now of who you could potentially be hitting. So how do you get ready for that?
Well, I'm gonna just go VOD review some games. I think like the same thing's gonna happen. I just have to like study more. I don't know if I'll be playing today, but tomorrow I'll just be playing to warm up. At this point, I can't change my prep too much, but just I want to know like what other people are doing. I don't think I'm gonna VOD review my games because like truth be told, when you do really well, on any given day, like at the very least, well, like I'll probably VOD review, but at the very least, like there's an element of high rolling there, and I can assure you. Like, I high rolled out of my mind in some of those games, so, like, truth be told, I'm just more interested to see how other people are playing. Yeah.
You don't learn as much from the wins, that's for sure.
That's true. Yeah. Well, Goobums, we're going to go ahead and let you go get ready for day 2. Best of luck to you tomorrow, and, of course, to the rest of your competitors as well.
All right. Thank you, guys. Good night.
Awesome to get a chance to hear from Goobums about just how they approach the game, because it really is different for everybody, whether it's playing a lot or just talking to a lot of folks. And admirable, it's also great to hear that everybody in the community wants to help each other to get better at TFT.
I feel like you read my mind on this one. Honestly, it's kind of crazy how many different players like have such distinct different play styles, given how much information gets shared and like how much VOD review and stuff gets taken place at these top ends, and still there's just players with wildly different approaches to the game. And I was going to say this is just one of the things that I love about it, is that just the players are so open to answering questions and studying with each other and sharing this information so that they can improve as well. And you look across the board at this one, and it's always been one of the things that I've just loved about Goobums is he has been so open to share his knowledge and his opinions on these prospects, and it has wildly helped me improve my own game just from even short discussions with him. And just across the board in general, it'd be too tough to name everybody that's helped me out at this point, but it's just, you ask somebody in the TFT community a question, they generally have 30 minutes worth of answers for you.
Yeah, awesome to get a chance to see that camaraderie, but the competition is fierce, and we still have 2 more days of it going into the rest of this weekend. Unfortunately, that does do it for day number 1. Admirable and Doa, thank you so much for bringing us through 3 of the games today and also closing out the broadcast. Doa, any final thoughts?
Oh, not a ton. I mean, it's only day 1, right? So we're just getting started. It's sad to see 8 players exit, but I think we've got a lot of equally exciting games tomorrow and the next day. And set 6.5 just continues to deliver some of the craziest, closest, wackiest games we've seen in TFT on a competitive level. I think we can thank the augment system a lot to that. But yeah, it's just a ton of fun. Looking forward to what we see tomorrow.
Admirable, what about you?
Doa said it. Today was day number 1. 2 more days of this. This was day 1. It's insane. I can't wait.
I know. All the exciting things we got a chance to see today, right? 2 100 HP lobby wins. Robin coming back from the brink at 1 HP to take a lobby win.
With 8 players remaining.
I know. It's just been, today has been full of surprises, which means that I am so excited to see what's going to happen for day 2 and day 3 of the NA Regional Finals. Everybody, thank you so much for tuning in to day number 1. There's so much more TFT action ahead. If you haven't gotten a chance to yet, the European Regional Finals are also underway, and those will be kicking off again for day 2 at 7 a.m. Pacific, and we'll be back with day 2 of the NA Regional Finals at 4 p.m. Pacific. So I hope we get a chance to see you there. From everybody on the team, Admirable, Doa, our other casters as well, Dan and Bryce, and to all of our players that put on such an amazing show, thank you so much for watching, and we will see you all tomorrow.